prosecution, was rejected as the court determined he had been but one link in a long chain. 50. A lasting and bitter controversy continues about why no attempt was made to rescue the peacekeepers. There was outrage in Belgium at their deaths. The most senior Belgian officers in UNAMIR, Lieutenant Colonel Jaytus and Colonel Luc Marchal, came under a barrage of criticism. Deus, who had thought Lawton was exaggerating the threat that morning, later explained to a Belgian Senate inquiry. "I had not come to Rwanda as a paracommando to fight but as a blue helmet, a symbolic presence to help the Rwandans. My perception of classic UN operations was that the UN does not fight. I believed in the assurance, the night before, of the command of the Rwandan army that they would help us to assure security and order. I was blinded by this logic, paralyzed by it. The fact that my men had been taken prisoner by the Rwandan army assured me that they were safe. There were Belgian soldiers nearby. Only a kilometer away there were 36 Solders from Platoon B, 16th Company, with their 15-man command. These troops were separated from Camp Kigali by several roadblocks. Marchal explained that even had they known where Lawton was, the only way to liberate him would have been to negotiate with his captors. To have tried to fight the Rwandan army would have been suicidal. An attempted rescue would have drawn more peacekeepers into the army camp. The whole event may even have been a trap to drag them all in, and far more peacekeepers would have lost their lives. We had no armament, no equipment to face such a situation," Marchal said. He had had every confidence in the Rwandan army. Some officers had, that morning, been cooperating with the peacekeepers, and Marchal believed that a great many soldiers had not wanted to take part in the violence and were looking for a sign from the international community that would enable them to keep the peace and avoid a war. In spite of the confusion and their lack of radio communications, there had been cooperation with the gendarmes. Only some gendarmes had refused to take part in joint patrols with UNAMIR. At some roadblocks there had been arguments among the gendarmes about whether or not militia should be allowed through without being disarmed. Marchal said Dolaire's actions that day were quite rightly tailored to keeping the town calm. They were all vulnerable, including the unarmed military observers spread throughout the country with no protection at all. Dolaire later explained just how vulnerable they were. Precipitous action in the context of the tense and uncertain security environment in Kigali that morning could have been the spark which would have ignited a wider conflict. This would have placed UNAMIR in an adversarial role. Had either Colonel Marchal or Lt. Colonel Deus requested authority from me to conduct an assault on Camp Kigali to rescue the detained group under the conditions of that time, my response would have been an outright refusal for such an armed intervention. The only solution reasonably available to us at that time was to continue to negotiate as a neutral force. The force had approximately 2 magazines, or 40-60 rounds per person, which could sustain a 3-minute fight at best. 51. For the first 2 days Marchal thought that it would be possible to control the crisis, and that this was a similar situation to that in February when there had been a sudden deterioration in security. 2 days earlier Major General Deogracius Nsabimana, who had been killed in the presidential jet, had talked to Marchal of his fears of an imminent attack by the RPF and a resumption of the civil war. Of their deficiencies, Marchal believed that the most serious was a lack of intelligence analysis. With decent intelligence analysis it would not have taken long to tell us that the priority was to protect the Prime Minister and the President of the Constitutional Court, Marchal believed. The Rwandan army was now decapitated. There was confusion. We badly evaluated, Marchal recalled later. We did not imagine the role of Bagosara in the shadows. 52. Afterwards, some of the Belgian officers who served with Marchal claimed that from the start of the crisis he was in direct contact with the Belgian Foreign Minister, Willy Claes, and that he had been given precise directives by Claes not to risk the lives of whites for those of blacks. Claes later denied any such suggestion. The mission was to save who we could, but the soldiers were there on the spot and it was up to them to judge what they could do, said the former Minister of Foreign Affairs. 53. A press attaché with UNAMIR, Venuste Nshimiyimana, claimed later, however, that Marchal was in direct contact with Lieutenant General J. Charlie his commanding officer in Brussels, and certainly for the whole of Thursday. It was Charlie who was in effective command of the Belgian half-battalion serving the UN.54. Only later was it ascertained that everyone, whether Hutu or Tutsi, who wanted power sharing, or who had spoken out against Habyarimana and the Northern clique, was on target lists. Every journalist, every lawyer, every professor, every teacher, every civil servant, every priest, every doctor, every clerk, every student, every civil rights activist. All of them were hunted down in a house-to-house operation. The first targets were members of the never-to-be-constituted broad-based transitional government. 55 The lists of the victims included the names of Tutsi shopkeepers and business people, the lists having been prepared in the Military Intelligence Office, from where Colonel Anatole Ansenji Yumva had written his reports to persuade the president of the threats of the Tutsi to the country. And while the pro-democracy politicians were being killed, the Hutu power politicians, the leaders of the MRND and others, were whisked away under the escort of the Presidential Guard. The new Chief of Staff of the Army, Marcel Gatsinze, arrived in Kigali from Butare during the afternoon of April 7 and was shot at when his convoy approached the presidential district. Unharmed, he attended a scheduled meeting of the Crisis Committee at 7 p.m. Gatsinze, Rusatira, and Ndindaliamana were in charge of the meeting. 56 Rusatira commanded the École Supérieure Militaire in Kigali, but with only 100 soldiers at his command. Gatsinze's battalion was in the south of the country, in Butare, and had been infiltrated by extremists. That night, Bagosara claimed that he went to Kimihurura to get his family to the safety of the Kanambe military camp. He then visited the family of Habyarimana, paying his respects to the president's widow. Gatsinze noticed that Bagosara had communications links with the elite units, the reconnaissance and paracommando battalions, with some 800 soldiers. All were in Kigali. On April 7, before dawn, the reconnaissance battalion had recalled to Kigali their armored personnel carriers, which had been sent to Rambura, in the north, to evade UNAMIR control. On Thursday morning, April 7, there were massacres in Nyamata in the Bugesera. An accountant at the commune was seen to give beer to the Interahamwe in preparation for their work. In the Kibungo prefecture early on Thursday morning, a 41-year-old cattle herdsman noticed wounded people fleeing from the direction of Murambi. They told him that Tutsi had been attacked all night long. 57. In Antarama, about an hour and a half from Kigali going south, the militia had started to burn Tutsi houses, forcing them to flee to the local church, where people thought they would be safe. 58 By nightfall on April 7, the killing of Tutsi was taking place in the northwest in Gisenyi prefecture, in the south and northeast of Kigali prefecture, in Gikongoro prefecture and in the southwestern town of Cyangugu. The next day the killing spread east and west. 59 I saw people running as their attackers ran after them with machetes. I saw a lecturer from the university giving arms to the Interahamwe and telling them to do a good job, said a survivor. At roadblocks in Kigali the militia asked for identification cards at first, killing all those with the designation Tutsi, but this took too much time and became an irritation, so the militia singled out those who were tall, with straight noses and long fingers. And then they killed those who looked educated and richer than others. Major General Paul Kagame, commander of the RPF, was in his headquarters in Mulindi on April 7. At around 1 p.m. he made a call to UN headquarters in Kigali. Kagame said he had just learned that the houses of some RPF supporters in Kigali had been surrounded by Rwandan government forces. I must inform you that we must act to protect our own, his message said. This was an advance warning. 60 A second message from Kagame arrived 15 minutes later. The peacekeepers must do all they could to protect the politicians who had been arrested. He was ready to send a battalion to assist government forces in preventing further civilian killings by renegade forces. Kagame says that he suggested that he secure some areas, creating safe havens, there was no mandate in the world that could stop their combined forces ending the bloodshed. 61 4 messages were sent by Kagame, and in the last one he proposed creating a common force with the Rwandan army in order to disarm the Presidential Guard. 62 Dallaire did not trust these offers. Both sides were killing non-combatants. I needed troops from a third party, he said. A strong UN force to stop the killings was absolutely essential. To have cooperated with Kagame would have guaranteed losses among his thinly spread out force. Dallaire relayed a message to Kagame that he was doing all he could to secure a ceasefire. Tito Rutaremara, a senior member of the RPF political leadership, who was in the CND, was warning both Major General Augustin Ndindalimana and Colonel Theonest Bagosara that the RPF would attack if the slaughter of civilians did not stop. Rutaremara said that the RPF soldiers were being goaded with victims brought in front of the CND. At 4:30 p.m. the RPF soldiers broke out and engaged the Presidential Guard. They went southwest towards the Rwandex factory. The government troops attacked the CND from the north and fighting lasted until nightfall. Witnesses testified to an attack that day by the RPF soldiers on the Compagnie Territoriale de Gendarmerie in Rimera, during which civilians, including children, were killed. That night Dallaire was asked by Gatsinza to establish contact with the RPF command in order to obtain a ceasefire. 63 Other officers made requests to Bagosara to control the Presidential Guard. Bagosara ignored these requests. On Friday morning, April 8, Bagosara was to be found in the Ministry of Defense, where he was having a series of meetings with politicians. Armed escorts had been sent to collect various political figures, and at 1 p.m. a group was assembled in the offices of the PSD party. A new president was chosen, Dr. Theodore Sindikubwabo, a member of the MRND, who was elderly and in poor health. Over the next few hours an interim government was created whose legitimacy was said to come from the 1991 constitution. Later that day the French ambassador, Jean-Philippe Marlaud, called the Belgian ambassador, Juan Swinnen, to tell him about the new government. Swinnen immediately realized that all the ministers came from the extremist wing of the political parties, yet Marlaud was claiming that he thought the existence of this government would prevent a coup d'état. 64 Both Marlaud and the deputy defense attaché at the French embassy, Lieutenant Colonel Jean-Jacques Morin, admitted later that they tried to persuade Bagosara to take control of the situation, and had insisted that the army must cooperate with UNAMIR. 65 The new government was announced on RTLM by Valerie Bimeraki and Noel Hidimana. After Bimeraki had read out the names of the new ministers, she began to giggle and told her listeners that, for some reason, the opposition members in the previous government could not be found. Perhaps, she said, they had resigned or simply wandered off. She laughed again. 66 The official swearing-in of Rwanda's new interim government took place on April 9. The Prime Minister was Jean Kambanda. 67 An economist and banker, Kambanda later claimed to have been surprised by his appointment. In his inaugural speech he promised that his government would restore understanding between the people of Rwanda and provide security for them. The government would continue talks with the RPF and ensure compliance with the Arusha Accords. 68 Kambanda claimed later that the intention was for the Military Crisis Committee to take power and appoint Bagosara as president, but the French ambassador and the special representative, Jacques-Roger Bobo, had counseled them to adhere to the Arusha Accords. Kambanda claimed that the membership of the new government had been chosen by Bagosara and Matthew Nguyi Rumpatsi. 69 Some witnesses testified later that the new government was created in the French embassy. On the morning after the assassination, dignitaries from the Habyarimana regime were seen gathering in the office of the French ambassador, Jean-Philippe Marlaud. 70 Among those present were Bagosara, Froduald Karamira, Justin Mugenza, Jean Bosco Barayagwiza, Hassan Ngeze, Jerome Bike Mumpeka and Ferdinand Nahimana. According to others, there were some 200 Rwandans gathered at the embassy, and they included Felicien Kabuga, the financier, Proteus Zigeron and Georges Ruggiero from RTLM and the banker Pasteur Musabe.71. The interim government was presented to the Crisis Committee by Colonel Theoneste Bagosara, assisted by Colonel Laurent Sirabuga and Pierre Celestin Ruagafilida. It was described as a coalition government. In New York, UN officials welcomed the new government and thought that its creation would help to stabilize the country. 72 From now on, this government would portray the killing in Rwanda as the result of spontaneous Hutu grief caused by the assassination by the RPF of the president. A first detailed assessment of the situation in Rwanda was sent to New York in a coded cable on April 8. Dallaire described a campaign of terror that was well planned and organized, and led by the Presidential Guard. The violence was targeted at opposition leaders, the RPF contingent, the Tutsi ethnic group, the population in general, UNAMIR, and all UN offices, vehicles and personnel. His Belgian troops, the backbone of his operation, were isolated by roadblocks. They had no supplies of power or petrol. 10 peacekeepers were dead and he feared for the safety of the rest. The mission had food for less than 2 weeks, drinking water in some places for only 1 or 2 days and fuel for at most 3 days. He was critically short of ammunition and medical supplies. Although his primary task in Rwanda was the protection of politicians, given the murder of the Prime Minister and other ministers, this task was no longer possible. Kigali was in a state of war. Roadblocks prevented any movement. The security of his troops could not be assured. The moment he took further casualties, he would run out of medical supplies and would be unable to evacuate. He could not assure the safety of the airport. Dallaire raised the possibility that the peacekeepers might have to evacuate their civilian personnel, in which case he would need a different mandate and reinforcements. He would try to regroup smaller and more isolated units. He was trying to bring about a ceasefire between some 200 RPF soldiers who had left the CND building and were fighting the Presidential Guard, but his telephone lines had been cut. He had a demoralized but brave Belgian battalion and an untrained, under-equipped, below-strength unit from Bangladesh. Dallaire assured New York, there must be no doubt, that without the presence of UNAMIR the situation here would be much worse. He wanted to know whether his mandate was still viable. 73. The reply to his April 8 cable came from the Department of Peacekeeping Operations. He was to negotiate a ceasefire, not to risk further losses or take action that might result in reprisals. Dallaire later commented, an operation should begin with the objective and then consider how best to achieve it with minimal risk. Instead, our operation began with an evaluation of risk, and if there was risk, the objective was forgotten. You can't begin by asking if there is a risk. If there is no risk, they could have sent Boy Scouts, not soldiers. 74. It was a conclusion reached by Kagame, who asked why the UN had not sent Boy Scouts. 75. In the first days, Dallaire thought this might be a power grab by the extremists, a military coup with the intention of eliminating all opposing politicians and ruining forever the possibility of reconciliation with the RPF. For his part, Jacques Roger Bobo informed Kofi Annan that he was consulting with the new Military Crisis Committee about security, and that the deaths of several ministers had created a power vacuum which could cause problems in the peace process. The Interahamwe increased its control of the streets. On Thursday, April 7, in Nyamirambo, in the south of the city, there were thousands of people sheltering at the St. André School. Elsewhere in the city, in Jikindu, the whole area was sealed off as gendarmes and militia moved systematically from house to house, killing people with machetes. 76. The 18 children, orphaned in February, and who were being cared for in a local school, were all slaughtered. The red brick church, part of a large Catholic mission, was filling with people. The church was run by Polish Palati priests and nuns, and was set in terraced gardens surrounded by eucalyptus trees. The complex included a printing press, guest accommodation, and a series of offices. On Saturday morning, April 9, there were gendarmes searching the compound, saying they were looking for Tutsi. There were people hiding there beneath floors, in cupboards, and in the rafters. There were an estimated 500 people in the church and the priests organized a mass. As it got underway there was the sound of shooting and exploding grenades. There was a sudden noise as 2 presidential guards and 2 gendarmes burst into the church. They were followed by Interahamwe wearing their distinctive clothing, the kaitang, multicolored trousers, and tunics. The militia began slashing away with machetes, a witness remembered. They were hacking at the arms, legs, genitals, breasts, faces and necks. Some people were dragged outside and beaten to death. The killing lasted 2 hours. Then the killers walked slowly among the bodies, looting and finishing off the wounded. 77. There were 2 military observers from Poland who lived in guest houses near the church, Major Jerzy Machka and Major Chudy Rizard. 78 Machka had watched militia climb over the fence. When he tried to contact UNAMIR headquarters the radio channels were jammed. When he finally got through he was told that UNAMIR had no assets to deal with the protection of the local population and in any case slaughter was also taking place elsewhere. 79 Machka had helped the wounded and with the priests carried them into the shade. He saw the nature of the injuries. Ears and mouths had been slashed, the genitals of men and women mutilated. Machka took photographs. They did not limit their action to killing, he said, there was bestiality. There was a pile of identification cards with the ethnic designation of Tutsi burned in an attempt to eradicate all evidence that these people had existed. The next day the Interahamwe came back. They discovered injured survivors hiding in a small chapel. The militia poured petrol in through the windows of the chapel and threw in hand grenades. A rescue was mounted for Machka and Rizard and they were found huddled together in the church. Their colleagues had taken UNAMIR's one serviceable Czech-made armored personnel carrier, APC, using a 3-man Bangladeshi crew who had objected to the whole idea. They had warned of the risks of going out into the city with an APC that could break down at any moment. 82 Polish military observers, Major Stefan Stek and Major Marek Pazik, based at headquarters, had insisted. They had served with Machka and Rizard in Cambodia. Also in the rescue mission that day was Major Brant Beardsley, Dollar's staff officer. 81. Once in Jacinto they had left the Bangladeshi crew with the APC and had walked into the church gardens. They saw the bodies of whole families who had been killed, including children, who had been hacked by machetes. There were terrible wounds to the genitalia. Some people were not dead. There was a 3-month-old baby, the mother raped and the baby killed, with a terrible wound. There were children, some with their legs or feet cut off, and their throats cut. Most of the victims had bled to death. They heard how the Interahamwe had done the killing under the direction of the Presidential Guard. Stek returned to the APC. He wanted to get his camcorder. There must be proof. Stek said Jacinto should have alerted the world, for this was genocide. When he got back to UNAMIR headquarters, Stek says, he was told not to use the word. Dollar kept some convoys patrolling but after finding the bodies of Thierry Lawton and his men he pulled back and increased the size of the Belgian peacekeeping contingent at the airport. It was their only lifeline. His priority was the protection of the ill-equipped and poorly trained contingents, his civilian staff, and the people sheltering with them. It took Dollar more than 2 weeks to find out where all his troops were and gain access to them. Because of the constant pressure from the Security Council to cut costs, most of his units had 1 or 2 days water, a maximum of 2 days rations, virtually no stocks of fuel and about 20 rounds of ammunition for each soldier. 82. From the balconies in the concrete block hotel that served as headquarters, the peacekeepers watched. One of them was haunted by a killing only yards away. He just held him by his shirt and started dragging him, and just raised his machete and hacked him on the head. He did that twice and we were standing there watching him. After that he just rubbed his blood-stained machete on his buttocks, and then searched the victim's pockets. We all screamed at this. Not long afterwards a tipper truck came by with prisoners who had been detailed to collect bodies from the streets. 83. Someone flagged it down and dragged the body from under the tree and threw it into the tipper truck which was almost full and people were moaning and crying. You could see that some were not dead. 84. 13. The genocide exposed. In New York, on Thursday morning, April 7, 1994, Kofi Annan, Under-Secretary General and head of the UN Department of Peacekeeping Operations, DPKO, received a telephone call from Kigali. 3 peacekeepers for certain, and probably more, had been murdered. 1 Later that day, Annan met with the Belgian ambassador to the UN, Paul Noterdam. The ambassador was under instruction to press for a stronger mandate for UNAMIR in order to protect the 1,520 Belgian nationals currently in Rwanda. The Belgian Foreign Minister, Willy Claes, wanted to know whether, under their current mandate, the UN peacekeepers could offer these people protection. Claes thought that what had happened in Rwanda was probably a coup d'état, and there would be widespread massacres. Annan told Noterdam that he had already asked Dallaire to contact the Belgian ambassador in Kigali to see what he could do to help should an evacuation of Belgian civilians be necessary. Dallaire was doing his best to protect Rwandan politicians, and UNAMIR would try to prevent or reduce the massacres. But it was up to Dallaire to see what was feasible. The force commander's first duty was the security of his soldiers, and he must do nothing to encourage reprisals. If UNAMIR were to be provided with a more robust mandate, it would need to be re-equipped and reinforced. Nothing was more dangerous than to ask a peacekeeping mission to use force when its composition, armament, logistical support, and rules of engagement denied it the capacity to do so. If UNAMIR were to use force, then authorization would be needed from the Security Council. 3 permanent members, the USA, the UK, and Russia, were already reluctant about the mission. A more forceful mandate would also require agreement from the countries with troops in Rwanda. Noterdam told Annan that if Belgians were going to be massacred, then Brussels had not ruled out flying a battalion into Kigali. 2. Willy Claes spoke on the telephone to the Secretary General, Boutros Boutros-Ghali, who had arrived in Geneva from Minsk, Belarus, at the start of a 3-week tour of Europe. Claes asked Boutros-Ghali for an immediate change in the mandate of UNAMIR to allow for enforcement action. Boutros-Ghali, according to Claes, said that he needed time to consult his experts. The next day, Friday, April 8, Claes again contacted Boutros-Ghali, who again made it clear that the mandate could not be changed immediately. No one knew whether or not the members of the Security Council would agree to such a change. 3 Writing from Geneva, the Secretary General sent a letter to the President of the Security Council, Colin Keating, the permanent representative for New Zealand, in which he suggested the withdrawal from Rwanda of UNAMIR. It is quite possible that the evacuation of UNAMIR and other UN personnel might become unavoidable, in which event UNAMIR would be hindered in providing assistance under its present mandate and rules of engagement. The members of the Security Council might wish to give this matter their urgent attention. Should UNAMIR be required to effect such an evacuation, the force commander estimates that he would require 2 or 3 additional battalions for that purpose. 4. Boutros-Ghali continued his scheduled European tour. 5 As the news from Rwanda worsened, his decision not to return to New York was seen in the Secretariat as inexplicable and irresponsible, and some believed it was a troubling abdication of leadership. Boutros-Ghali was an incessant traveler, and while he was abroad his officials found it harder to handle their responsibilities on a daily basis. This had been particularly true of the conflict in Bosnia. Boutros-Ghali later denied that his absence had made a difference and said that with secure coded telegrams he kept in constant touch with headquarters. There were as many as 8 serious issues that demanded his attention, he said. 6. While Belgian diplomats lobbied for a strengthened mandate for UNAMIR, Noterdam went to see British and American representatives. They told him that in the present circumstances the existing mandate for UNAMIR no longer made sense. Indeed, both these countries were considering whether or not to pull out UNAMIR completely. 7. The U.S. decision to pull out all nationals was made sometime on Thursday. This was communicated to Brussels with a request from Washington that the Belgian government exert pressure on the Security Council to allow their troops in UNAMIR to protect all foreign nationals in Rwanda, including 240 U.S. citizens present in the country. 8. A U.S. military officer, Colonel Charles Chuck Fukovic, a defense attaché from the U.S. Embassy in Cameroon, was already in Kigali 9, having arrived at the five-star Hotel de Mille Collines some 6 hours before the presidential plane was shot down. 10 The plans for a total U.S. withdrawal were already drawn up in accordance with standard procedure, worked out and refined with assistance from experts in the Department of State and the Department of Defense. The U.S. community in Rwanda had been regularly briefed on the security situation and on the evacuation options. The order to leave came from the Department of State, but it was Vukovic who took control of the operational administration of the plan, and he was praised later for his heroic job. 11 By Saturday, April 9, the U.S. citizens had left, traveling in a convoy of cars to Burundi, and protected by an armed escort of UN peacekeepers. But the UN civilians were the first to get out, some 150 people, in 42 vehicles. In Brussels, Claes was considering whether or not the Belgian troops in UNAMIR should be ordered to abandon their peacekeeping and start to rescue Belgians. He wrote to Notre Dame in New York, "For your personal information, if it gets worse, we have not excluded that the Belgian commander, in order to protect Belgians, should receive his orders directly from the government." 12 Claes admitted afterwards that his one priority had been getting Belgian civilians out of Rwanda. After the deaths of the 10 soldiers, he said, the preoccupation was to avoid any more Belgian deaths, at all costs. "You could say that this is inadmissible," Claes told a subsequent Belgian Senate inquiry. 13. The possibility of reinforcing UNAMIR to stop the mass human rights abuses taking place seems hardly to have been mentioned. Each time reinforcements were raised, it was only in the context of rescuing expatriates. 14 A Belgian Senate inquiry would later show that in only one cabinet meeting was a plan discussed to stop the massacres, but it was dismissed as it would constitute interference in Rwanda's internal affairs. Notre Dame's deputy, Alexis Bruns, said that once or twice the idea of reinforcing the peacekeepers was suggested to UN officials in New York, but they expressed reluctance. Notre Dame said later that he had been approached by a French diplomat who warned him that on no account should the Belgians even think of reinforcing for whatever reason. It was too dangerous for Belgians in Rwanda because they were being blamed for the death of the president. The French diplomat said that he had recently spoken to Rwanda's ambassador to the UN, Jean Damascene Bizimana, and he thought that the Rwandans would probably adopt a more lenient attitude should the French decide to intervene for humanitarian reasons. 15. Some years later it emerged that help for Rwanda had been discussed by 3 governments, those of France, Belgium, and Italy. It was General Christian Quesnot, who was President Mitterrand's chief military advisor, who revealed this. Quesnot said the idea came to nothing. Giving evidence to a Senate investigation in France, Quesnot claimed that he had suggested an intervention by France in order to stabilize the Rwandan army, re-establish order, and stop the RPF. The plan was apparently rejected by the Prime Minister, Edouard Balladur. 16. The focus of attention now turned, following the US and UN lead, to an emergency withdrawal of all expatriates. There were troops provided immediately by the Belgian, French, and Italian governments, their specific orders to rescue expatriates only. No Rwandans were to be rescued. The plan needed the help of Lieutenant General Dallaire. His instructions came from New York, in a cable from Riza on April 9, telling him that only in rescuing expatriates was he to take any risks. "You should make every effort not to compromise your impartiality or to act beyond your mandate," Dallaire was told. "But you may exercise your discretion to do so should this be essential for the evacuation of foreign nationals." Riza added, "This should not, repeat not, extend to participation in possible combat except in self-defense." 17 Dallaire discovered that some of the peacekeepers were no longer taking his orders, in particular the Bangladeshi contingents. 18 A later cable from headquarters, signed by Annan and Riza, told him that if events moved in a more negative direction then it might be necessary to conclude there was no other option but the total withdrawal of UNAMIR. The evacuation of the expatriates from Rwanda began at dawn, on Saturday, April 9, when a contingent of 190 French soldiers flew into Kigali International Airport and, with no warning to UNAMIR, occupied it and installed artillery and anti-aircraft weapons. Later that day, a further 400 French troops landed at the airport. Some of them had stolen UN vehicles parked there. The first French plane landed in Kigali at 3:45 a.m. It was carrying tons of ammunition and, according to a Senegalese peacekeeper who had watched it unload, the boxes were put onto Rwandan army vehicles, and taken to Kanombe military camp. The French government has always strenuously denied this. The French military, having secured the airport and the road from the airport to the French embassy, now began their operation to safely escort the French staff at the embassy, and certain Rwandan VIPs sheltering there, whom the French were to fly to France. These included Seraphine Ruwabukumba, and others central to the ruling clique, including the Hutu power ideologue Ferdinand Nahimana and his family. 19 In the first French aircraft were the president's widow, Agathe, and 2 of her daughters, 1 of her sons and 2 of her grandchildren. Later on, French troops escorted 60 children from the Saint Agathe orphanage from Masaka to the airport, accompanied by 34 helpers. Tutsi at this orphanage were abandoned. Some expatriates drove south to Burundi or took their cars to the airport. Those Rwandans who did manage to board the European convoys were taken off at roadblocks and killed. Sometimes these murders were witnessed by French and Belgian soldiers. At the airport, a Russian woman had to abandon her Tutsi husband. She had to argue on the tarmac to get her children on the plane. A survivor recalled, "We were told they could not take us. We pleaded with them, pointing out the danger. Some of the children were screaming. But they told us that they were forbidden from taking Rwandans out of the country. We were in so much fear that we were shaking and could hardly talk." The head of the MSF France operation in Rwanda, Eric Burden, had 126 expatriate staff and hundreds of nationals working in 5 different centers. There had been an MSF presence in Rwanda since 1990. Burden had received a telephone call from a colleague who had described how 50 wounded people, waiting in emergency tents in the Centre Hospitalier de Kigali, Czech, had been dragged from the courtyard and murdered. 20 The killers had thanked the MSF staff working there for providing a Tutsi collection point. Burden said he realized then that Rwanda was now beyond the limits of humanitarian help, and on Sunday, April 10, he made the decision to pull everyone out. His office in Paris told him that a surgical team was needed now, and they were discussing the provision of emergency medical care with the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC. 21. Burden left Rwanda that same afternoon. He described later the strange feeling of being driven to the airport in a Rwandan army truck driven by a Rwandan soldier, but with French soldiers providing the escort. The French military quite clearly had control over the Rwandan army, and he wanted to know why the French officers did not simply stop the killing. The French were driving freely around Kigali. While the UN peacekeepers wore bulletproof vests, the French soldiers did not. Burden knew the killing was organized and that it was predetermined. He had watched militia arrive at his neighbor's house looking for Tutsi, for Inyenzi, the cockroaches. Burden heard about a UNICEF health officer, Bertrand de Moulins, who had just buried 2 people in his back garden. He lived near the Hotel Meridian 22, and late in the morning on Thursday, April 7, a presidential guard had arrived looking for his cook and night watchman, both of them Tutsi. The presidential guard shot dead a Rwandan couple in their early 20s, relatives of the cook who had come to him for safety. Burden said he knew that all Tutsi were targets. "We did not use the word genocide, but we knew that's what it was," he said later. 23. The departure of the French from Rwanda was a hurried exit. When the French embassy in Kigali closed on Tuesday, April 12, there remained behind a huge mound of shredded paper, filling an entire room, floor to ceiling. All around the city now, every Western office was closing. Every UN agency, every aid agency, every development and cooperation mission, and every embassy, all apart from that of the Chinese, was shutting. To this day no one has been able to explain why this sudden exodus took place. No abandonment had occurred elsewhere, No similar evacuation from Burundi after the assassination of two presidents in the space of 6 months. 24 The scenes of farewell were dreadful, as friends and employees pleaded with Europeans for rescue. One woman who worked for the World Health Organization, who saw 28 people shot. 25. In a matter of 4 days, almost all the expatriates had left. 26 A total of 3,900 people of 22 nationalities were safely out of the country. The chief delegate of the ICRC in Rwanda, Philippe Gaillard, had been in the country for 9 months. In that short time he had built a network of contacts and was trusted at the highest levels, in the Army Command, the RPF, and militia groups, including the Interahamwe. It was Gaillard who was to decide whether or not ICRC would stay on. It was his personal choice, or so the ICRC president, Cornelio Samaruga, had told him. Samaruga said that Gaillard was the expert and that it was his decision to take. Only Gaillard possessed the necessary skill of negotiating a safe area for a hospital. Gaillard said he had known immediately what was happening in Rwanda. The killing was not peculiar to Africa, as many now supposed. And it was no repetition of Somalia. This was an apocalypse, as seen in the works of Bruegel, in the cast of monsters descending into the hell of Dante. A medieval scholar for many years, Gaillard had joined the ICRC after a chance meeting and had been immediately accepted for an induction course at the Geneva headquarters. In March 1982, he was sent to Iraq, visiting the prisons to meet with Iranians captured during the Iran-Iraq War. He had spent 10 years in Argentina, El Salvador, and Colombia. Rwanda was to have been an easier mission. When the presidential jet crashed, Gaillard was in the CND with the RPF battalion discussing the provision of food aid for people displaced by the RPF in the north. That night Gaillard sheltered with 2 of his colleagues in the damp basement while the building was being shelled. No one could sleep. They listened to RTLM. One of the announcers, Noel Hitimana, claimed that the Belgians had assassinated Habyarimana. Tito Rutirmara, a senior RPF official, did not believe that Habyarimana was dead and thought that the news of the crash was no more than a pretext to shell the CND with the RPF inside it. Rutirmara spoke to the Prime Minister, Agathia Wilingiamana. She said she thought she would be killed. 27. The next morning Gaillard and his colleagues watched in horror while people were murdered with machetes in front of the building. People ran screaming in terror, chased by soldiers and machete-wielding militia. A row erupted between an enraged RPF officer, desperate to intervene, and a UN officer who told them they must not. Gaillard described the killing as instantaneous. 28 Gaillard's immediate concern was to regroup the ICRC delegates and their families. There were 35 expatriates and 130 local people employed by the ICRC, and some of them were pleading for rescue over the telephone. A colleague told Gaillard of the murder by the presidential guard of an opposition politician. It was against all advice that Gaillard left the CND. At the first roadblock his car was stopped by Rwandan soldiers, some of whom were drunk. Gaillard was ordered out of the car. He approached a captain and immediately received a blow to the stomach from a Kalashnikov assault rifle. Gaillard was told to hand over his car keys. Gaillard, a small and skinny man, responded firmly. "My name is Philippe Gaillard. What's yours?" The captain did not answer. Gaillard told him that he was on his way home and that he lived near the Ministry of Defense. His neighbor was Colonel Bagosara and he fully intended to report the state of these soldiers, and their lack of discipline. Gaillard was allowed to pass. "Bluff, game of poker," he said some years later. He had been terrified. 29. The city seemed silent. As he drove, Gaillard remembered thinking that everyone who had tried to run was probably dead. 30 Later that first day he managed to regroup all the delegates, the Rwandan staff and their families, into the ICRC delegation. There were soon 500 people in a space where 50 people used to work. Gaillard held a meeting. There was no need for him to explain what was happening. They all knew. There was a stampede to leave, but the ICRC was going to stay on. He was sorry he could not speak to them individually, nor could he take questions, and they must appoint a spokesperson. He organized travel home for all non-essential staff. Of the 26 delegates who remained with him, 12 were medical personnel. Gaillard told them that if it became too hard for them, their duty was to tell him. One delegate, a strong man both mentally and physically, confided later that, even with years of service, he was trembling. Gaillard thanked him for his honesty and made arrangements for him to leave. A Swiss male nurse who had worked for the Red Cross all over the world never worked again after Rwanda. He told Gaillard that his mind had been macheted. Everyone cracked up, at some time or another, said Gaillard. Many of us not until it was over 31. And so, on a Kigali hillside, they created an emergency field hospital, the ICRC together with personnel from MSF France. It was an unforgettable sight. There were giant flags, 20-square-foot sheets carrying the Red Cross symbol on all the roofs of the buildings and even hanging in the trees. 32 This had been a girls' convent school, next to the ICRC delegation, known as the Centre de Soeurs Salesiennes de Dom Bosco. There were a number of classroom buildings which were quickly transformed into a 200-bed hospital with 2 operating theaters, and 2 rooms for minor surgery. It was on the Avenue de Kiovio, which, in the civil war to come, would become a changing front line between the RPF and the Rwandan government soldiers. The hospital was shelled several times. There was a delivery of supplies to the hospital late on the afternoon of April 13, when an ICRC convoy carrying a doctor, an anesthetist, and 3 nurses arrived. The convoy had traveled north from Bujumbura with 18 tons of medical supplies. A team of 6 people from MSF France also traveled with it, and 5 tons of medical equipment. The next day, Jean-Hervé Berdal, who had traveled with the lorries, visited the Czech. There were an estimated 1,000 bodies in the morgue. 33 patients told Berdal how killers came at night to drag Tutsi from the hospital to kill them. 34. Soon, the ICRC had a routine. Every morning a convoy of ambulances left the hospital to tour the streets to search for the wounded. These rescue teams included Rwandan volunteers, ICRC delegates, and MSF medical staff. Berdal described searching through piles of bodies tossed into ditches, having to decide which of the wounded to lift into the ambulance. All the choices were difficult, he said. Only the most seriously wounded were taken to the hospital, only those who would die unless they received treatment. Children were a priority. It was pointless to rescue Tutsi men. They were bound to be killed at roadblocks. The Red Cross vehicles would eventually display special permits, signed by the army commander, Major General Augustin Bizimungu. Some militia could not read, and so Berdal would point to his signature. He would explain that this was the seal of the Ministry of Defense. Berdal bought beer and cigarettes at roadblocks, and joked and laughed with the militia. One of them once asked Berdal whether he could work for MSF because he did not like what he was doing. 35. Berdal was in no doubt about the organized nature of the killing. There was no anarchy, no chaos, he recalled. Although described as a popular and sudden uprising, it was not. Berdal had seen a popular uprising in Somalia. There was no comparison. If this had been a popular uprising, they would not have been able to circulate. In Kigali, there was order, he said. One army officer confided that every day a lorry full of arms and ammunition was distributed during a tour of the roadblocks. Sometimes they had to argue to stop the killing of their wounded. One militia had wanted to throw grenades into the back of an ambulance. We tried to make contact with them, Berdal said, to create relationships with them. Each day the Red Cross visited the Czech, where 2 Rwandan surgeons continued to carry out operations, mostly on wounded Rwandan government soldiers, and if the wounded were too numerous they would send some to the ICRC hospital. Berdal went to Jikindu. The parish was now completely surrounded by roadblocks. 36 As he entered the area, Militia told him there was no point collecting the wounded because all Tutsi in Jikindu were going to be killed. When Bradal left Jikindu, the militia looked under his vehicle to see whether anyone was hiding there. The rescue teams would make every effort to get back to the ICRC hospital before 1 p.m. After that the militia were too drunk and high on drugs to make negotiation possible. When we got back to the hospital it was always a feeling of relief, it was the only place where you knew no one was going to be killed, said Bradal. They watched from the hospital grounds as people were killed on the hill opposite. On one occasion a group of people trying to reach the hospital was killed just yards from the door. Bradal remembered one of their first casualties, a girl of 6. She had a machete cut across her face. How could anyone look at a child of 6, and lift a machete to her? Bradal asked himself, and he worked out the angle at which the killer had wielded the blade. 37 The child was the same age as his daughter. After this, and day after day, Bradal saw dozens and dozens of mutilated children. The word genocide did not enter his head, he said. But he knew for certain that an extermination plan against the Tutsi was underway. 2 days after the killing in the church gardens in Jikindu, on Monday, April 11, a description of what happened there was published in a French daily newspaper, Libération. It was written by Jean-Philippe Seppi, who had himself seen the mutilated bodies. 38 Only a dozen people had survived the killing and they were all dying. Seppi described the roads around Jikindu, and how all over the city there was murder taking place. Everywhere there were sounds of screams and gunfire. The Presidential Guard, carrying lists of victims, toured the city in APCs. The Interahamwe battered down doors, chasing Tutsi from house to house, and room to room. Nowhere was safe for them. The French daily Le Monde also provided a description of Jikindu, on Tuesday, April 12, with a piece written by journalist Jean Hélène. He described how the victims were mostly Tutsi and speculated that by the time the RPF reached Kigali, all Tutsi would be dead. 39. Seppi had met Philippe Gaillard in Jikindu. Gaillard was there with an ICRC medical team to look for survivors. Gaillard told Seppi this was genocide, and Seppi used the word in his article. He described how the RPF was advancing on Kigali, and according to some reports was only 15 kilometers from the capital. But by the time they arrive, Seppi speculated, the genocide of the Tutsi will already have taken place. After this, the word genocide seems to have disappeared, and for the next few weeks the Western press would describe nothing of the sort, preferring tribal anarchy or alternatively an orgy of ethnic violence. Rwanda was portrayed as a failed Central African nation suffering from a centuries-old history of tribal warfare and a deep distrust of outside intervention. 40 In these first weeks, this view bolstered the arguments that nothing could be done to stop the killing. 41. An article was written about Rwanda by Roger Winter, the director of the U.S. Committee for Refugees. Winter had known the country since 1983 and had returned home to the USA from a visit there. His article explained how the violence was political in nature, and the killing part of a conspiracy by an extremist clique determined to cling to power, using ethnicity to achieve its ends. Winter's article was rejected by the Washington Post and the New York Times and was eventually published in the Toronto Globe and Mail on 14 April. 42. There were Great Lakes experts in the USA, with extensive knowledge, but they were ignored. Catherine Newberry, a political scientist, and her husband, David Newberry, a historian, had known Rwanda for 30 years, living and working there and learning Kinyarwanda. In 1994, both were teaching at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. They did all they could in the weeks and months to come to change perceptions, and to galvanize public demand for something to be done to protect the civilians at risk. They made hundreds of phone calls in order to place stories to explain what was really happening. Not even their fellow experts on Africa believed what they were saying, and thought they were exaggerating the death toll. Catherine Newberry tried unsuccessfully to speak to Madeleine Albright, the U.S. ambassador to the UN. These academic experts were never given a chance to explain. 43. In a harsh rebuke after the genocide was over, an international inquiry concluded that, although the news coverage had been handicapped by danger on the ground, the Western press, in characterizing the genocide as tribal anarchy, was fundamentally irresponsible. The media's failure to report that genocide was taking place, and thereby generating public pressure for something to be done to stop it, contributed to international indifference and inaction, and possibly to the crime itself. 44. 3 times Lieutenant General Dallaire was told to plan a total withdrawal of UNAMIR. The first occasion was when the UN Special Representative, Jacques-Roger Boubou, ordered him to begin a withdrawal. Dallaire replied that Boubou could issue all the orders he liked, but UNAMIR was staying. "I will not withdraw," Dallaire said. There were an estimated 15,000 people now under UN care. What would happen to them? On Sunday, April 10, Dallaire received a telephone call from the Secretary General's Special Political Advisor, Chinma Garakan. Garakan said Dallaire must plan a withdrawal. Dallaire again said it was out of the question. If UNAMIR pulled out, the situation would only get worse. Dallaire needed a new mandate, and a modest reinforcement of 5,000 soldiers to put an end to the massacres. 45. A call from the Secretary General, Boutros Boutros-Ghali, who was in Bonn, came on Tuesday, April 12. He came straight to the point. He spoke about a complete withdrawal, but Dallaire explained that this was not even to be contemplated. Boutros-Ghali failed to persuade him otherwise. Later, Boutros-Ghali pointed out that asking for a plan to be prepared did not necessarily mean that the plan would be carried out. 46. In the UN Secretariat, among those officials dealing with Rwanda, there could have been no doubt about the dangers to those people trying to shelter with the UN or about the nature of the killings. In a coded cable dated April 8, Dallaire had been quite specific. He had described a well-planned, organized, deliberate and orchestrated campaign of terror. There were indications of large-scale massacres, and Tutsi were the targets. 47. Dallaire was formulating concrete proposals for reinforcements needed to stop the killing. He believed that a show of force by the UN, with tanks and guns, would intimidate the gangs roaming the streets, making the most of what he called a balance of fear. Even taking into account the dangers of a renewed civil war between the RPF and Rwandan government soldiers, a modest expansion of UNAMIR of between 2,500 to 5,000 troops could knock out the radio station inciting the militia to kill. Protected sites could be established for civilians. He did not believe that his Chapter 6 mandate, dealing with the pacific resolution of disputes, prevented him from taking action. He had written his own rules of engagement in which it was quite clear that he could prevent crimes against humanity. Clause 17 specified. There may also be ethnically or politically motivated criminal acts committed during this mandate. I will morally and legally require UNAMIR to use all available means to halt them. Examples are execution, attacks of displaced persons or refugees, ethnic riots, attacks on demobilist soldiers, etc. During such occasions, UNAMIR military personnel will follow the row outlined in this directive in support of CIVPOL, and local authorities, or in their absence UNAMIR will take the necessary action to prevent any crime against humanity. Only a lack of means prevented him from taking action. Some people have questioned the validity of Dallaire's judgment about reinforcements, and claim that his estimate is problematic given the determination of the extremists. 3 years after the genocide ended, one study concluded that Dallaire had been right. The Carnegie Commission on Preventing Deadly Conflict, the Institute for the Study of Diplomacy at Georgetown University, and the U.S. Army undertook a project together to assess it and assembled, at a conference, a panel of senior military leaders. A report was published based on their discussions, and Colonel Scott Field of the U.S. Army pointed to a consensus view that a force with air support, logistics, and communications would have prevented the slaughter of 500,000 people. UN forces, backed by air power, could have protected Rwandan civilians with little or no risk to soldiers. 48 The window of opportunity had been between 7 and April 21 at a time when the political leaders of the violence were still susceptible to international influence. The expansion of genocide to the south could have been stopped, it was relatively contained at this point. An intervention would have altered the political calculations of the extremists as to whether they could get away with it. A larger force was needed after April 21. By then the genocide had spread. Colonel Luke Marshall is convinced that if the European forces that came to rescue the expatriates had not pulled out, then the killing could have been stopped. There were already 2,500 peacekeepers in Rwanda, and 2,000 of them could have taken part in a rescue mission. There were 500 Belgian paracommandos, part of the evacuation forces, and 450 French and 80 Italians from parachute regiments. In Kenya there were 500 Belgian paracommandos, also a part of the evacuation operation. In Burundi there were 250 Rangers, elite U.S. troops, who had come to help ensure the safety of American nationals. There were 800 French troops on standby in the region. Together with moderate Rwandan soldiers, these would have constituted an ample force to restore calm. In this scenario, the RPF would have had no valid reason to mount an offensive. It was not explained where a coherent, unified military command structure would have come from. For the peacekeepers of Anamir, the final departure of the troops that came to rescue the expatriates was an affront to their mission. It was unbelievable that they could leave, knowing the dangers. Dallaire said that it was inexcusable by any human criteria. That we were left to fend for ourselves, he said, with neither mandate nor supplies, defensive stores, ammunition, medical supplies, or water, with only survival rations that were rotten and inedible, is a description of inexcusable apathy by the sovereign states that made up the UN, that is completely beyond comprehension and moral acceptability. 14. The secret meetings of the Security Council. The meetings held by the Security Council to discuss what to do about Rwanda took place behind closed doors. These meetings used to be held in public, and it was possible to hear the options discussed, but nowadays the debates take place in a side room and it is here that the deals that make up UN policy are concluded. These closed meetings are known as informals, effectively allowing each government to hide its policy from public scrutiny. Throughout the genocide the Council met twice daily and sometimes long into the night, and the individual views of each government would have remained secret forever were it not for an account of the meetings, a remarkable 155-page document, an invaluable primary source. 1. This account gives a unique view of the Council's secret world, and without it a reckoning of the failure over Rwanda would be incomplete. The document shows, for example, that for the first 3 weeks of the genocide the Council hardly discussed the organized killing of civilians. It was not a priority. The idea of reinforcing with a modest number of troops in order to save lives was not even an issue. There were multiple crises and, in April 1994, the Security Council was preoccupied with a worsening situation in Bosnia, where a Serb bombardment of the so-called safe area of Gorazda was dominating both the Council agenda and the international news headlines. But having established a mission for Rwanda, the Council was now responsible for its future, and the future of Anamir would, from now on, dominate any time the Council allocated to Rwanda. Those states that had advocated a tough line on compliance with Arusha a few weeks earlier, the USA and the UK, were now inclined to carry out their threat to withdraw the force, although the immediate concern in the Council was whether or not it was possible to get a ceasefire in the renewed civil war. One of the ambassadors occupying a non-permanent seat, Karel Kovanda of the Czech Republic, recalled, "No one was sure what, if anything, needed to be done." Into this absolutely bizarre situation came the big powers, who said they could do nothing too. There were briefings from Secretariat officials and one of them, Iqbal Riza, Assistant Secretary General, a member of Boutros Ghali's inner cabinet, said that in the first week there was confusion. All assessments coming from the field, apart from one, concerned the resumption of the conflict. Only in a cable on April 8 had there been any detail about organized killing. This was the cable in which the force commander, Lieutenant General Dallaire, had described to New York a deliberate campaign of terror, initiated principally by the Presidential Guard, since the morning after the death of the President. In the same cable, a report from the Secretary General's special representative, Jacques-Roger Bobo, attributed the worsening of the security situation to the fighting between the Presidential Guard and the RPF. Reza said that in the first week they were under the impression that they were dealing with a breakdown in a ceasefire, except for one sentence, in one cable. Dallaire later queried this claim and said his daily situation reports and his more frequent telephone calls had made it abundantly clear that genocide was looming. Reza said, "Possibly we did not give all the details. And if we did not, I really can't tell you what happened then to prevent us from giving those details." On Monday morning, April 11, the council was informed that there were thousands of people seeking safety wherever they could, gathered in hospitals and in churches and wherever they saw the UN flag. The routine morning meeting held by senior officials from the Department of Peacekeeping Operations, DPKO, had been told that 10 UN peacekeepers were dead, and the rest of the Belgian force could be marked for assassination. The RPF battalion in Kigali had broken out of barracks and was fighting the Presidential Guard. The RPF was on the move, invading through the Demilitarized Zone, DMZ, in the north, an offensive that had begun on Friday, April 8. There were reports of carnage. Access to the airport was increasingly precarious. The evacuation of expatriates was underway. That weekend, they had watched the Republican leader in the Senate, Robert Dole, say about Rwanda on the CBS News program Face the Nation, "I don't think we have any national interest here. I hope we don't get involved there. I don't think we will. The Americans are out, as far as I'm concerned, in Rwanda. That ought to be the end of it." In Washington, the attitude of the administration of President Bill Clinton was camouflaged in news spin. At a daily press briefing, when asked whether or not the USA, now the only superpower, had a responsibility to lead an international effort to restore order in Rwanda, Michael McCurry, the State Department spokesman, answered that the situation would be under review at the UN, the appropriate place for such discussions. Other officials, off the record, were letting it be known that the American strategy on Rwanda was to keep expectations as low as possible, a decision rooted in the appalling peacekeeping mission in Somalia. The next day, Tuesday, April 12, at a meeting between Boutros Ghali and Willy Claes in Bonn, Claes announced that the Belgian military was pulling out of UNAMIR. Claes said that the situation was deteriorating drastically and was going to get rapidly worse. All the UN troops were at risk, he claimed. The whole of UNAMIR should pull out. Claes said later that Boutros Ghali had agreed with this analysis. 3 Boutros Ghali maintains that he argued with Claes against a Belgian withdrawal of troops and that he knew at once that the position of the remaining peacekeepers would now be untenable, unless of course the Belgian troops were replaced with equally well-trained troops from somewhere else. After this meeting, the Belgian government launched a diplomatic campaign to try to persuade everyone else of the wisdom of a total UNAMIR withdrawal. Claes telephoned his counterparts in Washington, London, and Paris to argue for it. He explained that the Belgian press was in an uproar because of the deaths of the Belgian soldiers. Public opinion was demanding that the troops come home. Claes claimed the reaction was similar to that in the USA after the deaths of their soldiers in Somalia. 5 When asked later why the Belgian government had made such strenuous efforts to achieve a total withdrawal of UNAMIR, Claes replied, "The fear of losing face did play a role." After the meeting in Bonn, Boutros Ghali wrote a letter to the President of the Security Council, the New Zealand permanent representative, Colin Keating, to inform him officially of the Belgian decision. It was dated April 13. The letter records, "I have asked my special representative and the force commander to prepare plans for the withdrawal of UNAMIR, should this prove necessary." 6. On Tuesday, April 12, Reza told the Council of chaotic, ethnic, random killings. But most of his briefing concerned the interim government and its move from the fighting in Kigali to Gitarama. The non-permanent members of the council requested the views of the force commander and the Secretary General. They would continue to do so in the days ahead. But the views of the force commander were never forthcoming to them, and complaints surfaced that no options had been presented and that the Secretary General was absent from New York. At this point, and with US diplomats expressing doubts about the viability of the force, it was the UK ambassador, David Haney, who came up with options. The first possibility, Haney said, was to reinforce the troops and give the peacekeepers a stronger mandate to intervene to halt the bloodshed. But this, Haney warned, would be a repetition of Somalia. Peacekeeping was not appropriate for civil war, for situations where there was no peace to keep and where fighting factions were unwilling to cooperate. Inadequate efforts were worse than no efforts at all. Second, UNAMIR could pull out completely, but the negative signal to public opinion would be damaging. Third, the troops could stay on, although he did query what they could effectively do, for there was no evidence that UNAMIR was in any position to protect civilians. The fourth and last idea was to pull most of them out, leaving behind some elements. Although this might initially attract public criticism, it seemed to be the safest course. Haney warned the council that the decision could not be delayed. The USA agreed. No country should be expected to send soldiers into this chaotic environment. It was doubtful whether the peacekeepers could even be resupplied. If the UN failed to protect its own soldiers, then the Security Council would have serious difficulties obtaining any more troops for other UN operations. The USA did not want to be seen to be responsible for the gradual depletion of an isolated force, but the peacekeepers could be flown out and kept in a neighboring country and then go back in at some later date. It was highly improbable that an outside force could halt the terror in Rwanda. The Nigerian ambassador, Ibrahim Gambari, pointed out that tens of thousands of civilians were dying all the time. The meeting adjourned. They would ask the views of the Secretary General, and those states contributing troops to UNAMIR. The Council thought of one action: it called for a ceasefire. The African group at the UN was one step ahead. It urged the Security Council to take action at once to protect the lives of civilians and reinforce UNAMIR. 7. The RPF offensive had begun along an 80-kilometer demilitarized zone in three main axes, putting into place a plan long in preparation. Its aim was to defeat an army 3 times its size and with far superior weaponry. In a radio address on the RPF station, Radio Muhabura, it was announced there had been a bloodbath in Rwanda inflicted by the Presidential Guard. Almost the entire government was wiped out. A new government had been formed comprising those who were opposed to the Arusha peace agreement. A military communiqué announced that the RPF was to fight the murderous clique that had taken over in Rwanda. The RPF was willing to work with Rwandan government soldiers in order to bring the murderers to book. 8. The lead element of the RPF moved east along the border with Tanzania, a central axis of soldiers went through Byumba, and the western thrust advanced through Ruhengeri, where there was preparatory bombardment to draw out a large concentration of Rwandan army forces. Some soldiers in the central thrust moved towards Kigali. In this way, Major General Paul Kagame held down the Rwandan army on central and western fronts. Throughout the advance, the RPF used mortar fire to maximum advantage and, after a period of sustained fire, often succeeded in intimidating the government forces and cutting off supply lines. The RPF advance on the east was amazing for its speed. The 1st Battalion Group from the brigade on the Eastern Front, some 1,500 soldiers, entered Kigali on April 12, only 4 days after the start of the campaign and covering a distance of some 75 kilometers. The soldiers moved in small numbers, during the night, infiltrating their heavy weapons and combat supplies and carrying out dawn attacks. The sound of heavy machine guns, multiple rockets, and artillery fire could be heard in the city on April 13, as attacks by the RPF came from the east and northeast. The main bombardment was focused on the barracks of the Presidential Guard, the most fortified part of the city. The Guard held on, and for the next 8 weeks, on this front line, there would be no more than 100 meters separating the RPF from the Presidential Guard. Once arrived in Kigali, the RPF troops joined their troops already in the city, and the C&D building would become their base. It was where RPF casualties were evacuated for medical attention. But the RPF held only a portion of the capital, and the battle for Kigali lasted 3 months. In the weeks to come the Rwandan army would become expert in well-planned and executed withdrawals at night, when whole areas fought over were often found to be empty in the morning. The Rwandan army lacked an established line of defense. If they had advanced on the RPF battalion in the C&D building, they could have defeated that single battalion. Instead, the army held back and allowed the RPF to form a firm base, linking up with its battalions from the north. There were several front lines in the RPF offensive, and Kigali was divided into RPF and government-held zones. Where there were no soldiers, militia ruled the streets. Neighborhood boundaries were defined by roadblocks, with their piles of bodies. Major General Paul Kagame said he knew the genocide was underway in the first week. As his troops advanced they had evidence of it. There were similarities in the stories survivors were telling, and people with machete wounds were searching out RPF bases. 9. The Rwandan army's new commander and Gatsin's replacement was Major General Augustin Bizimungu. He had previously commanded the Ruhengeri garrison. The army had low morale. In comparison, the militia showed strong political indoctrination and an effective command structure. Sometimes the militia were to be seen intimidating government soldiers at roadblocks. While the RPF advanced, the image of them broadcast on RTLM became increasingly horrific, with people warned that Tutsi soldiers were devils who killed their victims by extracting various organs, for example, by taking the heart, the liver, the stomach. The cruelty of the Inyenzi cockroach is incurable. The cruelty of the Inyenzi can only be cured by their total extermination. 10 This was the final attack, the announcers said, using the Kinyarwanda word simusiga, a word used to describe genocide. 11 The war had to be waged with no mercy. 12 The announcers justified the call to kill all Tutsi by identifying them with the RPF. They warned that the RPF was going to exterminate all Hutu. People were encouraged to tell the radio station where people were hiding. In one of her broadcasts, Valerie Bimeriki read out the names and addresses of 13 people, together with where they worked, and even their nicknames. She urged that they be found. The radio broadcast the vehicle number plates of those who were trying to escape, and they read on air the addresses of where people were hiding. They broadcast requests from civil servants or from militia leaders who needed a resupply of ammunition, or grenades. 13. Dollar had pleaded with New York for permission to neutralize the station. It was inciting people to kill, it was explaining how to kill, telling people who to kill, including whites, including me. On April 18, the RPF mounted a machine gun attack on the studios and broadcasting was stopped, but only temporarily, and it resumed within hours. 14. There was some control of the situation by state authorities, using RTLM. The country was run via the airwaves, and RTLM was from the beginning the only government institution that seemed to operate effectively. The radio station was an integral part of national and local government planning. There had, for instance, early on, been a broadcast telling drivers of heavy goods vehicles to present themselves at the offices of the prefecture in Kigali. The drivers were needed for the garbage trucks and the bulldozers, to collect and bury the bodies littering the streets. Gaillard provided petrol for these trucks. A sub-prefect later confided in him that 67,000 bodies had been collected in this way. 15. RTLM once broadcast that Gaillard was a Belgian, putting his life at risk. A gang of Interahamwe stopped him at a roadblock and Gaillard had to argue, to show them a photograph of his family home in Switzerland, Saint-Pierre-de-Clièges, in the Valais, where a tiny 12th-century village is dwarfed by mountains. Gaillard told them there were no mountains in Belgium. And then he drove to the offices of RTLM and spoke to the announcers. They broadcast a racist retraction to the effect that Gaillard was too brave, too intelligent, and too motivated to be a Belgian. Gaillard kept in touch with everyone, including the announcers at RTLM, the leaders of the Interahamwe, the Rwandan army commanders and RPF officers. Dialogue was the cornerstone of our security, he said, more important than protective vehicles or bulletproof vests, which are signs of fear and of aggressive force. Once, because of overcrowding, Gaillard decided to move 100 wounded people to another hospital in Kabgayi, in a Roman Catholic diocese, some 40 kilometers away. As the convoy set out, RTLM began to broadcast that RPF rebels were hiding in the vehicles. The convoy was stopped by a mob of Interahamwe, and Gaillard was obliged to wage a furious round of negotiations, including driving at great speed to find army commanders in order to obtain written permission to continue unhindered. The radio station eventually broadcast a denial that any RPF were in the convoy. To stay informed and ahead of developments, Gaillard established an information gathering unit in the delegation offices with 24-hour monitoring of Radio Rwanda, of RTLM, and the World Service of the BBC. With an ICRC technical expert and a scanner, he picked up the communications of the Rwandan Army, the RPF, and UNAMIR. All these messages were noted and collated. He monitored UNAMIR channels thanks to a Motorola that Dallaire had given him to keep in touch. Gaillard put a map of Rwanda on his office wall, and showed where the next battle in the civil war would be fought. Each night, at a briefing, he explained to the medical teams the progress in the war. Gaillard said the briefings were a way to hold them together. They had supper together every night, and he would read from the one book he had with him, Arthur Rimbaud's Une saison en enfer, A Season in Hell. Gaillard hoped that the poems would have a similar effect to prayer, to calm them. Rimbaud was with them as a friend, he said later. On the day when the interim government abandoned Kigali, the ICRC administrative coordinator, Jean-Pascal Chopat, got hold of some Paarlhack 1986 for $5 a bottle, the wine looted from an empty embassy. That night Gaillard dreamed he was alone in a convent in the center of New York, and New York was in flames. 16 Jean-Hervé Berdal, from MSF, said later that Gaillard's steely determination was noticeable. He had tremendous intellectual strength, unusual in the field of humanitarian aid. He had told them that the fine words of politicians were meaningless, and that a stronger moral authority existed in the poems of Federico Garcia Lorca than in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. 17. He became a regular feature on the streets of Kigali. Always smartly dressed, wearing a white shirt, a jacket, and tie, Gaillard would cajole the Interahamwe as though they were old friends, laughing and joking, as he continued to negotiate freedom of movement for the ambulances. 18 He was, according to Prime Minister Jean Kambanda, the only person who ever talked about the intensity of the massacres. 19. Gaillard watched the miserable spectacle when the interim government fled to Gitarama, almost a week after the genocide began, on Tuesday, April 12. A convoy of cars had set out from the Hotel des Diplomates, and there had been a hurried scramble, women and children crying, ministers carrying their own suitcases. Everyone desperately piled into cars, parked in a long line in the circular driveway. There was no solidarity. One minister was left behind and had to ask a colleague for a lift. The car belonging to another minister ran out of petrol, and Gaillard offered him some, explaining to a curious onlooker that one day the service might be repaid. Thousands of people left Kigali for Gitarama the following day, a column of people stretching about 5 kilometers, moving slowly along the road and out of the city. 20 Some Rwandans traveled in Mercedes saloons with armed civilian escorts. One reporter with Associated Press described a bulldozer with dozens of people clinging to it and 20 people in the bucket at the front. The city was looted, including the central bank. Colonel Bagosara had telephoned Lieutenant General Marcel Gatsinze, who was for the moment the chief of the army, and told him to prepare armed guards to escort the government's hard currency from the vaults to the interim government in Gitarama. Gatsinze had refused 21, but Bagosara moved the money anyway, by organizing a detachment of soldiers. There exists only a rough estimate of how much money there was, but it filled several trucks. The year's taxes had just been collected, and the amount was later estimated at 24 billion Rwanda's francs, $170 million. The Rwandan currency stolen is estimated at twice that in circulation at the time. There was also foreign currency and gold in the vaults. 22. Gatsinze, together with other moderate officers, kept his distance from the interim government. They tried for peace, On April 12, when 10 senior officers published a communique to propose a meeting with the RPF in order to examine ways of creating the institutions required under the Arusha Accords. Nothing came of it. Gatsinza was relieved of his command on April 17 and replaced by Colonel Augustin Bizimungu, now promoted to Major General. 23. The arrival in Gitarama of the interim government brought in its wake the Presidential Guard and more than 1,000 Interahamwe. It might have been possible to have spared the prefecture from genocide because the prefect there, Fidel Uwizai, was opposed to the killing, and had organized the Bourgmestres to defend the prefecture. Once the interim government arrived and arms were distributed, however, and with a concerted campaign of hate propaganda from RTLM, the opposition was soon destroyed. 24 And the genocide continued to spread. Marcellini lived in the commune of Taba in Gitarama. The Interahamwe rounded up her family and killed all the men. The women were made to dig graves to bury the men, and then throw the children in the graves. I will never forget the sight of my son pleading with me not to bury him alive. He kept trying to come out and was beaten back. And we had to keep covering the pit with earth until there was no movement left. 25. The debate in the Security Council is often shaped by recommendations from the Secretary-General acting on advice from officials in the UN Secretariat who receive all the cables from UN commanders. When it came to Rwanda, no such recommendations were forthcoming. Some of the non-permanent members speculated that either the Secretariat had no options at all, in which case it was not up to the task of managing the conflict, or it was overwhelmed with problems to the point of paralysis. 26. Colin Keating, the President of the Security Council in April, continued to ask for more information from the force commander, particularly on the consequences for UNAMIR once the Belgian peacekeepers withdrew. The letter to the President of the Security Council, written in Bonn by Secretary-General Boutros Boutros-Ghali, and dated April 13, which confirmed the Belgian decision to pull out, was greeted with consternation. The letter stated that unless the Belgian contingent was replaced by another equally well-equipped, then it would be extremely difficult for UNAMIR to carry out its tasks. In these circumstances, Boutros-Ghali had asked the special representative and the force commander to prepare plans for the withdrawal of UNAMIR. 27. Some of the non-permanent members were surprised. Was this all the Secretary-General had to offer after a week? The UK ambassador, David Hannay, found the letter far from adequate. The Secretary-General seemed to think, quite bizarrely, that if the Belgians were to stay on, then all would be well. It was not right to give the impression that 2 battalions could protect the civilian population of Rwanda. The peacekeepers, with their limited capacity, could not protect civilians. If a small military presence was left behind, then it could encourage the parties to move back to the peace deal. The French delegation wanted to know why the Secretary-General had assumed that Belgian withdrawal would lead to an automatic pullout on the part of UNAMIR. There was every reason for the Belgians to leave Rwanda, for every Belgian national was a target, but if everyone left then the situation would deteriorate further. A U.S. representative said it was unfortunate for the Secretary-General to appear to blame Belgium for a total withdrawal. While it was not possible to pull the plug completely, the ambassadors should remember Somalia. The best course was to leave a skeletal group of peacekeepers and pull out everyone else. Boutros-Ghali defended his letter. Some years later he explained that he was trying to put pressure on the Security Council to authorize a new force. He had requested the force commander to prepare plans for withdrawal, unless we received additional forces. He wanted a strengthened mission and an enforcement operation and said that his views were not well received. 28 There was a briefing to the Council on April 13 by Iqbal Riza. He offered the ambassadors an update on the progress of the battle for Kigali, and told them that the RPF would not agree to a ceasefire. The situation was deteriorating, Riza said. Dallaire was conducting some rescue missions and he continued to try for a ceasefire. There were an estimated 14,000 Rwandan refugees sheltering with the UN, and the protection of these people required more resources. But there remained a question mark over how prolonged this protection could be, and the Council must consider whether peacekeeping should involve such tasks. Gambari, for Nigeria, wanted to know whether Africa had fallen off the map of moral concern. They discussed a draft resolution from Nigeria suggesting that peacekeepers be allowed to enforce public order and the rule of law and create temporary state institutions. The resolution pointed to the thousands of innocent civilians being killed, but, although it was circulated among ambassadors, it was never tabled. It stood little chance. A U.S. ambassador, Karl Inderfurth, told them of a strong feeling in Washington that peacekeeping was not appropriate for Rwanda. The USA would not be pushing in the Council for total withdrawal, but the Council should consider the future of the mission. China disagreed. China, the only country not to have closed its embassy in Kigali, pointed out that there was no immediate danger to the remaining UN peacekeepers. Only the untrained contingent from Bangladesh was in a panic. The others, the 60 Tunisians and the 800 Ghanaians, were doing useful work under the force commander. The Rwandan ambassador, Jean Damascene Bizimana, representing the interim government, had sat impassively throughout all these exchanges. With a non-permanent seat on the council, Rwanda had the right to participate in procedural decisions, and the right to block the required consensus on presidential statements. 29 Bizimana was debonair and a fluent French speaker and was in a superb position as part of a vitally important propaganda campaign waged by the interim government to persuade the world that the deaths in Rwanda were the result of civil war. He circulated a letter on April 13, written by the interim government's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Jerome Bike Mumpeka, claiming that the situation in Rwanda was improving and that the presence of UN peacekeepers was helping to stabilize the country. This letter explained that because of the death of the president, the military and the people of Rwanda had reacted spontaneously, and started to attack those under suspicion. A new government had been created and was giving great hope to the people. A press release from the RPF was ignored. Dated April 13, it was a first notification to the council that genocide was underway. A ceasefire would only allow the criminals to continue committing atrocities, it said. At an informal meeting of the Security Council on Thursday, April 14, there was a spirited defense of the Secretary General by another of his senior officials, Alvaro de Soto, who was Assistant Secretary General in the Department of Political Affairs. Although the Secretary General was touring Europe, said de Soto, he was in constant contact with UN headquarters, with the force commander and the special representative. It was not accurate that Boutros-Ghali was in favor of total withdrawal, but the problem was that the peacekeepers were prevented from carrying out their mandate. The Secretary General had formulated two options: UNAMIR could remain as it was without the Belgians or it could be reduced. Both options were predicated on a ceasefire. The delegate for Oman called for written proposals. Spain wanted to know why no mention had been made of a possible change in the UNAMIR mandate. France thought that any mission in Rwanda would have to serve some useful purpose. The UK thought that the Secretariat should be more precise about the minimum force level which could remain behind. The USA said that what the Security Council needed was a resolution to provide for the orderly evacuation of the mission. The following day, Friday, April 15, Willy Claes, the Belgian foreign minister, wrote to Boutros-Ghali, once again to officially notify him that the Belgian peacekeepers were pulling out, but this time to recommend that the whole of UNAMIR be withdrawn. Based on an intimate knowledge of events, the scale of the massacres that peacekeepers were witnessing, together with a deteriorating military situation, there was no alternative and no chance of a ceasefire. While they delayed their decision, the Security Council was increasing the risks to the soldiers. Claes asked Boutros-Ghali to give an instruction to the force commander to release immediately the Belgian soldiers from UNAMIR. 30 Following this letter, there was a diplomatic blizzard from Belgium in order to persuade everyone that the entire mission should immediately get out. Boutros-Ghali was inclined to believe that Belgium, the former colonial power, understood Rwanda much better than either the special representative or the force commander. 31 Later that day, a disagreement developed between Belgian diplomats and the officials in the DPKO. Kofi Annan did not favor a complete pull-out, and he argued that this would only make the humanitarian situation worse. Dollar had faxed a long and urgent wish list of supplies, including water, fuel, medicine, and flak jackets. The UN's Field Operations Division had no cash and no method for crisis resupply. A Belgian diplomat saw Dollar's wish list and joked about his optimism. Another cable arrived from Kigali the following day. It was from Major Marek Pazik, one of the Polish military observers who had discovered the Jikindu massacre. He was now employed as humanitarian plans officer, and he faxed to UN headquarters the details of those people who were sheltering nearby in the Amahoro football stadium. There were 5,000 people, and 2,402 of those were children under the age of 15. The majority were orphans whose parents had been massacred. There was no food. There were 2 local doctors without equipment or medicine. 20 people urgently needed limb amputations, 150 people were seriously injured, there were 150 cases of malaria, 115 with serious diarrhea, 205 people with bronchitis, 32 with dysentery, and 15 with chickenpox. 32 in the stadium, at a makeshift clinic under one of the spectator stands, they were handing out small sachets of apricot jam. "It's all we have got," said someone. "We have to give them something." 33. On Friday, April 15, the Nigerian ambassador, Ibrahim Gambari, held a private meeting with Colin Keating. He advised Keating to pay particular attention to the views of the force commander and told him that Belgium's reaction was slightly hysterical, owing in part to historic and domestic concerns. Keating also met with Belgium's UN ambassador, Paul Noterdam, who told him that when the Belgian peacekeepers left, there would be a bloodbath. UN officials told Keating that peacekeeping was suitable only for the most benign environment and that the Council was reaping what it had sown by putting in a force with inadequate equipment, inadequate training, and lack of firepower. Without the Belgians, UNAMIR was going to be in very deep trouble. Other troop-contributing governments would soon withdraw their troops and UNAMIR would disintegrate. It would be the UN's most ignominious failure. In the Council meeting that day, Gambari made a plea for reinforcements. He said that however weighty the advice from Belgium, they should realize that no other country had withdrawn its troops, not Ghana, not Bangladesh. The peacekeepers had a vital role to play to protect the population and promote a ceasefire. The USA objected. A total withdrawal was all that was acceptable. The UK thought a compromise could be reached by leaving a token force behind. The UN could hardly leave 2 battalions in Rwanda to be slaughtered. Gambari said that the troops on the ground were at least accomplishing something, but the USA was adamant. If a vote were to be taken, based on an independent assessment of the situation in Rwanda, they would have no choice but to decide that there was no role for peacekeepers. The Council's primary obligation was to ensure that each UN mission was doable. Their priority was the safety of UN personnel. Afterwards, the U.S. ambassador, Madeleine Albright, who had actively promoted this policy, would deny any knowledge of what was happening in Rwanda. It would be weeks before most of us understood the nature and scale of the violence, she would claim. There was confusion about who was to blame for the killing. 34 But she did believe that the USA was on the wrong side and she had left the room to telephone Anthony Lake, the National Security Advisor. He had told her to calm down. Lake, who could have made Rwanda a priority within the administration, chose not to do so, and was largely silent on the issue. 35 The Council adjourned for the weekend. The details of this informal meeting were immediately relayed to the interim government. The next day, Saturday, April 16, a cabinet meeting decided to push ahead with pacification in the south. The word pacification was used to describe the genocide. In all, there would be 17 cabinet meetings held by the interim government to discuss which directives to give local bureaucrats in order to pacify their areas. One of the first decisions of the government had been to summon Rwanda's prefects to ensure that, in the weeks to come, each would obey instructions. 36 A minister was designated for each of the 11 prefectures whose job was pacification. Prefects passed orders to bourgmestres, who alerted councillors, who held meetings to inform all residents of the work in hand, clearing their areas of Tutsi. Sometimes the counselors went from house to house to sign up all the young males for the work. Administrative officials in possession of birth and death records knew exactly how many Tutsi lived in each area. During the genocide, they kept track of the dead. The Prime Minister, Jean Kambanda, broadcast an announcement on RTLM to tell the population to search out the enemy, by which he meant those who do not share our opinion. Kambanda ordered the construction of roadblocks. He distributed arms and ammunition. He ordered, incited, and helped other ministers, prefects, bourgmestres and other local officials to exterminate the Tutsi and pro-democracy Hutu. 37 The massacres in Rwanda were the result of a chain of command and a prepared strategy. The genocide was a conspiracy at national level, but without the complicity of the local and national civil and military authorities, the large-scale massacres would not have taken place. On Thursday, April 14, a Red Cross ambulance was stopped at a roadblock in Kigali. 6 wounded people were dragged from the back by militia and shot. An RTLM broadcast had announced only minutes before that the Red Cross was transporting enemies of the Republic disguised as fake wounded. 38 Earlier that day the same ambulance had passed the same roadblock with no problems, but it was raining then. When it rained, the roadblocks were not manned. But in the early afternoon the sun was shining and armed civilians and soldiers had returned. This time there was a man with a submachine gun, and there had been a recent distribution of grenades. The ambulance was in a convoy with 2 cars and was driven by a Rwandan who worked for the Red Cross. This stretch of road had 1 checkpoint every 100 meters. 39. Gaillard was furious and he immediately suspended the collection of wounded from the streets. He gave an interview to a journalist in which he asked what was the point of saving people only to see them killed. He drove to the studios of RTLM. He shared a beer with some of the announcers, and asked them to counterbalance the broadcasts in order to guarantee respect for the Red Cross emblem. Gaillard later spoke to ICRC headquarters in Geneva and a press release was issued appealing for the Red Cross to be allowed to assist the wounded. There were articles in the Western press about the ambulance killings, which, for the interim government, was unwelcome attention. A subsequent broadcast announced that ambulances were allowed to circulate. Gaillard said later, "The assassination of these wounded allowed us to save thousands more." On April 15 Gaillard went to Nyamirambo, south of Kigali, where a week earlier dozens of people had been killed in a church. Several days afterwards, hundreds of people sheltering in a mosque had also been murdered, the massacre preceded by an announcement on RTLM that Tutsi were hiding there. Nyamirambo had a large Tutsi population. In the months before the genocide started, Tutsi living in other communes had moved there for safety. The news continued to leak about large-scale killing, and a report of a massacre in the parish of Musha, 40 miles east of Kigali, appeared in a Belgian newspaper, Het Volk. The details were later picked up by other Western media. Associated Press reported that this was the biggest massacre reported so far, an attack on April 13 in a church in which hundreds of people had been sheltering. The Presidential Guard had kicked in the door, opened fire with semi-automatic weapons, and thrown in grenades. Afterwards they attacked defenseless people with knives, bats, and spears. There were 1,180 bodies in my church including 650 children, the pastor, Danko Litrik, had said. 40. But journalists were leaving now. On April 14 the group was taken by UN peacekeepers from the Hotel de Mille Collines to the airport, and as they prepared to leave the hotel, there were dozens of Rwandans in the lobby, crowding around them and begging to be allowed to go with them. On the road to the airport they saw houses burned and shops looted, and in one place corpses piled in a heap. 5 journalists remained behind. 41. The peacekeepers were now faced with the withdrawal of the Belgian contingent. Colonel Luc Marchal was incredulous. "Under no circumstances could we leave," he said. "This was the point of view I expressed to my superiors until the moment when the political decision was made to leave en Amir. Our political leaders should have known that in leaving, we would condemn thousands of men, women, and children to certain death. On Sunday, April 17, Dallaire wrote a long cable to UN headquarters. It began with his thoughts on the Belgian contingent. These men were our best trained, experienced, equipped, and motivated, even though they suffered heavily with the loss of their comrades. He outlined his problems. A radical change of key staff at such a critical moment is most distressing and may cause us some serious degradation of control in the force. He was pessimistic about a ceasefire. A report sent by 2 military observers who had been in Genocide when the genocide began estimated that in one massacre 10,000 people had died. The news was relayed to New York. 42 The RPF was adamant that the priority and the precondition of any ceasefire must be the stopping of massacres behind government lines by groups armed with machetes. The killing was the work of some soldiers, gendarmes, and groups of militia who were increasingly organizing themselves. In the Rwandan army, Dallaire told New York, the hardliners had pushed aside the moderates. The stopping of the massacres may become more and more difficult as the local groups/militia are becoming seemingly bolder. The ethnic killings are continuing, and in fact unconfirmed reports indicate it is even increasing in scale and scope in the areas just ahead of the RPF advance. His knowledge about events elsewhere was limited. With the departure of most of the UN military observers, the mission had lost its eyes and ears. New York may very well know more about what is going on than UNAMIR with intelligence information, satellite, EU, etc., from its members of the situation outside Kigali. He explained that behind RGF lines, massacres of Tutsi, pro-democracy Hutu, and sympathizers with opposition parties were taking place. Bodies littered the streets and posed a significant health hazard. RTLM radio broadcasts inflammatory speeches and songs exhorting the population to destroy all Tutsis. It appears now that the Presidential Guard initiated the ethnic attacks and then handed this task over to the militia like the Interahamwe, and then withdrew to Butare and Gitarama. In Kigali, frequent roadblocks are established, ID cards checked and Tutsis executed on the spot. These massacres have been witnessed from a distance by UN troops. The militia have displayed drunkenness, drug abuse, and sadistic brutality. They do not respect the UN flag, the Red Cross, or any other human symbol. They will not hesitate to stop any convoy and attack its Rwanda's passengers or even the UN guards. Without our present rules of engagement, we are confronted with the dilemma of enforcing the security of persons under our protection. We have attempted to smuggle out small numbers and have been successful to date, but it is only a matter of time until a confrontation occurs. Dallaire was receiving a torrent of requests from expatriates who had left Rwanda and who now wanted the peacekeepers to rescue the Rwandans they had abandoned. These people were often in places where there were thousands of people. Any attempt to rescue, let alone even identify, the individual will lead to a mob attack, he explained. Most of the large concentrations of people were in militia-controlled areas and the risks of rescue had to be assessed. Does UNAMIR risk an armed confrontation, for which we are not equipped, protected, or mandated, at considerable risk to the safety of our own troops, to attempt to save these people, or do we leave them for possible extermination? An armed confrontation would substantially increase the threat to the peacekeepers. Any withdrawal of UN troops would then have to be undertaken under hostile conditions. If this mission is to be changed into a peace enforcement scenario to stop the massacres and rescue threatened civilians, then a change in mandate will be required and the mission must be reinforced with men, weapons, and equipment. Rescue and protection were more and more dangerous. The commander of the Bangladeshi contingent was under his own government's orders not to endanger his soldiers. 43 In the first hours, the Bangladeshi soldiers had run for cover to the Amahoro Stadium and had even refused entry to a group of Belgian peacekeepers who were being threatened by an angry crowd. The Bangladeshis would not even allow Bangladeshi sitting in an armored personnel carrier to help the Belgians by dispersing the crowd. Later, an internal Bangladeshi report noted, when the crisis began, discipline deteriorated. Some soldiers refused to obey orders, arguing that this was not in a peacekeeping mandate. Exaggerated reports were sent back to the Ministry of Defense and there was panic. We saw men crying. Our level of training and motivation for peacekeeping was a shame for us. $44 wanted the Bangladeshi troops to be withdrawn. They were a handicap and used precious resources, water, and food. There were junior Bangladeshi officers who told Dollar that if Bangladeshi troops were stopped at roadblocks with locals in the convoy, they would hand them over, rather than use their weapons. There was a widespread mistrust of this contingent, and it meant that most of the rescue missions would have to cease. With the departure of the Belgian troops, it would become more and more difficult to move around the city. The long cable from Dollar included the paragraph: the militia and self-defense groups controlling important arteries and areas of the city, they are a very large, dangerous, and totally irrational group of people. The force simply cannot continue to sit on the fence in the face of all these morally legitimate demands for assistance/protection, nor can it simply launch into Chapter 7 type of operations without the proper authority, personnel, and equipment. Maintaining the status quo on manpower under these severe and adverse conditions is wasteful, dangerously casualty-causing, and demoralizing to the troops. Either UNAMIR gets changes, in order to get into the thick of things, or it starts to thin out. The next day in New York, Annan and Riza began to argue the position that with no prospect of a ceasefire they must report to the Council that a total withdrawal of UNAMIR needed to be envisaged. 45 Everyone was preoccupied with the civil war, including officials in the DPKO, in the Secretary General's suite of offices on the 38th floor, and in Security Council meetings. There was an assumption that only a massive and dramatic intervention would succeed in Rwanda, and that this was out of the question. No attention was given to the contribution that the peacekeepers could continue to make, even without reinforcements. Dollar and the Deputy Force Commander, Brigadier General Henry Kwame Eniadoho, knew that reinforcements were the only answer and that stopping the killings was far more important than bargaining for a ceasefire. 15 Genocide spreads. Colonel Luc Marchal hung on at Kigali International Airport with the last of the Belgian peacekeepers for as long as he could. 3 times he ignored final orders from General José Charlier, the commander of the Belgian army. Marchal wanted to give Dollar enough time for the Ghanaian troops to move to Kigali from the DMZ, in spite of a shortage of vehicles, and dig in. Marchal wrote a letter to the force commander, Lieutenant General Dollar, to tell him that he was leaving under protest. The consequences of the Belgian withdrawal were clear to them all. Marchal wanted it on record that, in his estimation, the result would be a bloodbath. Thousands of people were going to be slaughtered. He was told to keep quiet, but years later his anger was undiminished. To dare to take this decision, and then to dare to try to persuade everyone else to adopt the same attitude, is inexplicable, inexcusable. Only weeks before, Willy Claes, the Belgian foreign minister, had visited them and praised the UN peacekeepers, telling them how vital their work was in Rwanda. Claes said then he would back them to the hilt. Marchal handed over his command on April 19, at 9 a.m. At 11:30 a.m., with a final salute, he boarded a plane. Dollar said, "I stood there as the last Hercules left, and I thought that almost exactly 50 years to the day my father and my father-in-law had been fighting in Belgium to free the country from fascism, and there I was, abandoned by Belgian soldiers. So profoundly did I despise them for it. I found it inexcusable." The Ghanaian battalion was redeployed to the airport and Canada kept a C-130 plane flying from Nairobi. 2 Without this source of resupply the garrison would have collapsed completely. There were times when Dollar ran out of everything, even food. At one point a Canadian Hercules was sent to Somalia, to Mogadishu, to fly in Canadian rations. It was able to land only when there was a lull in the fighting. On these occasions it would wait on the runway with engines running, for between 5 and 10 minutes, as near as possible to the airport building, allowing those who were getting out to make a dash for it. Each time it landed, Dollar was there. His determination and obstinacy helped to persuade the Canadian government that the mission must not be abandoned. 3 It appears the pilots never received the recognition they deserved. When the genocide began, Dollar had been short of water and fuel. There had been no reserve stocks before April 6, even though the issue had come up again and again in his daily reports to UN headquarters. There was no blood bank for the forces, no way of screening or storing blood, and no essential drugs. Throughout the genocide, emergency electrical and communications facilities were kept operational by 4 UN civilian employees who had volunteered to stay behind with troops. 4. Dallaire wondered whether the idea in New York was to weaken his mission to the point where withdrawal was the most rational action. As the Belgian troops prepared their departure, the shelling intensified, and 2 mortar rounds hit the airport. On Tuesday, April 19, 30 shells were fired by the government army directly at the Amahoro Stadium, killing 45 people and injuring hundreds more. The ICRC and MSF personnel managed to get out some of the more seriously wounded people and distribute some food to others. The RPF had taken control of this whole area on April 8, telling Dallaire that because his headquarters was sheltering the Prime Minister-designate, Faustin Twagiramungu, rescued by peacekeepers, the UN risked an attack from the Rwandan government paracommando unit at the airport. The presence of the RPF prevented the harassment of the people sheltering in the stadium by Rwandan government soldiers, but it encouraged almost constant shelling. To the outside world, the killing in Rwanda continued to be portrayed as tribal, preordained and impossible to prevent, and although on April 13 the RPF had called what was happening genocide, the word does not appear to have resurfaced publicly again until April 19, 2 weeks after the genocide began, when the executive director of Human Rights Watch, Kenneth Roth, wrote to Ambassador Colin Keating to point out that the killing in Rwanda was neither random nor inevitable and the atrocities were spreading. We urge your attention to the fact that the Rwanda military authorities are engaged in a systematic campaign to eliminate the Tutsi. The organized campaign has become so concerted that we believe it constitutes genocide as defined by Article 2 of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Roth called on all parties to the Genocide Convention, including the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, to take steps to suppress and punish genocide. Roth urged that the peacekeepers be allowed to remain in place as they were essential to safeguard the estimated 25,000 Rwandans under UN protection. But genocide was not something which governments were prepared to confront. David Rawson, the U.S. ambassador to Rwanda, now back in Washington, was quoted, "If you get into a stalemate, and trench warfare in which the country totally exhausts itself, and there is anarchy in the countryside, then we could have taken a step backward into Somalia." 5 In at least one U.S. department, the fact of genocide was recognized. James Woods, the Deputy Assistant Secretary for African Affairs at the Department of Defense, said, "Never mind that the American press, which was poorly represented anyway, hadn't quite got it right yet, at all. In fact, there was plenty of evidence around if you'd wanted to use it. There had been information for a couple of years," Woods said, "to the effect that extremists in Rwanda were planning to do something like this. It was known that this was planned, premeditated, carefully planned, and was being executed according to a plan with the full connivance of the then Rwandan government. This was known." 6 An official at the State Department recalls that it was increasingly clear that the massacres amounted to genocide after the interim government had fled Kigali. By Thursday, April 21, it was certain. "We knew that this was a systematic effort to exterminate Tutsi, we were certain this was genocide." 7. For 2 weeks Rwanda's second city, Butare, had remained untouched by genocide, and thousands of people fleeing the massacres elsewhere, from the prefectures of Kigali, Gikongoro, and Gitarama, sought refuge and protection there. The city had a high percentage of Tutsi, and Jean-Baptiste Habyarimana was the only Tutsi prefect in the country. Habyarimana was educated in the USA, and he had gained a PhD in engineering. He had refused a good job offer to return to Butare, which was Rwanda's intellectual heartland, and was known for its liberal traditions and ethnic tolerance. In Butare, Tutsi and Hutu had lived together for centuries. It was where the National University was located. Under its colonial name, Astrida, it had been the administrative capital of Rwanda. A week after the killing began, on Wednesday, April 13, RTLM announced that there were Tutsi hiding themselves among people fleeing to the prefectures of Gitarama and Butare. In response, Habyarimana, determined to calm the people, ordered that meetings be held throughout the prefecture. 4 days later he was named on RTLM by Valery Bimaraki and accused of working for the RPF. On April 18, the interim government dismissed him and he was captured at his home and then sent to the headquarters of the interim government in Gitarama, where he was executed. 8. Jean Kambanda, the prime minister in the interim government, traveled around the country and went to the prefectures of Gitarama, Gisenyi, Cyangugu, and Kibai to incite, encourage and direct massacres. He gave an interview to RTLM during which he said, "The population must search out the enemy and this enemy is Tutsi and Hutu who did not agree with our government policy." He was in Butare on April 19 at the inauguration of a new prefect, Sylvain Nsabimana, together with the president of the interim government, Theodore Sindikubwabo. They addressed local dignitaries and gave rousing speeches. Kambanda described what was happening as a final war. "It must be finished, the state, the military, the people have decided to wage this war, and to win it." 9. Their speeches were broadcast by RTLM. The following day the new prefect held a meeting at which a discussion took place about what should happen to the infiltrators. There were smaller meetings throughout the prefecture. Sometime that morning a first victim was Rosalie Gikanda, the 80-year-old widow of Mutara Rudahigwe, the king of Rwanda, who had died in 1959.10. Interahamwe came from Kigali by bus, and were put up in hotels near Butare airport. The Presidential Guard arrived and, as in Kigali, their first targets were selected from lists. One witness remembered how, on April 21, people were rounded up in Butare. "I saw them driving groups of people ahead of them, behind came the soldiers with their guns, they took them down to the valley and killed them with nail-studded clubs, with hoes and machetes. I heard no shots, only the cries of horror and pain." That day, soldiers rounded up students from the National University cafeteria, and those with Tutsi identity cards were taken to the Arboretum and shot. Their students, representing Hutu power, searched the university to pull Tutsi from their hiding places. Some 600 bodies were found later in a mass grave where Tutsi students were taken. In the groupe scolaire, the first high school to be established in Rwanda, there were an estimated 600 orphans and several hundred people, all attacked by Interahamwe. The people had been separated into two groups on the basis of their identity cards. It is estimated that 3,000 people died here. After these attacks there was feasting, singing, and dancing. The government representative in the prefecture of Butare, who was responsible for its pacification, was Pauline Nyiramesuhyuko, the Minister for the Family and the Advancement of Women, who would later stand accused of taking part in perpetrating massacres. There was evidence collated by Human Rights Watch to suggest that in the prefecture of Butare the killing was happening more frequently than anywhere else in the country. At several places, thousands of people were killed at a time, in health clinics, in schools, on playing fields, in markets. 11. In Gikongoro, the killing began almost as soon as the prefect was replaced. The British-based African Rights estimated that in the commune of Karama, a total of 43,000 people were killed. One witness described how the parish was rocked with the deafening explosions of grenades and shooting which lasted all day inside the church and in both the secondary and primary schools, where people had gone for safety. At first the men tried to fight back, but they had only stones. 12. It is estimated that 100,000 people were killed in large-scale massacres in the prefecture of Butare. The genocide spread. The Secretary General's report on Rwanda arrived at the Security Council on April 21. It is dated April 20, and Under Secretary General Chinmugarakan claimed it was finalized on April 19. It presented no new options, nor did it give a clear picture of the situation in Rwanda. It reflected the views of the interim government. It focused on civil war, and described anarchy and spontaneous slaughter. The killing had been started by unruly members of the Presidential Guard. It described widespread killings with both political and ethnic dimensions, with deaths in tens of thousands. It did not mention the organized nature of the killing of Tutsi. It claimed that murders of moderate cabinet ministers and the killing of the 10 Belgian soldiers had been carried out by unruly soldiers. It made no mention of the efforts of peacekeepers and military observers to rescue and protect civilians. Boutros-Ghali clearly believed that the most important task was a ceasefire in the civil war. There was no mention of organized and extensive massacres. This report framed the violence in terms of the breakdown of the peace process. A plan to protect civilians, which had been discussed by officials in the Secretariat, was not contained in the report. In portraying what was happening in terms of civil war, the report undermined the moral case for military intervention. Military intervention in a civil war was presented as totally impractical, and would lead to a repetition of events in Somalia. The first option, an enforcement operation to coerce the opposing armies to stop fighting, would need the strongest possible mandate, Chapter 7 of the UN Charter, and would require an immediate and massive reinforcement of UNAMIR. The report noted that the UN troops had performed courageously in dangerous circumstances, but could not be left at risk indefinitely with no possibility of their performing the tasks for which they had been dispatched. Point 13 The two other options were either a complete withdrawal or a token group of some 270 UN military personnel to promote a ceasefire and assist in the resumption of humanitarian relief. Point 14. The UK ambassador, David Haney, expressed disappointment with the report. He had expected a choice of options based upon the opinions of the force commander and the Secretary-General's special representative in Rwanda. He dismissed the very idea of reinforcements. The Council only had to think back to Somalia. What exactly would they be asking these troops to do? It seemed quite clear that they could not possibly wage a war against the RPF or the Rwanda's troops, nor take over the country and try to deal with two heavily armed groups. If a ceasefire were to be agreed the following week, needing UN military observers, then the UK would consider such a request very seriously. He was opting for leaving a token force. They must make up their minds quickly. Some years afterwards, Haney explained that anyone seeking to understand the policy paralysis that overtook the Council could not afford to ignore the heavy shadow of Somalia which hung over the Council. Point 15. Nigeria disagreed and argued that there should be UN reinforcements instead. Ibrahim Gambari told them that none of their options met with his own government's approval, and what they needed to do was to work out a force level adequate to protect 14,000 people who were sheltering under the UN flag. Was the UN to do nothing to help these civilians? There was a short recess, and in a more relaxed atmosphere a group of the non-permanent council members had a quiet briefing from the Secretary-General's Canadian military advisor, Major General Maurice Baril, who was from the same French-Canadian brigade as Dallaire. From the beginning of the crisis they had been in daily telephone contact. Baril told them quietly that Dallaire was trying to feed 25,000 desperate Hutu and Tutsi fugitives living in internment camp conditions. The peacekeepers themselves were living in the filthiest conditions. There was not a military commander in the world who would leave a force exposed in such a way. Dallaire's soldiers were exhausted, confused, and questioning the responsibility of their superiors. They were constantly in fear. The Bangladeshi government had warned that unless there were reinforcements with heavy equipment, including APCs, to secure the safety of the troops, they would be relocated to a neighboring country. There was already desertion, with Bangladeshi soldiers leaving by road and taking UN vehicles. The military situation was hopeless, with the RPF advancing south, and against determined resistance. Dallaire, with the means at his disposal, was unable to defend the airport from a determined attack. The Rwanda's army was strengthening its position and blocking the runway at night. The airport was the only lifeline, as the roads were lined with ambushes on both sides, especially at night. Every hour of delay in taking a decision was an hour closer to losing the airport. Afterwards, Colin Keating said that he believed that most of the Bangladeshi contingent would vote with their feet, leaving in utter chaos. Without the strength of the Belgian contingent, UNAMIR was unsuitable for anything other than a benign environment. But Keating argued against a total UN withdrawal. If everyone left, no one would get back in. A small contingent could later be built up again. A UN presence would symbolize continued concern and preserve the Council's reputation. Keating knew that Dallaire was willing to take action to save lives. A small number of troops, in particular from Ghana, were willing to stay on. Their existing mandate, Resolution 872, which stipulated that UNAMIR maintain security in Kigali, was sufficiently flexible to allow for whatever robust action Dallaire thought necessary. The USA remained unconvinced. Their officials did not refer to Somalia, but everyone knew the atmosphere of caution regarding UN peacekeeping that existed in Washington. A major policy review was underway. At around 10:30 p.m. on April 21, the 15 ambassadors filed wearily from their informal discussion room into the Security Council chamber to formally vote on Resolution 912. It was the first decision since the genocide began, and under its terms the majority of the UN peacekeepers were to be withdrawn from Rwanda, leaving behind a small group with the force commander to mediate between the two armies and facilitate human relief, to the extent feasible. The resolution was tailored to fit a situation in which a civil war had resumed. It would later be called one of the most ignominious resolutions in Security Council history. It was not a resolution that went forward with any enthusiasm on my part, Keating said. But I am still convinced it was the only decision. That night a UN press release explained that UNAMIR had been adjusted and the Council had now authorized a force level of approximately 270 in order to secure a ceasefire, to assist in the resumption of humanitarian relief and to monitor and report developments. It was Burrill who telephoned Dallaire to tell him that he could give the order, and the withdrawal had begun within hours, at first light. Within 2 days most of the UN peacekeepers were gone. In recriminations later on, Chinma Garakan was scathing about Council behavior, and how no one had wanted to take responsibility, and had preferred the Secretary-General make a recommendation. Garakan claimed that the Secretary-General had wanted to suggest reinforcements but was told by his advisers there was not the slightest chance of the Council agreeing. The UN ought perhaps to have taken a moral, principled stand, Garakan wrote some years later. This would have upset major powers, but would have kept the UN's or at least the Secretary-General's credibility intact. 16. Afterwards, the Council had immediately turned its focus to former Yugoslavia. The following day, on April 22, the so-called safe haven of Gorazda fell. Gorazda was filled with some 60,000 people, one-third of whom had fled to the town from surrounding villages. The war was commanding front-page news. In the West, there was a strong lobby insisting on enforcement measures to prevent the killing of civilians. On April 27, the Council authorized an increase in the strength of its mission, UNPROFOR, with 6,550 additional troops. The Serbs had tested the Security Council and NATO resolve. It was human rights abuses in Bosnia which would be considered to be the UN's ultimate humiliation. In a clearly illegal act, Dallaire and his deputy, Brigadier Henry Kwame Eniadoho, who was the commander of the Ghanaian contingent, defied the Security Council and kept more troops than the 270 they were allowed. Lieutenant General Dallaire had asked for a residual force of 1,200, but the Council had thought otherwise. Dallaire gave everyone the option to stay or leave, and those who stayed believed that UNAMIR still had a viable role. We believed in Dallaire, one of them said later, and we believed in this mission. The residual force of some 470 troops comprised mostly Ghanaians, plus 40 Tunisians. 17 It was troops from Ghana who ensured that UNAMIR did not capitulate, for without them no one would have been able to stay. The determination of Eniadoho and the government of Ghana did not falter, and he wrote later, the President, Jerry John Rawlings, fully supported my decision for the Ghanaian contingent to stay despite the fact that others decided to withdraw. 18. In spite of the near hopelessness of it all, and even after the main force had pulled out, there were constant telephone calls from UN offices in New York and Geneva, from people who wanted rescue for Rwandan friends and colleagues, their former employees who were missing. The peacekeepers were wary. After one successful mission, and after seeing a group of people safely onto a Canadian C-130 on April 21, the Kenyan authorities had sent the people back to Kigali from Nairobi. There were 47 of them, returned for failing to have an adequate visa or passport. The peacekeepers' anger and despair were palpable. Each rescue mission poses a direct threat to the lives of UNAMIR soldiers, cabled to New York. Our efforts cannot be wasted in such a way. His peacekeepers were constantly asked to do more to help expatriates, missionaries, and Rwandans who were missing. My force was standing knee-deep in mutilated bodies, surrounded by the guttural moans of dying people, looking into the eyes of children bleeding to death with their wounds burning in the sun and being invaded by maggots and flies. I found myself walking through villages where the only sign of life was a goat, or a chicken, or songbird, as all the people were dead, their bodies being eaten by voracious packs of wild dogs. 19. The stench in the city worsened. A Polish military observer, Major Stefan Stek, described the smell of bodies as so bad that it was like living on top of rotting meat. There were thousands of unburied bodies in the streets of Kigali, and a large number of scavenging animals, rats, birds and dogs, were spreading disease. Rwanda's countryside was littered with dead. Some people were dismembered, and there were reports of body parts stacked neatly, and instances where the militia had joked about cutting the Tutsi down to size by chopping off their hands and feet. Letitia Ojariwabo, aged 10, said. Some people dressed in uniforms and carrying guns came into the church. They asked everybody to come out with their arms in the air. They made us sit in the sun and then searched people for money. They separated the boys from the women. They removed baby boys from their mothers' backs. Then they macheted the men, including the babies, right in front of us. They brought a tractor to take the bodies away. In Gikongoro Prefecture, in a parish called Murambi, a large-scale massacre began at dawn on April 21. Thousands of people had been urged by Catholic priests to shelter in a technical school on a hilltop at the end of a narrow road. The priests said that all Tutsi would be safe, but Rwandan soldiers surrounded the school. The water supply was cut. When the massacre began, the Interahamwe went from building to building, throwing grenades through windows. People outside were beaten or slashed to death. There were 64 classrooms full of people. The killing lasted several days and thousands perished. A survivor recalled, she said, you have given birth to another Inyenzi, and she picked up a stick and killed my child. On April 22, a second road convoy of the ICRC reached Kigali from Burundi. It carried doctors, nurses and medical supplies. In Gitarama Prefecture, 2 ICRC delegates had begun to try to provide care for 100 people. 2 more ICRC teams had entered Rwanda from Zaire, one going to the Gisenyi area, and the other to Cyangugu, where delegates were hoping to gain access to 5,000 people in a stadium surrounded by Rwandan gendarmes and militia. The people had initially sought refuge in the cathedral and were later herded into the stadium. There were reports that 60 people, pulled out from the crowd, had been executed. Missionaries said that some 10,850 people had been killed in Cyangugu town. In a press release on April 20, the UNRWA reported that 16,870 people had been killed in 9 villages around Cyangugu. A Hutu man in Cyangugu, who opposed the CDR, had been killed by having parts of his body cut off. 20. On April 23, Mark Doyle, a BBC journalist who had stayed on in Rwanda and won respect through his persistence, reported that up to 100,000 people had been killed in Rwanda in the past 18 days. That day, a New York Times editorial began, "What looks very much like genocide has been taking place in Rwanda." It continued, "The wider horror is that the world has few ways of responding effectively when violence within a nation leads to massacres and the breakdown of civil order." The paper reported how the Security Council had thrown in the bloodied towel. It might be unsettling, but the withdrawal of the UN peacekeepers fairly reflected the unwillingness of most UN members to recruit a force big enough to stop a genocidal conflict. Most troubling of all was the uncertain fate of thousands of Rwandans who had sought the protection of UN peacekeepers. All of them could now be slaughtered. Yet what other choices really exist, the editorial asked. Somalia had proved ample warning against plunging into an open-ended humanitarian mission. The USA was arguing that keeping a UN presence, however reduced, was better than nothing. But it is scant comfort to Rwandans who in good faith sought UN protection. The horrors of Kigali show the need for considering whether a mobile, quick response UN force under UN aegis is needed to deal with such calamities. Absent such a force, the world has little choice but to stand aside and hope for the best. 21. 2 days later, on Monday, April 25, a British emergencies officer working for Oxfam, Maurice Herson, who was on the Burundi-Rwanda border, telephoned his headquarters in Oxford and said he had talked to people fleeing to Burundi and, jotting some figures on the back of an envelope, he believed that the reported death toll of 100,000 was hopelessly misleading. Herson estimated that perhaps 500,000 people had been murdered in the past 3 weeks. The killing was planned and systematic. He did not want to use the word genocide, but it was appropriate. The next day, Tuesday, April 26, Herson called again. He was more agitated. The UN was going to do nothing, he said, that much was clear. Even if it did, it was too late. Everyone would soon be dead. In Oxford a serious discussion took place. Could Herson be right? Was it genocide? And if it was genocide, what should they do with such information? The press officer, John McGrath, thought Oxfam must go public, for it would at least provide a moral and legal stick with which to beat the Security Council. How else could pressure be exerted? A week earlier the Oxfam director, David Breyer, had sent a fax transmission to David Haney at the UN, to Douglas Hurd, the UK Secretary of State for Foreign and Commonwealth Affairs, and to Baroness Linda Chalker, who was the UK Minister for Overseas Development. Breyer had advised them that what was needed in Rwanda was troop consolidation, reinforcements, and a Chapter 7 mandate. More information was arriving at Oxfam and it was grim and detailed. Alfred Sakafua, Oxfam emergencies officer, speaking by phone from Tanzania, told McGrath that hundreds of bodies were clogging the Kagera River flowing from Rwanda. McGrath wrote a press release using the word genocide, but he did not issue it. He wanted the advice of an Oxfam employee in Kigali who he believed might still be alive. A campaign by MSF was by now underway. Keating was given a briefing by the General Director of MSF Belgium, Jean-Pierre Luxon, who advised that what was needed was the establishment of humanitarian corridors and civilian protection zones within Rwanda. Luxon described in detail the witness testimony of Dr. Roni Zakaria, an MSF medical coordinator, who had been working in a hospital in Butare. Zakaria had seen 40 wounded male patients dragged from the hospital by Interahamwe and soldiers. They were killed behind the hospital because they were Tutsi. Their bodies were later removed by prisoners supervised by soldiers. On the night of April 22, all Tutsi patients had been removed from the wards to make room for wounded presidential guards who had been flown to Butare by helicopter from the fighting around Kigali. Zakaria had tried to ensure the security of his patients by negotiating with a military captain who was responsible for the welfare of the presidential guard, but shortly afterwards around 170 wounded Tutsi, among them children, were taken out in groups and either beaten or hacked to death. 3 nurses were taken away. One of them was a Hutu, but she was 7 months pregnant and married to a Tutsi. She apparently had to be killed because her baby would be Tutsi at birth, Zakaria had reported. I tried to intervene between the soldiers, but they told me that these people were on their list. He saw that the lists were typed and several pages long. He heard one of the soldiers say, "This hospital stinks with Tutsi. We must clean up." 22 Zakaria had returned to Brussels determined that the perpetrators would one day be judged for this crime, and he did, eventually, give testimony for the prosecution at the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda, ICTR. Point 23 Keating duly told the Security Council what Luxon had said. The ambassadors were stunned into silence. Point 24 Luxon had pleaded with Keating for help for Rwanda. Keating remembers that the word genocide was used. On the following day, April 28, Keating received a letter from the RPF representative in New York, Claude Dossetti, who had previously been a teacher in Canada. Dossetti had not given up hope that the West would send reinforcements. He thought that so far the Council had failed to grasp the principle involved. In his letter he explained that a carefully planned campaign was underway to exterminate the Tutsi ethnic group. It continued, when the institution of the UN was created after the Second World War, one of its fundamental objectives was to see to it that what happened to the Jews in Nazi Germany would never happen again. Dossetti wrote that in accordance with the Genocide Convention, the international community was legally obliged to act. But in Washington, attempts were continuing to avoid the word altogether. On Thursday, April 28, during a press conference, a State Department spokeswoman, Christine Shelley, was asked whether what was happening in Rwanda was genocide. Shelley said, "The use of the term genocide has a very precise legal meaning, although it's not strictly a legal determination. There are other factors in there as well. When in looking at a situation to make a determination about that, before we begin to use that term we have to know as much as possible about the facts of the situation. This is a more complicated issue to address, and we're certainly looking into this extremely carefully right now. But I'm not able to look at all of those criteria at this moment." One of the journalists present, Alan Elsner of Reuters, said that, looking back on it, it sounds utterly ridiculous. These were all kinds of artful ways of doing nothing, he said. Point 25 The only gesture was a telephone call to Colonel Theonest Bagosara, from U.S. Undersecretary of State for Africa, Prudence Bushnell. She demanded he put an end to the massacres and sign a ceasefire. Bagosara's response was to send an immediate cable to the Army High Command to tell them of the urgent need for diplomatic action to counteract RPF lies. Point 26. That same day, at a press conference in Brussels, the president of MSF Belgium, Reginald Mariels, described the killing as genocide. And Oxfam issued a press release. The headline read, "Oxfam fears genocide is happening in Rwanda." It was the first UK non-governmental organization to do so. But there was hardly a flicker of interest. Another story was now grabbing the headlines. There were thousands and thousands of people pouring out of Rwanda into Tanzania in the fastest exodus the world had ever seen. Whole communities were on the move, not fleeing genocide, but the advancing RPF troops. In each of these communities on the move were groups of Interahamwe. Unlike those fleeing to the south into Burundi, these people had no wounds. At first, the Tanzanian officials had disarmed them and huge piles of machetes were to be seen at border posts. McGrath noted how at the time large numbers of journalists had been covering the South African elections. He dryly recorded in his diary, "The South African elections were over and all the crews were diverted to Tanzania. The refugees became the story, not the genocide." While genocide was happening, the number of reporters in Rwanda never rose above a maximum of 15. In South Africa, in early May, for the inauguration of Nelson Mandela as president, there had been 2,500 accredited press representatives. Point 27. The RTLM broadcasts now told the people of Rwanda that May 5 was going to be designated Clean-up Day, the day when no more Tutsi should be left in Kigali. It was the day when they planned to bury the body of Juvenal Habyarimana. Aware that the attention of the world could shift in their direction at any time, Hutu power now attempted to tighten its grip by reactivating a civilian self-defense program, ostensibly to fight the RPF. Unlike the militia, which had been controlled by political parties, the defense groups in each commune were intended to be under the control of local administrators. Perhaps Hutu power wanted more control over the killing, making sure there were sufficient weapons, and that roadblocks would continue to be manned. These local groups could hunt Tutsi in less accessible sites than churches and schools. 28. Dallaire warned UN headquarters that a new round of massacres was likely, and that people under UN protection would now be targeted. There had been a broadcast on RTLM that Dallaire was an RPF accomplice who had helped the RPF to infiltrate Kigali. The RPF was claiming to have intercepted the communications of the Rwandan army, revealing a plot to kill Dallaire, a plot that had the support of a member of Jacques Roger Boboa's staff. Dallaire received a call from Ottawa to tell him that a friendly government had warned that his life was at risk. His senior officers assumed that this friendly government was the USA. If US intelligence knew this, what else did they know? 29 Canadian Army Command ordered Dallaire not to leave headquarters without an escort. 30 It was reported that the French were putting pressure on the Canadian government to remove Dallaire from command. Once more, the director of Oxfam, David Breyer, wrote a message to the UK ambassador to the UN, David Haney, in which he invoked the killing fields of Cambodia. Breyer was also desperate to alert the press to what was happening, but their focus was elsewhere. 31 Later on, research by Human Rights Watch showed that most of the large-scale massacres were almost over. 32 On Friday, April 29, the Security Council finally addressed the question of genocide. Ambassador Colin Keating, whose presidency of the Security Council was to be over at the end of the month, proposed a presidential statement to recognize that genocide was happening, thereby invoking the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Keating believed that if the Security Council were to officially acknowledge it, then under the terms of the convention the members of the council were legally bound to act. All but Djibouti, Nigeria, and Oman had signed the convention. Keating found support from Argentina, Spain, and the Czech Republic. The Czech ambassador, Karel Kovanda, had already confronted the council with the word genocide a day earlier, telling them it was scandalous that so far 80% of council efforts had been spent discussing withdrawing the peacekeepers, and 20% trying to obtain a ceasefire in the civil war. It was rather like wanting Hitler to reach a ceasefire with the Jews, he told them. What was happening in Rwanda was genocide, conducted by the interim Hutu regime. The council had simply avoided the question of mass killing. After the meeting, diplomats from the UK and the USA took Kovanda to one side and quietly told him that on no account was he to use such inflammatory language outside the council. It was not helpful. A draft of the presidential statement was submitted. It included the paragraph: "The horrors of Rwanda's killing fields have few precedents in the recent history of the world. The Security Council reaffirms that the systematic killing of any ethnic group, with intent to destroy it in whole or in part, constitutes an act of genocide as defined by relevant provisions of international law." The Council further points out that an important body of international law exists that deals with perpetrators of genocide. The draft reminded the interim government of its responsibility to immediately discipline those responsible for the brutality. There were strenuous objections to the draft. The British ambassador, David Haney, did not want the word genocide to be used. If the word were to be used in an official UN document, then the Council would become a laughing stock. To name this genocide and not to act on it would be ridiculous. Nor did the USA want the word to be used. China also argued against. And so did the Rwandan ambassador, who continued to point out that the deaths were the result of civil war. He was supported by the French ambassador, Jean-Bernard Meremy. France was opposed to condemning only one side, the interim government, without criticism of the RPF for human rights abuses. The ambassador from Djibouti was supportive and said later that he was against the statement because it was sensationalist. Keating next tried the somewhat desperate measure of threatening a draft resolution, tabled in his national capacity. This would require a vote, and a vote was always taken in public. This would expose the positions of each country to public scrutiny. A compromise was reached. Thanks to the drafting ability of the British, known for framing resolutions with mind-numbing ambiguity, a watered-down statement was eventually issued, and while the statement quoted directly from the Genocide Convention, it did not use the word genocide. The Security Council condemns all the breaches of international humanitarian law in Rwanda, particularly those perpetrated against the civilian population, and recalls that persons who instigate or participate in such acts are individually responsible. The Security Council recalls that the killing of members of an ethnic group with the intention of destroying such a group in whole or in part constitutes a crime punishable by international law. The statement recognized that the massacres were systematic, although it did not identify the targets, but it did describe how attacks on defenseless civilians have occurred throughout the country, especially in areas under the control of supporters of the armed forces of the interim government of Rwanda. To satisfy demands from the French, that massacres had also been conducted by the RPF, the statement continued, the Security Council demands that the interim government of Rwanda and the Rwanda's Patriotic Front take effective measures to prevent any attacks on civilians in areas under their control. The statement appealed to all states to refrain from providing arms or any military assistance to the two sides in Rwanda and reiterated the call for a ceasefire. It provided that the Secretary General investigate serious violations of human rights law. 33. The close advisor of the Secretary General, Chinmayigarakan, was scathing of council behavior, believing that it had reached the depths of sterile, absurd, and totally meaningless discussion. The members of the council were suffering from a guilt complex. This meeting, said Garakan, had been the pits. He wrote later, they wanted to demonstrate to others, and to themselves, that they were concerned. The presidential statement, he said, was rubbish. 34. For hours the council had discussed the use of the word genocide, from 11 a.m. until the final vote the following day at 1:15 a.m. on Saturday, April 30. Keating said, "We ended April exhausted but hopeful that the first few weeks of May would bring action to reinforce UNAMIR with a real force capable of doing what Dollar had been urging." On the day of the lengthy debate, Boutros Boutros-Ghali, suddenly, recommended a reversal of the decision to withdraw the peacekeepers. In a letter to the Council he suggested that they reconsider Resolution 912, which had mandated a reduction in the force levels. Boutros-Ghali was apparently regretting that he had not thrown his full weight behind the first alternative, to reinforce, a suggestion from his report a week earlier. He told the Council that the force commander had reported a further deterioration in Kigali. There was a humanitarian catastrophe. He urged them to think about what action, including forceful action, was necessary to restore law and order and to put an end to the massacres. Such action would require a commitment of human and material resources on a scale which the member states have so far proved reluctant to contemplate. But I am convinced that the scale of human suffering in Rwanda and its implications for the stability of neighboring countries leaves the Security Council with no alternative but to examine this possibility. The letter was greeted with silence. Garakan claimed afterwards that the Council would have liked to ignore the letter but the media were already talking about it. 35 Others were surprised by the Secretary General's continuing failure to suggest detailed options to the Council. Options for action had been discussed at length by officials, and with the force commander. Why Boutros-Ghali failed at this stage to guide the Council has never been explained. And now, in a largely unnoticed press release issued in New York, the RPF announced that the time for UN intervention was past. The genocide was almost complete. The RPF was now insisting on the removal of the special representative, Jacques-Roger Bobo, insisting he be replaced by someone more competent. The RPF demanded that Boutros-Ghali should urge all countries to ostracize the perpetrators of massacres. Two extremists had been openly welcomed on a visit to Paris on April 27, Jerome Bike-Mumpeka, the foreign minister, and Jean Bosco Barayagwiza, the leader of the CDR. They had met the Prime Minister, Edouard Balladur, the Foreign Minister, Alain Juppé, and Bruno Delay, who was the head of the Africa unit in the Élysée. 36 President Habyarimana's widow, Agath, was now living in a luxury apartment in Paris, and she made an official visit to Cairo from 17 until June 23, when she was accorded full diplomatic honors and given the Salon d'Honneur at Cairo's airport. 37 The contact between Lieutenant Cyprien Kayumba, charge d'affaires at the Rwandan embassy in Paris, and Jean-Pierre Hachon, head of the military mission at the French Ministry of Cooperation, was frequent. 38 In May, Hachon received Lieutenant Colonel Ephraim Ruabalanda, chief advisor to the Rwandan Chief of Staff. Prunier testifies that there were frantic efforts being made by officials in the Africa unit to save their allies. The French government was secretly delivering ammunition to the Rwandan army. 39 This was later denied. According to French officials, there were no legal and official deliveries of weapons to Rwanda after April 8. The RPF later discovered that the governments of France and Egypt had hosted high-level talks with members of the interim government and appeared to be masterminding the current proposal for the deployment of a UN intervention force as a result of those talks. The RPF wanted both Egypt and France to be censured. 40. It was business as usual for the extremists, relying on two important allies, France and Egypt. Throughout the genocide, with money looted from government coffers, the extremists resupplied their stocks of weapons on the open arms market. There are letters and invoices, bank statements, and money transfers, a paper trail to show that, once the genocide was underway, $13 million of Rwandan government money passed through the Banque Nationale de Paris. Money was also transferred from the government system to Rwandan embassies in Washington, Moscow, Kinshasa, Bonn, and Tokyo, and to the Rwandan consulate in Pretoria. 41 4 days after the genocide began, the newly installed interim government made contact with Miltech, a company with offices in London, to order $854,000 worth of arms and ammunition. Later, the interim government paid a total of $4 million to this company for arms shipped on April 18, April 25, May 5 and 20 May. 42 In the murky depths of arms trafficking, the paper trail always ends up offshore, and Miltech was incorporated in Douglas, the Isle of Man, with a correspondence address in Hove, East Sussex. It bought and flew weapons to Hutu power from countries all over the world. As an offshore company, it was exempt from a UN arms embargo imposed by the Security Council on 17 May. 43 Under British law, UN arms embargoes are enforced by means of statutory instruments, and on June 24, 1994, when the arms embargo statute was drafted by government lawyers, they failed to include the Crown dependencies in the enabling legislation. 44 Thanks to this loophole, thousands of rounds of ammunition, bombs, and grenades were flown by Miltech from Eastern Europe and from Israel. 45 As far as is known, not one single British manufactured weapon was shipped, so no export licenses would have been necessary. The arms did not arrive in, nor did they leave, the UK. In Britain, with the shipment of weapons from third countries, there was then no obligation to report arms sales. The Security Council set up an inquiry into the arming of the former Rwandan government forces. 46 This International Commission of Inquiry was chaired by Ambassador Mahmoud Qasim of Egypt, an appointment made by Boutros Ghali, to collect information and investigate reports relating to the supply of arms to former Rwandan government forces. 47 One arms sale uncovered by this commission concerned Colonel Theonest Bagosara, who, during the genocide in May, had negotiated an arms deal in the Seychelles. The government of the Seychelles had been acting on the basis of an end-user certificate issued by the government of Zaire, authorizing the sale. A Nigerian registered aircraft carrying arms from Malta to Goma on May 25, 1994 included Bagosara among its passengers. Research undertaken by the Arms Division of Human Rights Watch established that on 5 occasions in May and June 1994 weapons were delivered to the Rwandan government army through neighboring Goma, and that these arms came from the French government or French companies operating under government license. 48 The French government strenuously denied this. 16 The world shuts the door. Towards the end of April, a logistician with Médecins Sans Frontières, MSF, France, René Caraville watched as a young boy slowly approached the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, hospital in Kigali. The boy had bare feet and he was wearing a dirty Coca-Cola t-shirt and ragged trousers. He was not crying, but he looked sickened. The boy told Karavili that there had been a massacre not 500 meters from the hospital and 2 children were still alive. He told Karavili where the place was, but he would not go himself. When Karavili and a colleague reached the spot, they found a gang surrounding the bodies of a family, and spitting on them. Karavili later wrote the following description. Jean de Dieu, 11, was curled up, a ball of flesh and blood. The look in his eyes was a glance from nowhere, without vision. Marie-Ange, aged 9, was propped up against a tree trunk, her legs apart, and she was covered in excrement, sperm, and blood. In her mouth was a penis, cut with a machete, that of her father. Nearby, in a ditch with stinking water, were 4 bodies, cut up, piled up, their parents and older brothers. We took the 2 children in our arms and we were about to put them in the car when a jeep came past, full of men with weapons, and they started to laugh sadistically. The fact that we had children in our arms did not temper their aggression, and we had to go through the same sort of palaver as usual. There was a torrential downpour, which was fortunate, and we were allowed to put the children in the car and we left for the hospital. One day another word will have to be coined more terrible than the word horror, in order to describe this sort of thing. This sort of thing was a daily experience for volunteers still in Rwanda. To get back to the hospital we had to go through roadblocks where there were children, grenade in one hand and a machete in another. 1. After several days, Jean de Dieu told them his age. He explained that boys and men had put their penises in his mouth and then they had beaten him. He had watched while these men killed his parents and hurt his sister. Marie-Ange came out of her coma some days later. She refused to eat or drink, but she did find the will to live, probably because she was among other children. Karavili ended his dispatch with the words, "The laughter of children, although they are amputees, is the strongest medicine in the world." As April came to an end, the ICRC issued the most strongly worded statement in its history. In a clear message to the Security Council, the statement demanded that everything be done to put an end at once to the terrifying mechanism of the killing. Whole families were being exterminated in the most atrocious circumstances. The ICRC was providing a drop of humanity in an ocean of appalling suffering. 2. On Saturday, April 30, in an interview reported by Reuters, Lieutenant General Dallaire said that unless the international community took action, it would be unable to defend itself against accusations of doing nothing to stop genocide. But later, in a coded cable, officials at UN headquarters questioned his use of the word. That same day, Dallaire traveled 80 miles east of the city to Byumba for a 2-hour meeting with Major General Paul Kagame. Dallaire carried with him a ceasefire proposal from the interim government providing for a return of both armies to the positions of April 6, an end to massacres, and a return for all displaced people. Kagame was scathing. This whole idea, he said, had been devised by the French at a recent and secret meeting in Kinshasa with the interim government. "You are the representative of the UN here," Kagame said. "You know who's doing what and who says what." Dallaire said that the time might have come for UNAMIR to be reinforced. Kagame told him it was too late, it would be an empty gesture. Only the RPF could put an end to the massacres. Nothing would be allowed to slow his advance. If UN peacekeepers came between the RPF and the government troops, then they would be treated as the enemy and engaged. Kagame said that his aim was to save as many people as possible from the killing machine that had been set up in the interim government zone. This whole thing was the UN's fault for failing to provide the right mandate at the right moment. The RPF had consistently brought to everyone's attention the alarming preparations for these massacres. Everyone had been warned. 3. The RPF was gaining ground, infiltrating men and material into Kigali at night and slowly and systematically expanding their area of control. The RPF drove government forces back into their camps, seizing key terrain and dominating key crossroads. Dallaire described this military advance in a cable to New York. The blitzkrieg nature of their offensive, as was seen in the first days of the war, has slowed and has been methodical in its application, with the focus of their main effort the strangling and capture of Kigali. On Sunday, May 1, Rwandan soldiers, convalescing in a hospital in Butare, had slaughtered 21 children, the survivors of other massacres, and 13 Rwandan Red Cross workers trying to protect them. 4 The children had been segregated by their killers into Hutu and Tutsi. The killings were reported by Peter Smerdon of Reuters, who also described how UN peacekeepers had tried unsuccessfully to escort some of the 300 people who were trapped at the Hotel de Mille Collines in Kigali. 5 The people sheltering in the hotel were mostly well-connected Tutsi and pro-democracy Hutu. There were doctors, journalists, a senator, business people and students. The hotel had harbored the 5 children of the Prime Minister after the assassination of their mother on April 7. They had been hunted down, a dozen soldiers and militia had come to the hotel lobby looking for them. These soldiers had threatened that each and every door in the hotel would be blown apart until the children were handed over. Only a Senegalese peacekeeper, Captain Badiagny, persuaded them otherwise, and they had gone away. That night the children were evacuated in a French convoy and Switzerland accepted them as refugees. 6 Those taking refuge in the hotel were under constant threat. The manager, Paul Rusesabagina, said that he was once told by an army officer to get everyone out of the hotel in 30 minutes. Rusesabagina asked where the people would go, and he said afterwards that he was told that this was not his problem. Using the one working telephone line, Rusesabagina, who was in close touch with senior army officers, claimed that he managed to get the threat lifted. 7 In reality, it was a group of Tunisian peacekeepers who kept the military and militia at bay. A feature film, Hotel Rwanda, released in 2004, is said to have been based on events here, but it does not recognize the righteous stand and heroism of those UN officers who stood at the entrance. 8 On Tuesday, May 3, an attempt was made to get some of the people out of the hotel to the airport. A UN military observer, Major Stefan Steck, had stood in the lobby and read out the names of those allowed to go. "I had a Schindler's List of the people we were allowed to save," he said, "only those with the right visas to enter Belgium." A few blocks away, at the Saint Famille Church, there were 5,000 starving people. Every night militia came to kill. "We did nothing for them because no one there had any visas," Steck recalled. 9 There were similar sites with large concentrations of people throughout the city, and an increasing number elsewhere, and by mid-May there were 91 such sites, with only enough UNAMIR soldiers to stand guard at 4 of them. 10 Lieutenant General Dallaire sent patrols several times a day to orphanages, schools, and churches. He hoped that a military observer presence would deter the killers, and just as at the Mille Collines, it seemed to work. The need was so dire that he ordered military observers to spend the night with the most threatened refugees. 11 The convoy that was to leave the Hotel de Mille Collines was readied by Ghanaian peacekeepers, but the Interahamwe got wind of the plan. An instant broadcast over RTLM radio announced the names of the people, some of them well known, who were going on the convoy. A mile into the journey, at a checkpoint manned by presidential guards, the convoy was stopped. Everyone in the first car was ordered to get out and sit down on the road. The luggage was looted. Then François-Xavier Nzanzouara, who was a Hutu, and Rwanda's deputy attorney general, was rifle-butted to the floor. They beat everyone very badly, some young women suffered very serious injuries, they slapped children who cried, remembered Nzanzouara. 12 The Interahamwe arrived and one of them shot at Nzanzouara but missed. One bullet hit a presidential guard. Nzanzouara remembers how the peacekeepers with the convoy had sought protection in their vehicles. The prefect of Kigali, Darcis Renzaho, had intervened and ordered the convoy to return to the hotel. There were by now an estimated 20,000 people trapped in Kigali, starving and desperate. There were thousands of people taking refuge in 2 Catholic churches, St. Paul and St. Famille, and in the Hotel Meridian and the King Faisal Hospital, a recently built medical facility in the RPF zone, which had never opened. Each night the Interahamwe came to drag people away. In mid-April, at the St. Famille Church, the Interahamwe and Presidential Guard selected 120 men and boys, one by one, and called out their names from lists. They were taken outside and shot. Most victims were political activists, businessmen, students, or young men who looked like Tutsi. 13 Again, in mid-June, 60 teenage boys were chosen, 2 boys who turned out to be Hutu were released and then 2 more chosen in their place, and herded to a pit outside the church compound to be killed. The crime was described to a UN military observer by a priest. When the observer relayed the news at UNAMIR headquarters, an RPF colonel who was there for talks, Frank Mugambage, wept. 4 days afterwards, UN peacekeepers mounted an operation to rescue as many as they could from Saint-Famille. There was a scramble for the buses and trucks and terrible scenes as people were clubbed by government soldiers who were insisting that names be read from a list. People pleaded for rescue. One small boy, no older than 5, had run past the guards and leapt onto a flatbed truck as it drove away. The onlookers cheered. A later rescue mission from the church by RPF rebel forces, operating well within enemy territory, and with carefully planned artillery support, took 600 people to safety. 14. Just after capturing the town of Rusumo on the Tanzanian border on May 4, Major General Paul Kagame met with Western journalists. They asked him why there was no ceasefire. Kagame said that the interim government was a clique of murderers and a ceasefire was impossible without an immediate end to the massacres. He wanted the Presidential Guard disbanded and RTLM shut down. Rwanda was nearing the top of the foreign news schedules now, owing to the massive exodus across the Tanzanian border. On Sunday, May 1, 250,000 people crossed into Tanzania in 24 hours, creating the world's largest refugee camp. The images of this mass movement of people were spectacular and there was demand for news coverage. 15 The front page of the New York Times carried a report about how officials in the Clinton administration were examining ways of helping to organize and pay for military intervention in Rwanda by neighboring African countries. The idea was at a preliminary stage. 16. Some journalists stood on the bridge over the Kagera River at the Rusumo Falls, and had watched as bodies passed by underneath. A BBC producer, Tom Giles, who had just flown from London to cover the refugee crisis, later wrote about seeing bodies by the dozen, bloated and obscene. Towns and villages lay abandoned. For nearly 3 weeks in April, Giles wrote, after its first days had passed, the story of one of the 20th century's worst crimes had failed, in an age of global satellite broadcasting, to make the top of the TV news bulletins. It would take another 6 weeks before the full graphic horror of the genocide would be broadcast on the BBC. 17 A British print journalist at Rusumo Falls noted, hundreds and hundreds must have passed down the river in the past week and they are still coming, and then in an effort to explain what was happening the journalist wrote, a terrible genocidal madness has taken over Rwanda. It is now completely out of control. 18. As their invasion continued, the RPF soldiers were discovering that their promised land had the foulest stench, and was mostly empty. There were Tutsi, children and women, with terrible machete wounds coming to their bases. Kagame, in an interview some years later, said that he had never seen the world more hopeless or helpless. He stopped looking at the massacre sites. He feared the effect on his actions. 19 All those claiming to be civilized had turned their backs. I knew that we were alone, he said. They would have to sort out the problem themselves. I developed contempt for those people in the world who claim to stand for values of moral authority, he added. In the first week in May, the UN Secretary-General, Boutros Boutros-Ghali, assumed a higher profile. Having publicly called for reinforcements at the end of April, he now appeared on U.S. television, on ABC Nightline, interviewed from Geneva by Ted Koppel. 20 Koppel began, tonight, Rwanda. Is the world just too tired to help? He reminded viewers of the thousands of deaths of the recent past, in former Yugoslavia, in East Timor, in Angola, in Burundi, in Tajikistan, and Nagorno-Karabakh. Rwanda had the misfortune to come at the tail end of a particularly noxious stretch of history. A film clip showed President Bill Clinton, that same day, who had been asked about Rwanda. Lesson number 1 is, don't go into one of these things and say, As the US said when we started in Somalia, maybe we'll be done in a month because it's a humanitarian crisis. Because there are almost always political problems and sometimes military conflicts, which bring about these crises. Before the Nightline interview went live, Boutros Ghali told Koppel that a modest reinforcement of 5,000 troops could have prevented the slaughter. This surprised Koppel, who remembered that, only a week earlier, the Security Council had decided to withdraw soldiers from UNAMIR. On air, Boutros Ghali explained to Koppel some of the problems involved in obtaining troops for Rwanda. He had written letters to heads of state all over the world asking for troops. Koppel asked him why it was taking so long. Boutros Ghali explained that there was a general fatigue, and that there had been the same reaction to requests for troops for all peacekeeping operations. Rwanda, however, required intervention. He added, because it is a question of genocide. I am sure that we have the capacity to intervene. Ted Koppel, you appealed to the Security Council the other day. Boutros Ghali, yes, Friday. Ted Koppel, for direct intervention. You got absolutely nowhere with them. Boutros Ghali, we have to repeat the appeal. He said that if troop offers came from African countries, then this might encourage other nations to help. But leadership over Rwanda rested with the Security Council. It was up to the major countries, the permanent members. The next day in Washington, the position of the Clinton administration became clearer during a press conference given by the National Security Advisor, Anthony Lake. Lake explained that America could not solve other people's problems. Nor could America build their states for them. When I wake up every morning and look at the headlines and the stories and the images on television of these conflicts, I want to work to end every conflict. I want to work to save every child out there. And I know the president does, and I know the American people do. But neither we nor the international community have the resources, nor the mandate to do so. So we have to make distinctions. We have to ask the hard questions about where and when we can intervene. These kinds of conflicts are particularly hard to come to grips with and to have an effect on from outside, because basically, of course, their origins are in political turmoil within these nations. And that political turmoil may not be susceptible to the efforts of the international community. So, neither we nor the international community have either the mandate, or the resources, or the possibility of resolving every conflict of this kind. 21. The press conference marked the publication of the first comprehensive review of U.S. policy towards multilateral peace operations. The review, months in preparation, and post-Somalia, was known as Presidential Decision Directive No. 25, PDD 25, and it set strict limits on future U.S. involvement with the UN. From now on, this would depend on certain criteria: whether or not U.S. interests were at stake, whether or not there was a threat to world peace, a clear mission goal, acceptable costs, congressional, public and allied support, a working ceasefire, a clean command and control, and a clear exit point. Rwanda failed every criterion bar one. The USA would consider contributing to a UN peacekeeping operation if there was urgent humanitarian disaster coupled with violence. The directive reflected the view from the Pentagon that there was only one mission for an army: to fight and win its nation's wars. The former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Colin Powell, when once asked about a UN standing army, had replied, "As long as I am chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, I will not agree to commit American men and women to an unknown war, in an unknown land, for an unknown cause, under an unknown commander, for an unknown duration." 22. Rwanda was the first UN operation to come up against the Presidential Directive. 23. At a press conference in Kampala, Uganda, President Yoweri Museveni accused the interim government of using genocide to eliminate the opposition. This government was a criminal band, not unlike the Nazis. If people understood what was going on in Rwanda, then the whole of the international community would hunt down the perpetrators. Lieutenant General Dallaire sent a cable to headquarters on Friday, May 6, to warn that the civil war was intensifying. The RPF had launched a major attack and the city center had been bombed. A Canadian transport plane had been forced to take off within minutes of touching down. The interim government, via the Prime Minister, Jean Kambanda, was calling for mass mobilization. "We have men, munitions, a united government, a united army, and we have to win," he announced. "Everyone must be armed," Kambanda said, "with the provision of weapons a government priority, even if this prevented the normal importation of goods." Kambanda was speaking from the safety of Kibai. A month earlier, in Kibai Prefecture, there had been 250,000 Tutsi. By the time Kambanda made this broadcast, it is estimated that more than 200,000 of them had been killed. A month had passed since the genocide began. There were no options for action. The presidency of the Security Council in May had fallen to the Nigerian ambassador, Ibrahim Gambari, and he asked the UN Secretary-General, Boutros Boutros-Ghali, for contingency planning regarding the delivery of human assistance and support for the displaced people in Rwanda. A resolution was presented to the Council by Spain, New Zealand, Argentina, and the Czech Republic, calling for reinforcements. But the UK and the USA argued that future action in Rwanda should be taken primarily through the efforts of African countries. In the opinion of the UK ambassador, David Haney, the Organization of African Unity, OAU, had a key role to play. But Boutros-Ghali had already approached the OAU, and consulted with Hosni Mubarak, the president of Egypt, appointed the next OAU chairman. The OAU Secretary-General, Salim Ahmed Salim, had received a letter from Boutros-Ghali requesting that African states contribute troops. In response, Salim Ahmed Salim had pointed out that given the magnitude of the Rwandan tragedy, there should be efforts under UN auspices, with all that implied in terms of political engagement and resource commitment. This has been the practice in other situations of dire need elsewhere in the world. It must not be set aside in the case of Africa, he wrote. A first and tentative official recognition of genocide came in the first week of May when the UN Human Rights Commissioner, José Ayala Lasso, in a press conference in Geneva, said that he was inclined to accept the definition. Lasso was going to Rwanda to see for himself, and to gather information. 24 His was a new appointment. 25 The idea of appointing a commissioner, a human rights supremo, had come a year earlier, at a landmark human rights conference held in June 1993, the World Conference on Human Rights, held in Vienna, Austria. There had been 7,000 participants and 800 organizations that had hoped to forge a new vision for global action on human rights, and the appointment was intended to give human rights a higher profile. The idea had found enthusiastic support within the administration of President Bill Clinton. Lasso, the first incumbent, was a former Ecuadorian foreign minister, appointed by Boutros-Ghali, and he had no human rights background. Lasso stayed 2 days in Rwanda, 11 to 12 May, during which time he met Colonel Theonest Bagosara and Major General Augustin Bizimungu, Chief of Staff. Bizimungu told Lasso that he would do all he could to ensure that hostages in Rwanda were freed, but he did not control the militia. Lasso went to the Hotel de Mille Collines and watched as Bizimungu assured everyone in the presence of the UN's most senior human rights official that all the people there would soon be set free. Bizimungu explained that the killings were due to the spontaneous anger of the people at the assassination of their president. Lasso met Major General Paul Kagame. Kagame told him that the entire international community should be calling for an end to the killings. In an appeal on Radio Rwanda, Lasso said both sides should cease hostilities and allow the population to go to the destination of their choice. Lasso wrote a report when he got back to Europe appealing to both sides to avoid human rights abuses. 26 He described wanton killing of more than 200,000 innocent civilians. He noted all the relevant international human rights instruments, to which Rwanda was a party, including the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. 27 He was no more specific than this. A more direct approach came from the president of the ICRC, Cornelio Samaruga, who wrote an article for the International Herald Tribune, in which he condemned the press and governments for failing to give Rwanda the attention it warranted. All states had a responsibility to act. 28 The ICRC was building a larger presence, in 5 locations, in Kigali, Byumba, Gisenyi, Kabgayi, and Kibungo, and the delegates were witness to the most appalling suffering of thousands of sick and wounded people who were continually at risk of brutal murder at the hands of soldiers and militia. Samaruga had spoken with Philippe Gaillard. Gaillard had traveled to Kabgayi, where 30,000 people were trapped, the families who fled massacres elsewhere in the prefecture of Gitarama, and near the headquarters of the interim government. The ICRC had opened a Sioux delegation in Kabgayi on May 12. When they arrived, the militia slaughtered 7 people in front of them. 29. Kabgayi, an imposing convent on a hilltop with a large church and several buildings, was known as the Vatican of Rwanda. But now people were crammed so tightly into the primary and secondary school and the health center that they could not move. There was no clean water and hardly any food. About a dozen people a day died from starvation and the corpses were bloated and unburied. A foul stench was everywhere. Every day soldiers came to the camp to take away Tutsi to kill. At night soldiers went through the classrooms looking for victims. It was terror time. In addition to killing people, they came to take girls and women to be raped, and afterwards they were brought back, a survivor recalled. Nearby there was a hospital where wounded government soldiers were treated, and some of them would come to the camps to kill Tutsi for sport. The militia once took people away in stolen Red Cross vehicles. Kabgayi was later described as a concentration camp. There were unburied corpses, everyone coughed, as dust and dirt seeped into their lungs. A foreign correspondent, James Schofield, wrote. The ICRC delegates were forbidden from going inside the camp and lived in a house outside the camp perimeter. 30. Sam Kiley of the Times had also been to Kabgayi and published a description on May 14. He had interviewed Father Vijeko Kurik, who had a reputation as the only white man south of Kigali. A Franciscan priest from Bosnia, he was trying to find food for Kabgayi. He had negotiated his way through 30 roadblocks during his journey from the border with Burundi. He had seen hillsides literally covered with bodies, and he thought that 500,000 people had been killed. 31 Kiley met a representative of the interim government, Pauline Nyiramaisuhyuko, the Minister of the Family and Women's Affairs. She told Kiley that the Rwandans were a peaceful people but that the militia had been armed in order to weed out Tutsi extremist infiltrators sent by the RPF. The Tutsi plan, she said, was to exterminate all the Hutu. Kiley spoke with Major General Augustin Bizimana, the Minister of Defense. Bizimana told Kiley that people had been afraid they would be wiped out by the Tutsi and RPF infiltrators. Bizimana admitted that innocent people had been killed, and these had included Tutsi who supported the interim government, and Tutsi who had never even heard of the RPF. The armed forces were beginning to gain control of the militia. It's very difficult to end these hatreds, he said. Gaillard tried to persuade ministers in the interim government to see Kabgayi for themselves. The interim government were disorganized, they were powerless and incapable of putting a stop to the murdering madness of systematic massacre they had helped to organize, some of them. Gaillard described the poor of Rwanda as the damned of the earth, for they had accepted, like manna from heaven, the racist insanities pouring over the airways. The MSF France Dr. Jean-Hervé Berdal was by now back in Paris, where his organization was conducting a concerted press campaign to explain that genocide was happening and to make the case for urgent military intervention, not to stop civil war, but to put an end to the killing. On May 16, Berdal appeared on French television news to say that the deaths in Rwanda were not the result of a civil war but of a deliberate and planned extermination. The MSF had never seen killing such as this. The French government bore a special responsibility for having armed and trained the perpetrators. The newscaster, Patrick Poivre d'Arver, seemingly surprised, ended his interview describing what was happening in Rwanda as a veritable genocide. 32 On May 18, MSF France took a page in the newspaper Le Monde to print an open letter to President Mitterrand to point out that doctors could not stop genocide. France must take action immediately to protect the population of Rwanda. A detailed plan to protect the sites where people were sheltering was sent to UN headquarters on May 12 by Lieutenant General Dallaire. He had been told that at a recent informal meeting of the Security Council, the UK ambassador had insisted that before any resolution to address Rwanda's humanitarian emergency, there had to be a formal document and a budget. Dallaire's cable included a map showing 91 sites, and the name of each one, where a total estimated number of 756,000 people were trapped and in danger. They urgently needed protection. Dallaire suggested that rather than waiting, and losing time, the paperwork could be done afterwards. A locally overwhelming presence of UN forces was needed. 33. The Security Council, having requested a further report from Secretary-General Boutros-Ghali, waited a week for it to arrive. When it did, the day following Dallaire's cable, May 13, it contained details of an original plan, already prepared by Dallaire, to airlift a standing brigade, some 5,500 well-armed and trained soldiers, into Kigali, to protect civilians at risk, and provide security for humanitarian operations. This was a minimum viable force. 34 Boutros-Ghali told the council that for such an operation to work, the troops had to be highly mobile. The operation would be called UNAMIR 2, and would require 16 helicopters and teams of military and civilian police. The key to success was speed of deployment, and it was intended that the troops be airlifted as soon as the council authorized the resolution. The longer the delay, the greater the risk of not achieving its purpose. Protected sites could be patrolled and monitored by peacekeepers. The airport could become a neutral zone under the control of the UN. The operation could begin with the immediate dispatch to Kigali of 800 soldiers from the Ghanaian battalion who had been evacuated to Nairobi when UNAMIR was reduced, and who were currently languishing in an aircraft hangar, but these troops had to be provided with the protection of APCs. If countries could provide already formed infantry brigades, this would mean that deployment could be rapid. 35. There were immediate complaints from U.S. diplomats. Madeleine Albright, the U.S. ambassador, was now championing the new presidential directive on peacekeeping, and in accordance with this directive her staff argued that the plan for Rwanda was inadequate and lacking in field assessments. She agreed with the UK that there must be more detailed preparations, a clearer concept of operations, a breakdown in the costs, and an idea of the duration of any mandate. The USA suggested, albeit discreetly, that the plan, rather than a serious strategy for a realistic and doable mission, was a public relations exercise by Boutros-Ghali. Boutros-Ghali was openly critical of the Security Council for shocking behavior and for meekly following the US lead in denying the reality of the genocide. He was particularly scathing about Albright. She was always waiting for instructions from Washington. As the Rwandan genocide continued, she was apparently just following orders, he wrote later. 36 He said subsequently that the blame for the inaction over Rwanda rested with the USA. They were prevailing upon governments to withhold relatively trivial sums to stop genocide. 37 Throughout May there were determined attempts by the UN's Department of Peacekeeping Operations, DPKO, to obtain both troops and military equipment for Rwanda. If armored personnel carriers could be found, then the Ghanaian battalion could return to Kigali. There were urgent requests for APCs sent to a total of 44 member states known to have a spare military capacity. Then, on May 28, a call came from an official in the Pentagon. The USA had 48 APCs in storage in Germany. If the UN wanted them, they could be leased for $4 million. The USA already owed the UN more than $1 billion in back dues. This was the only offer, and so negotiations started in order to move the APCs at once. The Pentagon then insisted that only when the lease was signed could the transport of the equipment begin, and then it would take 2 weeks to get the APCs to Uganda, which had the nearest large airport. The Pentagon organized its own transport from the storage location in Germany to Uganda, at an extra charge to the UN of $6 million. When the equipment arrived at Entebbe there were no heavy machine guns or radios, rendering them useless in terms of a self-defense capability. The UN came under a barrage of criticism for incompetence and waste in its procurement of equipment, yet it was later discovered that a commercial contractor would have delivered the APCs to Entebbe for much less than the USA charged. 3 months later, in August 1994, the APCs were still in Entebbe. There were no trucks large enough to transport them to Rwanda. 38. The UK offer for Rwanda was 50 Bedford trucks, but the money for them had to be paid by the UN up front. It was weeks before they arrived, and Dallaire recalled how they were fit only as museum relics. 39. The possibility of Dallaire having to fight his way out of Rwanda was a very real and very desperate option that was prepared for, and nearly executed, on at least 2 occasions. 40 The tiny garrison ran out of all supplies at one point, and they packed everything up. There was pressure from New York to pull out, but Dallaire kept repeating that it was not an option. The ghost of Gordon of Khartoum was watching over him, he said, for no one and no supplies were coming at all. Dying in Rwanda without sign or sight of relief was a reality that we faced on a daily basis for several desperate weeks, he said. 41. Annan and Reza respected his position and were prepared to listen to him. No matter how hard anyone tried, one of his officers said, there was nothing anyone could do to budge him. Dallaire said that his most powerful weapon in Rwanda had been his obstinacy. 42. Another cable was sent from Kigali to headquarters, written on May 15, pointing out that the 91 camps where people were trapped were desperately short of water, food, and medical supplies. 43. While the Rwandan government forces located their mortar base close to refugee camps, the RPF was dug in near the Amahoro Stadium, the King Faisal Hospital and UN headquarters. This RPF position drew fire and there were daily casualties from shelling. The front line divided the city. 44 There were meetings between UNAMIR, the Rwandan army, the gendarmerie, and the RPF to try to guarantee the safety of the imprisoned people. Dallaire continued his efforts to broker temporary ceasefires or truces, even for the shortest duration, to allow the rescue of civilians. Sometimes the peacekeepers were too late. One mission in early May to rescue a UN employee in hiding with her 5 children and 5 orphans found them all murdered. Neighbors described men with machetes in civilian clothes as the perpetrators. The people sheltering in Kigali became hostages to be traded. The RPF was holding thousands of Hutu prisoners. It took endless discussions with the Rwandan government forces and the RPF, and each person had to be counted, documented, and verified with militias informed and trucks arranged. It could take days. One militia with one rifle could turn a transfer into disaster. 45 In one successful operation, peacekeepers escorted 300 Tutsi, exchanging them for 200 Hutu. Gary McCarthy of UNICEF, who had come to Kigali as part of a 4-man joint UN agency cell, recalled that during one of these exchanges in which 200 Tutsi teenage boys were rescued, a group of Tutsi children had been left behind in a car park. 46 They were quickly surrounded by Interahamwe. McCarthy and colleagues negotiated their rescue. It took them more than an hour. 47. On Tuesday, May 17, the Security Council at last passed a resolution providing a first official recognition that the peacekeepers might have to take action to defend the people in their care. In Resolution 918, voted late at night, 5,500 reinforcements were authorized for UNAMIR. It was widely welcomed as a landmark, but in reality it was a sham. No equipped troops were available for Rwanda, and, even if there had been, there was no airlift. Nor was there an agreed plan for what they would do when they got there. The New Zealand ambassador wrote that night to his capital, "As you will see, the US has essentially gutted the resolution, in reality the expansion is a fiction." 48. Others were elated. The US historian and a board member of Human Rights Watch, an expert on Rwanda, Alison Deforges, heard about the resolution and immediately called the ambassador for the Czech Republic, Karel Kovanda. It was he who broke the news to her that there was little likelihood of anything happening for another 3 months. "I threw up my hands in horror," recalled Deforges. It was unacceptable, human lives were being lost. Why not tomorrow? 49. Dallaire believes that if the troops mandated in Resolution 918 had been speedily and effectively deployed, tens upon tens of thousands of people could have been saved. But the resolution was conditional, on U.S. insistence, and as a first step, some 150 military observers were to be sent to Rwanda. The USA and the UK were now arguing that before troops were sent to Rwanda, the views of both armies in the civil war were needed and a ceasefire had to be brokered. The U.S. ambassador, Karl Inderfurth, said that the Council had struggled to formulate a response that was both appropriate and effective. The key to the problems in Rwanda is in the hands of the Rwandese people. In Rwanda, this means that the killing, by all parties, must stop, Inderfurth said. Dallaire quickly realized that with Resolution 918, Rwanda had been abandoned. The world had simply shut the door. Afterwards there were claims that no troops had been available for Rwanda. This is not true. The government of Ghana had agreed to increase its battalion strength in Kigali to its original 800 soldiers. But without protective vehicles, or APCs, the troops would be unprotected, immobile, and ineffective. 50 Ethiopia offered an 800-strong battalion and Malawi promised an infantry company. Offers of troops also came from Senegal, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Congo, Mali, Malawi, and Tunisia. But all these countries wanted equipment for their troops and wanted the costs to be underwritten by the UN. Given the state of the UN finances, help for Rwanda quite obviously depended on Western states. No offers were forthcoming. 51. Throughout May the USA blocked effective action for Rwanda by arguing against Dallaire's plan, devised weeks before, and which entailed airlifting a brigade to Kigali. The USA argued instead for a series of safe havens on Rwanda's borders with Tanzania and Zaire. A team of military experts from the Pentagon arrived at UN headquarters to persuade Kofi Annan of the merits of this idea, arguing that safe havens were cheaper to create, and would require fewer soldiers. If the safe haven idea were to be accepted, then the USA would contribute to the costs. There could be buffer zones along the frontiers to keep people safe. Dallaire said this simply would not work, the people would be killed before they reached the borders, and those on the borders were not necessarily those most at risk. Keating described the situation as surreal. While thousands of human beings were hacked to death every day, ambassadors argued fitfully for weeks about military tactics. The USA argued continually against wasting any money on failed missions. 52. The French ambassador, Jean-Bernard Meremy, told an informal meeting that the only way to resolve the crisis was to obtain a ceasefire within the framework of the Arusha Agreement. And just prior to the vote on Resolution 918, on May 16, Rwanda's own Minister of Foreign Affairs, Jerome Mumpeka, was allowed to address the Security Council. Mumpeka, already accorded full diplomatic honors in Paris at the end of April, told the council that it would be naive to blame either the Rwandan army or the government for the massacres. The hatred, he said, was forged over 4 centuries of cruel and ruthless domination of the Hutu majority, the mental enslavement of an entire people. The assassination of President Habyarimana was no coincidence. It was part of a prepared plan by the RPF to take power, a plan coordinated with Ugandan authorities. There were large-scale massacres of Hutu civilians. It was an inter-ethnic war of unbelievable cruelty. 53. No adequate explanation has ever been offered as to why Mumpeka was allowed to address the council, nor as to why, for the duration of the genocide, a representative of the interim government, Jean Damascene Bizimana, was allowed to sit as Rwanda's ambassador in the council. 54. The UK ambassador, David Haney, said that unfortunately there was no procedure for getting rid of him. 55. Ambassador Colin Keating described Mumpeka as the mouthpiece of a faction, not the representative of a state, and said he should not have been allowed to speak. He had given a shameful distortion of the truth. The UK ambassador, David Haney, regretted the tone and the content of Mumpeka's speech. We would have wished to see a condemnation of the atrocities that have taken place, many of them in parts of the country controlled by that government, in a less perfunctory manner than was done, he said. Karel Kovanda, the Czech ambassador, had by now been thoroughly briefed by Alison de Forges, and he had directly challenged the Rwandan foreign minister and reeled off a list of known massacre sites, giving an estimated casualty figure for each one: 4,000 in Kibho, 5,500 in Sayahinda, 2,500 in Kibungo. The list went on. In the sports stadium in Cyangugu, he said, thousands of people were held captive and each day victims were pulled from the crowd. All reports indicate that these atrocities have been committed by Hutu cutthroats, and seldom has this word been so literally the right one, against their Tutsi neighbors, he said. Kovanda added that there must have been Tutsi atrocities against Hutu, and human rights groups had assiduously sought direct evidence of massacres in territories controlled by the RPF. So far, they had found very little such evidence. Kovanda continued, this situation is being described as a humanitarian crisis as though it were a natural disaster. But the massacres were being committed on the orders of people close to Habyarimana and at the instigation of a radio station known for its incendiary broadcasts. The massacres were the work of Rwandan government forces, the militia, and the gendarmerie. In the view of my delegation, the proper description is genocide, Kovanda told the council. The priority was not a ceasefire, but saving the lives of thousands of civilians. The RPF steadily advanced. Colonel Theonest Bagosara was seen less in Kigali. He made a trip to the Seychelles in May to buy weapons, but no one doubted who was in charge. Lieutenant General Dallaire said that whenever he attempted to establish communications with the Interahamwe leadership for ceasefires and humanitarian operations, the most sure and effective conduit to them was Bagosara. The Interahamwe was responsive to directions received from him. 56. At one point, quite by chance, Philippe Gaillard had met Bagosara and Gaillard told him that he had to stop the killing. Civilians were being slaughtered, and all the time he was losing the war. Monsieur the Delegate, answered Bagosara, if I wanted to, I could conscript 50,000 new men. Gaillard's car was sometimes caught up in the fighting, and on one occasion, after leaving the Ministry of Defense, he had been obliged to run for cover behind a pillar on the front porch of a house. Mortars sliced through the trees. He was stopped later by the Interahamwe at a roadblock, and was asked to take one of their injured, a man with a bullet in his back, to hospital. Gaillard put the man in the front seat of his car, which became soaked with blood. The man was operated on at the ICRC hospital and some days later Gaillard saw him in the outpatient's room. We picked up the debris of genocide, said Gaillard. First the Tutsi, and then little by little there were Hutu wounded. There were the wounded from the war to treat, people with injuries from shelling and landmines, their limbs blown away. All the survivors in the hospital slept side by side, both Hutu and Tutsi. They talked to each other, worked together in the laundry and the kitchen, and dug holes in the garden to bury the dead. 8 more houses were requisitioned for the hospital. Only the children in the compound were spared any work. Gaillard had to plead with both the RPF and the Rwandan army to spare the hospital. The Rwandan government army stationed heavy weapons behind it. The RPF asked Gaillard to move to another location but he refused. The hospital was shelled several times. On May 25, 2 Rwandans were killed when a shell landed in their compound. Gaillard remembers a baby, aged just 1 month and a half, with shrapnel wounds to the face. Another child received serious injuries. The hospital was shelled again in June when 2 bombs fell in the emergency room, killing 7 and injuring a dozen more. I kept insisting that the Rwandan staff who work in this hospital were both Hutu and Tutsi, said Gaillard. Only once did Gaillard call the UN for help. On May 19, a Swiss medical coordinator, Pierre Gritzlow, traveling on the road from Kigali to the south, received shrapnel wounds to his stomach from an RPF shell fired at the convoy. Gritzlow was in the lead vehicle going to Kabgayi. He fell exactly on a front line between the two armies. It was impossible to rescue him because of shelling. Dallaire went himself, followed by a Tunisian APC. The road was a major exchange route for Rwandan government forces out of Kigali, with the RPF and the Rwandan army holding the high ground on either side. Gritzlow successfully underwent a major operation later that day. The ICRC stopped using the road, even though it was the principal resupply route. On May 21, 7.2 tons of medical aid reached Kigali, but after that there were no more convoys, not until Kigali fell to the RPF on 4 July. 57. An Interahamwe had once told Gaillard that the Kalinga, a sacred drum that was said to be a symbol of the Tutsi king's supremacy, had passed into different hands. From the Kalinga were said to have hung the genitals of those killed in the conquered northern areas under the control of Hutu King Let's. Now the drum belonged to the Hutu. Gaillard was sickened. Some of the atrocities witnessed in Rwanda would never be seen by the rest of the world, he said, and he agreed with the self-censorship of the media. There was only one piece of TV footage broadcast to show an actual murder, a piece of film bravely snatched from a roof by British freelance cameraman, Nick Hughes. It was shot in April in central Kigali on the roof of the French school. I filmed across a valley to record a street that was being cleared of Tutsi. These images are among the only known pictures of the genocide. If only there had been more. Hughes wrote a description some years later about exactly how this group of people was killed. What is notable is that they weren't killed instantly, they were slowly beaten to death, tortured. Both women were kneeling. One was begging, arms outstretched. Nonchalantly, the killer would come over and beat the men who were dying, then stroll away. Finally, a man came across the street and hit one woman on the head with such a force that he broke the stick he was using. The second blow hit her on the side of her head and neck. I could see her head jerk away. Hughes said the killing was not so sporadic. He had seen gangs, roaming in the street, looking for somebody to kill. People were brought out onto the street and killed. It was nonchalant and systematic. There was no other explanation. 58. By mid-May the RPF was in control of almost half the country, from the northwest to the southeastern corner, with the interim government and its army retreating east but managing to hold on to western Kigali, with the hilltops around the city under RPF control. When the RPF seized Kabuga, 16 kilometers east of Kigali, it opened the way for an offensive against both the main government army barracks at Kanombe and the airport. On May 20, while the fighting continued for control of the capital, 30 people were killed when a mortar bomb hit the King Faisal Hospital, where thousands of people were sheltering. At least 12 mortar bombs hit UN headquarters. In those areas where the interim government and the Rwandan army were in control, the militia had created a dense network of roadblocks. Escape for Tutsi was virtually impossible. On May 22, a nun and 11 novices, who had escaped from Kigali and were on their way to Kabgayi, arrived in Kamonyi, where they were caught, thrown into a pit and shot. There was an increasing number of people trapped in sites around the country, 38,000 people being held in Kabgayi, 3,000 at a stadium in Gitarama, 5,500 in a stadium in Cyangugu, 1,700 at Mibarizi, 400 at Cyangugu, near Cyangugu, and 60,000 at Rwanda, near Kigali. 59. From the Kamarampaka Stadium near the cathedral in Cyangugu, men and boys were regularly taken away by soldiers and militia. On May 11, they took hundreds of people from the stadium to the countryside by bus and then murdered them. When delegates from the Red Cross had first arrived in Cyangugu on April 20, they had found 884 malnourished children needing special treatment. There was no food. There was one water tap. There were 7,889 people at the site, 500 of those needed urgent medical help. 2 ICRC delegates and a nurse went there every day and distributed food and opened a pharmacy. A safe water supply was later ensured by an ICRC water engineer who came from Geneva. The people in the stadium were later moved to a camp at Nyarushishi which had been used for refugees from Burundi who had fled to Rwanda in October 1993. As everywhere else, soldiers ostensibly guarding the refugees worked closely with the Interahamwe, who roamed the camp, abducting people. At Nyarushishi it is thought that most of the 10,000 refugees were saved from slaughter only because the gendarmes were under the command of a colonel called Innocent Bavugaminchi. On May 13, Dallaire received a telephone call from Washington, from Senator Paul Simon, Democrat, Illinois, a member of the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, and chairman of the Subcommittee on African Affairs. Simon had received information, he does not recall whether it came from the State Department or the CIA, to the effect that in Rwanda hundreds of thousands of people were being killed. With the ranking Republican on the committee, Senator James Jeffords, Vermont, Simon placed a call to Dallaire. We asked what could be done to stop what was still in the initial stages, Simon explained. Dallaire told us that if he could get 8,000 troops quickly he could put an end to it. Dallaire was very concerned about stopping the killing. Dallaire indicated to the senators that 5,000 troops was his minimum requirement, but that these troops would be spread too thinly because the killing had extended to other parts of the country. Such reinforcements would need a mandate to stop the massacres, protect civilians, and facilitate the delivery of humanitarian assistance. Simon remembered Dallaire as a compassionate, sensitive, and sensible military commander. Immediately after this conversation, Senators Jeffords and Simon wrote a letter to the White House, hand-delivered, with a copy to the State Department, asking for the USA immediately to request the Security Council to approve sending troops to Kigali to stop the senseless slaughter. Obviously there are risks involved, but we cannot continue to sit idly by while this tragedy continues to unfold, the letter stated. The failure of the international community to take decisive action had served to embolden the extremists. Delay or simply doing nothing were not acceptable substitutes for a foreign policy of leadership. Human life was at stake, and swift and sound decision-making was needed. There was no reply. 10 days later, Simon telephoned the White House but failed to speak to Anthony Lake at the National Security Council. Simon was put through to another official and told that there was no public support for U.S. participation in such an operation. This might have been accurate, said Simon, 5 years later, but this was a question of leadership, a case in which you have to build a public base. It took President Bill Clinton 27 days to respond. On June 9, he wrote to say that he was in full agreement that there should be action, and he proceeded to list all those things he claimed his administration had done to alleviate the crisis. It had taken action in ensuring an effective UN peacekeeping force, it had supported a UN resolution to authorize up to 5,500 troops for Rwanda and to reintroduce a full mechanized battalion and UN military observers as soon as possible. We have been contacting foreign governments to urge their rapid participation in the peacekeeping mission. A number of countries have responded positively to these contacts, the letter said. The USA had offered financial, logistical, and material support, including 50 APCs. It was working with the UN to ensure that this force is effective, protects the maximum number of Rwandans at risk, and meets the conditions set forth in my recent directive on peacekeeping. It had sponsored a UN resolution to impose an arms embargo. It had committed more than $50 million in humanitarian assistance for Rwanda, by far the largest amount of any donor, to ameliorate the crisis among the refugees on the borders with Tanzania and Burundi. It had strongly supported a negotiated settlement. Clinton's senior officials had been in almost daily contact with the leaders in the region to support diplomatic efforts for a ceasefire. President Clinton wrote, "I have spoken out against the killings. We have called for a full investigation of these atrocities." These initiatives, he claimed, had helped to relieve some of the suffering of the Rwandan people and supported a rapid introduction of an effective UN mission to protect people at risk. The RPF advance continued and the army took control of the airport at dawn on Sunday, May 22, when 200 government soldiers fled their positions and the Kanambe barracks fell. The next day the RPF took over the presidential villa. The wreckage of the Falcon jet was still in the garden. There were hundreds of government soldiers leaving the city, and a column of people stretched for 32 kilometers on the road to Gitarama. The latest exodus would soon account for some 300,000 people, clogging the roads, fleeing an RPF advance. Boutros Ghali told reporters on May 25 that the real responsibility for what was happening lay with the Security Council. My role is to respect the decisions and the resolutions of the Security Council. I can suggest different solutions, but the decisions are taken by the Security Council. When asked how he felt as a human being when seeing piles of corpses, he said, "I will try not to be emotional. Let us recognize that this is a failure, not only of the UN but also of the international community. All of us are responsible for this failure. I have tried. I was in contact with different heads of state and I begged them to send troops. I failed. It is a scandal. I am the first one to say it and I am ready to repeat it. Genocide had been committed," he said. 60. Boutros Ghali had by now sent 2 senior officials to Rwanda, ostensibly to try to get negotiations going between the Rwandan government forces and the RPF. They were Iqbal Riza, Assistant Secretary General in DPKO, and Major General Maurice Baril, the Secretary General's military advisor. They visited Rwanda between 22 and May 27, and when they returned to headquarters they wrote a report in which they described a frenzy of massacres, with 250,000 to 500,000 people killed in a systematic slaughter. There was little doubt that this was genocide. The UN peacekeepers were fulfilling 2 primary tasks: providing security to as many locations as possible where people were sheltering and facilitating the provision of humanitarian relief to these sites, even without a ceasefire. 61 On May 30, in a report to the Council, the Secretary General told ambassadors, "We must all realize that we have failed in our response to the agony of Rwanda and thus acquiesced in the continued loss of life." 62. In late May there was a determined counter-offensive in Kigali, with the Presidential Guard and 4 battalions of gendarmes combining together with Interahamwe. 63 On the last day of May, a military observer, Captain Bay Diagne, from Senegal, was killed, the 12th peacekeeper to die since the crisis began. 64 Diagne had been driving a clearly marked UN vehicle, and was killed by an RPF mortar shell at an army checkpoint on the front line. He was negotiating, with his usual banter, his way back to UN headquarters, carrying a message from the government-held part of the city to the force commander in an attempt to allow refugees to cross the front line. Some 6 government soldiers had been the target and Diagne's car had effectively shielded them from the blast. Afterwards, Brigadier General Henry Eniodoho spent time with the peacekeepers. "We tried to talk to both sides," he told them quietly, "but they just don't seem to be listening. They suspended further rescue attempts. They wept as Diagne's body, wrapped in the blue sheeting used for refugee huts, there being no flags, was carried to a plane. He was," one of them said, "the bravest of them all." 65 Diagne had protected the children of Prime Minister Uwiling Iamana in the Hotel de Mille Collines. He was known for his fearless rescue missions and had single-handedly saved people from various hostage sites around the city. When James Orbinski, a Canadian doctor with MSF, arrived overland in May, he was appalled at the state of the UN peacekeepers, astonished that they were obliged to limit their rescue attempts for lack of petrol. Their headquarters was constantly shelled. Lieutenant General Dallaire believes that he pushed his troops beyond decent limits in terms of the conditions they were forced to endure. He described the acrid odors of death and starvation, to eat expired tinned rations and to cope with the resultant diarrhea without toilet paper or running water. Orbinski was to join a team of 5 MSF staff who had recently established an operations center in Unamir headquarters, next to the Amahoro Stadium. 66 There were 3 MSF personnel working in the ICRC hospital on the other side of town. Orbinski was welcomed by a Canadian military observer, Major Don McNeil, who was the deputy of Unamir's Humanitarian Action Cell. He told Orbinski that Kigali was hell with no fuel. McNeil kept a map on his wall which showed the places where people were trapped, in churches, diplomatic compounds, and orphanages. There were soldiers and militia surrounding them, and roadblocks and killing squads preventing their rescue. The killing of people from these sites took place between dusk and dawn. McNeill held negotiations with the Rwandan army officers to try to organize rescue missions, and was sometimes told that the army did not always have control of the militia. There were notes taken at these encounters and the minutes were kept. Some of the meetings were filmed on videotape. 67. The King Faisal Hospital was at the margin of a shifting front line. On the other side of the valley, in the government zone, was the ICRC hospital. The King Faisal, a purpose-built hospital with 300 beds, was filthy and crammed with people. There was no sanitation, but a logistics expert from the ICRC had managed to create a clean area in the hospital containing 100 beds, a couple of wards and one operating theater. The doctors and nurses from MSF were obliged to wear ICRC insignia, at risk of reprisals from Rwandan government soldiers. This was because of the MSF press campaign underway in Paris that continued to put pressure on the French government, calling for an end to genocide. By June, the King Faisal was functioning as a hospital with a ward for children, and carrying out up to 30 operations a day. There was rationing of morphine and the shelling and mortar fire around the hospital were a major problem. The overcrowding in the ICRC hospital reached crisis point in June. Gaillard wanted to transfer patients across the front line to the King Faisal. Dallaire negotiated a 2-hour ceasefire. Those patients considered fit enough to travel, both Hutu and Tutsi, were put in the back of a lorry and Gaillard led the convoy. One of UNAMIR's 2 APCs was parked at a crucial roundabout en route, with the other near the King Faisal. Some days later, on June 21, the ICRC hospital was again inundated with wounded. Orbinski remembers wounded people in their hundreds, so many needing medical help that they were laid out on the street outside. Orbinski took part in a roadside triage, treating as many as possible of those likely to die without immediate medical care. The ditches ran with blood. There were government soldiers, Interahamwe, and gunshot wounds, machete blows, shrapnel and blast injuries. Orbinski tells of a woman, a victim of genocide, whose entire body had been systematically mutilated with a machete. Her ears had been cut off. Her face was carefully disfigured, and a pattern was obvious in the slashes. She was one among many, living an inhuman and indescribable suffering, he recalled. There was little he could do for her other than try to stop the bleeding. She was slightly older than middle-aged and she had been raped. She was aware that all around her there were people in a similar condition. There were only 6 doctors in the ICRC, MSF team. Orbinski had faltered. She knew and I knew, Orbinski said, that we were completely overwhelmed. And then the woman had released him from his own inescapable hell. She had looked up at him and said to him in the clearest voice he had heard, Alaz, Alaz, Umra, Umrashat, go, go, my friend, find and let live your courage. 68. They continued trying to alleviate the overcrowding in the ICRC hospital and a week later, on June 27, 45 more wounded people arrived at the King Faisal hospital. Other convoys tried but it was not always possible. The journey entailed crossing a bridge that spanned a valley. The bridge was exposed and was the most terrifying and dangerous place. At the end of June a convoy with wounded was stopped on the bridge by presidential guards. Gaillard argued in vain as one of them climbed into the back of the lorry to inspect the wounded. A crowd gathered and started shouting Inyenzi. Some brandished machetes. Gaillard jumped in his car, drove to the Ministry of Defense, waited for a piece of paper with a stamp, and then drove back to the bridge and showed the guard the paper. He watched while the guard radioed headquarters and was told to let the lorry through. When the convoy reached the other side there was another roadblock, this time with RPF soldiers. An RPF soldier insisted on inspecting the wounded and among them in the back of the lorry, he found his brother. Gaillard traveled with Dallaire and a group of peacekeepers north to Bimba, and at one of the roadblocks Gaillard chatted with an Interahamwe. The man was dejected and exhausted. He was filthy, meager, and unshaven. Gaillard told him he was on his way to see Paul Kagame. "Tell him to stop the war. We want to discuss everything," the man said. The RPF advance continued. On Thursday, June 2, the RPF took Kabgayi. Before the government troops and Interahamwe fled, they had gone on a killing spree. The sight that greeted the rebel soldiers in this small and previously beautiful site was unforgettable. The Roman Catholic seminary, the home of the bishop, had been turned into a hell. 69 There were 30,000 people trapped in the town and 200,000 displaced people in the area. 70 On June 9, RPF soldiers murdered the Catholic Archbishop of Kigali, Vincent Nsengiyumva, who had been Agath Habyarimana's confessor and a member of the MRND Central Committee. 71 He was killed with the Bishop of Kabgayi, Thadi Nsengiyumva, the Bishop of Byumba, Joseph Ruzindana, and 10 priests. The RPF claimed that the killings were carried out by young soldiers recently recruited, who disobeyed their orders to hold the clerics in protective custody. 72 Some 2 years later, a letter was sent to Pope John Paul II by a group of priests to explain that the clerics who were killed in Kabgayi were not in a state of grace for either their faith or their charity. The letter accused them of collusion with the regime. 73 Although the RPF saved tens of thousands of people from extermination, rumors of summary executions by them began to spread and RPF soldiers were accused of committing war crimes. 74 The RPF were putting restrictions on where UN military observers could go. The RPF soldiers were discovering the fate of their families and friends. Their ranks were swollen by new recruits who were less disciplined. Sometimes the Interahamwe used the civilian population as a shield to protect them against the RPF. Special Rapporteur of the Commission on Human Rights, René Denisegui, reported that the killing of civilians by the RPF was scattered, irregular and limited. 75 Later on, Ian Martin, who was the head of a UN human rights field operation created after the genocide, reported that thousands of civilians became victims of reprisal killings, in some cases amounting to massacres, which occurred during, and after, the RPF advance was complete. 76 2 months after the interim government had abandoned Kigali, it fled Gitarama, and on June 12 the ministers were on the road again to the Lake Kivu town of Kibai, and eventually farther north to Gisenyi, their northern heartland. 3 days after the fall of Gitarama to the RPF, the French cabinet decided to send troops. The French military would mount a humanitarian operation to protect populations threatened with extermination. President François Mitterrand said there was not a moment to lose. 17 For valor. The French offer to the Security Council of a humanitarian operation for Rwanda was enthusiastically welcomed by the Secretary-General, Boutros Boutros-Ghali, who took a keen interest in the resolution to authorize the French force. He argued that the French were acting out of bitter frustration with the U.S. obstruction. 1 Although the French government was seeking UN approval for the mission, it was made clear that its soldiers would not be shackled by the kind of restrictions that had turned UN soldiers into helpless bystanders. France wanted a Chapter 7 mandate to allow for the use of force, needed to protect French soldiers. 2 For some diplomats, Boutros-Ghali's decision to lobby for the return of the French military to a conflict that France had done so much to fuel was unspeakable. But Boutros-Ghali argued that he had no choice. France was the only country that had offered anything for Rwanda and at no cost to the UN. The USA was refusing to pay its UN debt and reluctant to incur peacekeeping bills. The French would be providing troops and picking up the bill. A spokesperson for the French government, Nicolas Sarkozy, a later president of France, explained, "We are not a middle power, we are a great power. If France does not react, Sarajevo falls." And finally Rwanda. 3 French diplomats tried hard to obtain endorsement from their European allies and from African states. But there was a poor response. Only Senegal and Chad offered a few hundred soldiers, Congo and Niger about 40 soldiers, and Mauritania 4 doctors. Although France said it would not act without UN endorsement, even before the council had a chance to meet on the issue, an advance team of French troops had arrived at the Zaire border airfield of Goma to make preparatory plans for an intervention force. France had begun to position its forces in Central Africa on 16 June. 4. It would later emerge that the idea for French intervention may have been around longer than at first realized. On May 9, General Jean-Pierre Huchon had received, in the Ministry of Cooperation in Paris, Lieutenant Colonel Ephraim Rwanda, advisor to the Rwandan Chief of Staff. Rwanda claimed later that among the priorities of this meeting was the support of Rwanda by France at the level of international policy, the physical presence of the French soldiers in Rwanda, for assistance in the framework of cooperation, the indirect use of regular or non-regular troops. 5 Rwanda indicated that General Huchon had undertaken to supply ammunition, but also transmission equipment to facilitate secure communication with General Bizimungu, Commander-in-Chief of the Rwandan Army. A secure telephone, to enable General Bizimungu and General Huchon to talk without being heard by a third party, was brought to Kigali. 17 small sets with 7 frequencies were also sent to facilitate links between military units. The Kigali airport runway would be convenient as a secure and suitable landing site, as long as runway holes were filled and those spies moving around the airport were warded off. The purpose of the communications equipment was to provide Paris with protected information for the security of French soldiers of Operation Turquoise, which was being prepared. The Security Council endorsed the French plan on June 22, in Resolution 929. The troops would not be wearing blue berets, but the mission was to be coordinated by the Secretary General, and was to last no longer than 60 days. It was hoped that by then a reinforced UNAMIR II, the mission that the Council had enthusiastically voted for on May 17, would be operational. 6. Not everyone believed that Operation Turquoise, as it was officially called, was a purely humanitarian exercise. In the Council 5 states abstained on the vote: Brazil, China, New Zealand, Nigeria, and Pakistan. The New Zealand ambassador, Colin Keating, had urged that member states provide resources for a reinforced UNAMIR 2.7, but the USA argued in favor of French action, with Ambassador Madeleine Albright advising that the Council ought to be flexible enough to accept imperfect solutions, which this was. Albright said it was a way of bridging the gap until the arrival of the 5,500 troops authorized for a reinforced UNAMIR II, which Boutros-Ghali had warned could take 3 months. President Mitterrand did not understand the lack of enthusiasm and blamed the reluctance on RPF propaganda in Brussels, and he found the naivete of diplomats and journalists to be disconcerting. Mitterrand believed that the threatened Tutsi could eventually be sent to the RPF zone. 8. The French were mandated to secure humanitarian areas, and protect displaced people and relief workers. The idea, according to French military officials, was to set up security zones to protect fleeing refugees and to prevent warfare between the Rwandan military and the RPF from spreading into Burundi and Tanzania. With a Chapter 7 mandate, the French forces could disarm militia and arrest those responsible for massacres. The French press was critical. In Le Monde there were warnings of a fiasco and accusations that once more France was riding to the rescue of the Rwandan government. In Liberation, a letter from Jean Carbonare, the president of the French human rights group Survey, wrote that France had known for years what was happening in Rwanda. French intelligence services were running the whole country together with the Rwandese army, he wrote. 9 Liberation published an interview with someone who claimed to be from a Hutu power death squad, who claimed that he had been trained by French instructors. 10 In New York, the RPF representative, Claude Dussetti, shocked and angry at Operation Turquoise, told journalists outside the council chamber that the sole purpose of the French mission was to save the perpetrators of the genocide. In UNAMIR headquarters on the afternoon of June 17, Lieutenant General Dallaire received a visit from Bernard Kouchner, a French internationalist, and one of the founder members of MSF. Kouchner had come at the behest of the French government. 11 He told Dallaire that the French were about to intervene and that while UNAMIR II could remain operational in the RPF zones, the French were going to sort out Rwandan government territory and create a safe area there. He showed Dallaire a map of Rwanda which was marked with a line designating the zone to be under French control, and it covered parts of Kigali. Kouchner said that orphans and missionaries were stuck behind the Interahamwe lines in the capital, and that they could be saved. Any support Dallaire cared to give would help to persuade skeptics that French troops should return to Kigali. Dallaire immediately refused to give any support whatsoever. He was suspicious. Kouchner had come to Rwanda a few weeks earlier, from 12 to May 16, when he had tried unsuccessfully to relocate injured Rwandan orphans to France. Kouchner had negotiated with Colonel Theoneste Bagosora, and he had promised him media coverage and explained how the release of the orphans would be a public relations coup for the interim government. The French public, in a state of shock at the genocide, was demanding action. Kouchner told Dallaire that the release of the orphans was in his own interests, a gesture would help, as Dallaire was seen in a very bad light in Paris. 12. Dallaire was appalled at the possibility of French intervention. He could not believe the effrontery of the French. If they really wanted to end genocide and support the aims of the UN, they should have reinforced UNAMIR too. His mission was further endangered now and he immediately stopped rescue missions. In an angry cable to New York, Dallaire wrote, UNAMIR had been waiting for expansion to help stop massacres. The ineffective reaction to meeting the critical needs of the mission has been nothing less than scandalous. This has directly led to the loss of many more Rwandese lives. 13. The French deployment would reduce the chances of any other country donating either troops or equipment to UNAMIR too. With the French military making Goma, Zaire, on the Western Front, their headquarters, his UN force would now be in the middle. The UN peacekeepers were mostly confined to Kigali, in the center of Rwanda, with the front line of the RPF and Rwandan government forces in between them. This farcical decision had placed a Chapter 6 UN force between a Chapter 7 force and one of the belligerents. The real reason the French were intervening, Dallaire believed, was in order to stop the RPF taking the whole country. The real intention was to split Rwanda in two, like Cyprus. There had been a suggestion that the French should land troops at Kigali airport, and Dallaire had told New York that if his peacekeepers were ever intended to become subordinate to French command, he would resign. He learned that the French government had even held meetings with RPF representatives to discuss their plans. 14. I would never have guessed at the time, he wrote later, the extent to which the interim government, the RGF, Boutros-Ghali, France, and even the RPF were already working together behind my back to secure a French intervention, under the guise of humanitarian relief. 15. When Kouchner returned to Paris, he told Bruno Delay, the head of the President's Africa unit, that Dallaire was unsupportive, and he advised that any initiative be portrayed as a brand new phase in French policy towards Rwanda. 16. Kouchner thought it might be advisable to issue an avowal of regret for the past, and a public assurance that this mission was strictly humanitarian. The RPF reaction came from Major General Paul Kagame, who called the French initiative a treacherous act of war. In Le Figaro on June 25, Kagame was quoted, "You have armed and trained the Presidential Guards, you have accepted that the Presidential Guards armed and trained, in front of you, the Hutu extremists. Kigali would be able to absorb far more body bags than Paris," he warned. There were claims that the US government pressured the RPF to cooperate, and there were secret assurances given to the RPF that the French would not go near Kigali, which the RPF was poised to capture. 17. In Kigali now, with RTLM announcers repeating the news that the French were coming, new French flags appeared at every roadblock. The killers seemed invigorated. There was cheering and singing, "Our French brothers are coming to save us." 18. The news of the French intervention put at risk the lives of UN military observers from Franco-African countries, from the Congo, Senegal, and Togo, for their governments had initially considered providing troops for the French operation. 19. There were 90 of them, and as French speakers they had been an invaluable resource as liaison between UNAMIR and the government army. They had been vital for intelligence gathering. They had come to Rwanda with an OAU mission, had solid contacts and knew the country well. They had played a key role in the protection of civilians in the Hotel de Mille Collines. Now, many of them were being beaten and abused by RPF soldiers, and they had to be withdrawn. Brigadier Henry Eniodoho was given the task of escorting them safely out of the country, through RPF-held territory to Uganda, where they were to be picked up by Bell 212 helicopters in the Marama Hills and flown to Entebbe. But no sooner had they left Kigali on June 21 than they were stopped at a checkpoint, where an RPF second lieutenant insisted that they divert to the airport, and only after a thorough search of their luggage, during which anything of value was looted, were they sent on their way. 20 some weeks later Dallaire traveled to Nairobi to present medals to them before their final repatriation. Among them were officers who had been exposed to extreme danger, some had seen comrades killed and others wounded. Many had fallen ill. Dallaire said they had shown commitment, determination, and courage. A further ceremony was held at UNAMIR headquarters in Kigali on June 26. Dallaire, together with Brigadier General Henry Eniodoho, and the Chief Military Observer, Colonel Iso Takoka from Fiji, pinned mission medals on 60 headquarters staff, the remaining military observers and the Tunisian contingent. Takoka was a UN veteran who had served in Somalia, and he had been with the UN in Rwanda longer than any of them. Takoka represented the UN as a military observer during the negotiations for the Arusha Accords. His team of unarmed military observers had been taken hostage, caught in crossfire, shot at and menaced by drunken Interahamwe. Takoka had never once left any of his military observers in a precarious situation. 21 All of them testified to his bravery. 22 The UNAMIR headquarters was beginning to change. Outsiders were arriving, a part of the slow build-up of UNAMIR 2. A Canadian Signals Regiment had arrived along with a reconnaissance team to prepare for an Ethiopian battalion, and a Ghanaian company would soon be arriving. Military field hospitals were expected from Australia and Britain. All this had been made possible by Brigadier General Henry Eniodoho, who had successfully managed the Herculean task of organizing the logistics of an overland route from Nairobi to Kampala by air and then by road to Kigali. Eniodoho was never once ruffled by any situation, no matter how dangerous. He would say only that a military man had to get used to hazards. 23 All neighboring governments and the RPF had agreed this overland 10-hour route by road. Eniodoho had personally led the first convoy of 50 Ghanaian troops, the first ever UNAMIR reinforcements, made possible only because the World Food Programme had provided heavy lift trucks. We were no longer alone, Dallaire wrote later on. 24 We had lived to see the cavalry. 25 Dallaire was asked to cooperate with the French mission. He traveled to Goma to meet the commander, Brigadier General Jean-Claude Lafourcade, who had set up an inter-service headquarters there. Dallaire was to be the link between this operation and the RPF. Lafourcade told Dallaire that in those parts of the country where the French were operational all non-combat troops would be disarmed. The French-led force would stop the killing taking place in the areas under their control. This never happened. Afterwards, Lafourcade wrote a letter to tell Dallaire that Operation Turquoise would not be disarming militias and military in their zone, not unless they posed a threat to the people they were protecting. 26 Dallaire's visit to Lafourcade gave him an opportunity to see the well-equipped French headquarters in Goma. 27 Lafourcade had 2,500 elite troops, under the Commandement de Forces Spéciales, CFS, 100 armored vehicles, a battering of heavy mortars, 8 Super Puma helicopters and 4 Jaguar fighter bombers, 4 Mirage ground attack planes and 4 Mirage jets for reconnaissance. 28 There were communications vehicles, antennae, satellite dishes, and landlines. Lafourcade had everything Dallaire needed, including a Chapter 7 mandate. France spent 1% of its annual defense budget on Operation Turquoise for its 60-day duration. Dallaire thought it a lot of military power for what was strictly a humanitarian operation. And in his conversations with French officers, he noted their refusal to accept the reality of genocide, or that the perpetrators of genocide were former colleagues. They showed overt signs of wishing to fight the RPF, and thought that UNAMIR should have prevented the defeat of the Rwandan forces. Not many of them had a clear idea of the scale of the massacres. 29 Some senior officers who served in Operation Turquoise had been in Rwanda previously, as advisors and trainers in Rwandan military units before the genocide began. One of them, known as Colonel Didier Thibault, was now in charge of the southwestern sector of the French operational zone. Operation Turquoise officially began on Thursday, June 23, when the French, accompanied by a truckload of Senegalese troops, crossed into Rwanda from Zaire at Bukavu. French soldiers conducted patrols in the prefectures of Gisenyi, Kibai, Cyangugu, and Gikongoro, all of which were controlled by the interim government. There were huge French flags to welcome them, and in Cyangugu their vehicles were garlanded with flowers. RTLM, broadcasting from Gisenyi, announced the French had arrived to help fight the RPF and would be giving them weapons. The Hutu girls should wear their best frocks to welcome the French soldiers. 30. France maintained that its soldiers had come to rescue civilians, but as Gerard Prunier, an advisor at that time to the French government, wrote later, the first draft plan drawn up in Paris was for the French to enter through Gisenyi, in northwestern Rwanda. Prunier had told government officials that in Gisenyi there were no Tutsi left alive to be paraded in front of the TV cameras as justification for intervention. An initial plan, which was presented at the UN by French diplomats, showed that the French desire was for a zone of control from the north and southeast to Kigali, and southwest to Butare. This was where the Rwandan government forces had troops and supplies. Dallaire had responded to this by telling New York that he did not want the French in Kigali. If the French wanted to help they should provide support for UNAMIR. 31. Prunier argued that French troops should go to southwestern Rwanda to Cyangugu and rescue the people trapped in the camp at Nyarushishi. 32 And so, accompanied by journalists, French troops went farther south, to two steep hillsides on a tea plantation at Nyarushishi, in the prefecture of Cyangugu, to the camp where 8,000 people were sheltering. When the terrified people first saw the French soldiers, they assumed they had come to kill them. Of an estimated 55,000 Tutsi in this prefecture, only 10,000 were left alive, and 8,000 of these were in the camp. "Where were you in April?" someone asked a French soldier. By deciding to go to Nyarushishi, the French had tried to appear neutral. Thibault, interviewed by a British journalist, said that the Tutsi in Nyarushishi were afraid of the RPF advance. In reality, what these people feared was a killing spree before the RPF had a chance to rescue them. 33. In a less publicized move, French officers paid a courtesy call on the interim government at the Hotel Meridian in Gisenyi and brought in supplies and equipment. There were school children lining up by the side of the road to cheer them. The commander of the Rwandan government troops, Major General Augustin Bizimungu, declared that his forces would soon launch an offensive against the RPF. About a week after their arrival in Cyangugu, a group of French soldiers made the sickening discovery of hundreds of ill and frail Tutsis slowly emerging from a forest in a range of hills known as Bisiro, in the prefecture of Kibai, the only survivors from an estimated 50,000 in the region. Some of these people had been in hiding since April and had been under constant attack from militia and soldiers. 34 Some of them had suffered appalling wounds. There were few women and children among them because they had not been able to run fast enough. The area was littered with hundreds of bodies. 35 In the years to come, Bisiro achieved a unique and important place in the history of the genocide. Bisiro was where there had been an organized resistance, albeit with stones, sticks, spears and a few guns, and where convoys of Interahamwe were sent as reinforcements into the hills, to try to finish off those people trying to survive. 36 The Tutsi of Bisiro were known as the Abasiro, and during previous violence they had defended themselves. This was the reason why, at the beginning, Tutsi from other regions had come here, because they believed they would be safe. On June 26, when survivors realized French soldiers had arrived, they emerged, some of them after months in hiding, creeping out from under sheds, inside cupboards and attics, and there were stories of how some brave Hutu had sheltered them at risk to their lives. One of the French officers, Sergeant Major Thierry Prugnaud, said, "This is not what we were led to believe. We were told that the Tutsi were killing Hutu." Another soldier said, "We have not a single wounded Hutu here, just massacred Tutsi 37 2 years earlier." Prugnaud had been helping to train the Presidential Guard. The French soldiers seemed to have believed that Hutu were the victims of civil war and that they had to be protected from the RPF, and the killing of Tutsi was a part of this war, and there were pockets of Tutsi resistance. The events in Bisiro have been widely investigated, but they continue to present a lasting controversy, with the most serious allegations leveled at French soldiers. These include a failure on the part of French officers to protect an estimated 1,000 Bisiro survivors, people who had come out of hiding and who were told to wait by French soldiers for suitable transport. When the French soldiers returned 3 days later, the militia had killed most of them. 38 This claim first emerged in the French press in July 1994, and has subsequently been the subject of detailed work by French human rights groups. In 2005 in Paris, a legal case was begun by a group of 6 Rwandans who accused certain French military officers who served with Operation Turquoise of complicity with genocide and rape and murder. On Friday, July 1, with the RPF poised to take Kigali, and 10 days after Operation Turquoise was launched, the French government informed Boutros-Ghali of an intention to establish a protection zone in southwestern Rwanda where the population could be protected from the fighting. This was a departure from the mandate. There were immediate concerns that this would serve only to protect those responsible for the genocide. But the French argued their own interpretation of Resolution 929, and the plan received the support of the Secretary General. Their zone would not allow an RPF presence. Boutros-Ghali argued that with a tide of refugees fleeing the RPF advance, France's only options were either to withdraw its troops or to establish a safe, humanitarian zone. 39. With his endorsement, the French went ahead, and by July 4 had established a major base 10 kilometers from the RPF Army's advanced line, manning it with paratroopers with heavy artillery. In drawing a line around southwestern Rwanda, and declaring it a safe humanitarian zone, the French hoped to link what they were doing with the protection afforded by a no-fly zone. But the decision by the French to create a safe zone, an area comprising some 20% of the country, was considered to be illegal under international law, particularly when French commanders announced that the RPF would be excluded from the safe zone by force. The French Prime Minister, Edouard Balladur, later told a meeting of the Security Council that everyone could see that without swift action the survival of an entire country was at stake and the stability of a region seriously compromised. 40 There are reports that the French and the RPF clashed in early July near Butari. 18 French soldiers were said to have been taken captive by the RPF, and after negotiations between the RPF and Paris they were released the following day. There was no publicity. 41. The immediate effect of the French humanitarian zone was to provide a secure retreat for the Rwandan government army and the perpetrators of genocide, military, militia and civilian. French commanders maintained that because of limits to their mandate they could not arrest or detain anyone in their zone, whether or not they were war criminals. Neither did they attempt to disarm the thousands of civilians who flooded the zone. The militia were still armed to the teeth. Nothing was done to stop the continuing pro-genocide transmissions of RTLM from within the zone. There is a difference of opinion about French achievements during the 60 days of Operation Turquoise. Prunier writes that the importance and efficiency of the French mission were exaggerated for propaganda purposes. There are varying claims concerning the number of Tutsi saved by French soldiers. The French military claim that Operation Turquoise saved some 17,000 people, but Prunier maintains that when all the people at the Nyarushishi camp are taken into account, as well as people picked up elsewhere, then the figure is more like 10 to 13,000. 42 The French failed even to prevent massacres continuing in the zone. 43 The only French casualties of Operation Turquoise were soldiers who suffered from shock and trauma at what they had seen. 44 Kigali fell to the RPF on Monday, July 4, when at dawn the last Rwandan army contingents abandoned their positions. After 3 months the city was quiet. The Presidential Guard had held the RPF at the Kasiruru roundabout but now was in retreat, scurrying north to Ruhengeri. That same day a new UN Special Representative arrived, Shahryar Khan, a former foreign minister of Pakistan. 45 He was greeted at UNAMIR headquarters by a Ghanaian guard of honor. Khan was given a tour of Kigali and taken to the ICRC hospital, its flag still flying over the hill. Khan described seeing hundreds of bodies. There was blood all over the floors and the terrible stench of rotting flesh. Every inch of the site was taken up by patients, for as the Rwandan soldiers abandoned Kigali, they had fired mortars indiscriminately. One of them hit the ICRC casualty ward, killing 7 patients. 46 A Rwandan officer had telephoned the ICRC, however, to thank Philippe Gaillard and the other ICRC delegates for helping with their wounded. Gaillard left Rwanda the following day and, as in the past, he did not say goodbye to the other delegates. He did, however, have one last meal of emergency rations with $47. 3 months before, Dollar had promised that if and when the time came he would get the ICRC out of Rwanda. When you go is up to you, Dollar had told Gaillard. If I am here, I will move you. He only had to ask. That night, Gaillard gave back to Dollar the UN Motorola, and in a last gesture handed him an ICRC badge, and joked that although Dollar had no right to wear it, it was appropriate that it belonged to him. Dollar had removed the UNAMIR ribbon that he wore on his shirt and handed it to Gaillard. He thought Gaillard deserved a medal. Later on, Gaillard paid tribute to Dollar's courage. He thought Dollar's experiences were worse than his own. He had lost 14 men, and 10 of them in the most atrocious circumstances. 48 Hutu power had put a price on his head. And he was abandoned by his own organization. The Security Council had not even bothered to assure supplies for its own force, let alone for the displaced people under UNAMIR protection. It was the ICRC which had supplied food to the people at the Amahoro Stadium. It looked to one journalist, Aidan Hartley, as though the Security Council had deliberately starved UNAMIR. 49 The MSF Dr. James Orbinski said that Dollar had been left high and dry. His tenacity and sheer drive to maximize the impact of UNAMIR was extraordinary, he said. Jean-Hervé Berdal, also of MSF, described how in Kigali, despite the danger to their own lives, some people in the UN mission had tried to bring help to threatened civilians. For UNICEF, Gary McCarthy, who was the fund's representative in Rwanda, thought that in the entire UN, Dollar was the one shining beacon. In one of his last cables to UN headquarters, Dollar wrote, "What we have been living here is a disgrace. The international community and the UN member states have on the one hand been appalled at what has happened in Rwanda while, on the other hand, these same authorities, apart from a few exceptions, have done nothing substantive to help the situation. The force has been prevented from having a modicum of self-respect and effectiveness on the ground." FC Force Commander acknowledges that this mission is a logistical nightmare for your HQ, but that is nothing compared to the living hell that has surrounded us, coupled with the obligation of standing in front of both parties and being the bearer of so little help and credibility. UNHQ, and sovereign countries, with few exceptions, have solidly failed in providing any reasonable/tangible/timely support to the expanded UNAMIR so far. The APCs are still in Entebbe, we don't have water, although Rwanda and UNAMIR have been at the center of a terrible human tragedy, not to say Holocaust, and although many fine words have been pronounced by all, including members of the Security Council, the tangible effort on the ground to meet the minimum viable operational needs, has been totally, completely ineffective. A few days before the RPF took Kigali, thousands of people, incited by RTLM, took to the roads to flee the rebel advance. The radio, which remained the voice of authority, broadcast to the Hutu nation that the RPF were devil-like fighters and were going to kill them all. A massive movement of people was predicted, by the ICRC, MSF France, and Oxfam. All of them warned of looming disaster. The roads were full of people. There were soldiers in lorries, people in cars, on bicycles, on foot with cows and chickens, and all surrounded by drunken Interahamwe who were organizing the departure. Some 700,000 people were converging on the northeastern border with Zaire, between Lake Kivu and the volcano of Nyiragongo. The exodus to Goma, a town on the Zaire, Rwanda border, and the capital of Kivu province, began on July 14. It was witnessed by an information officer with MSF France, Samantha Bolton. It was a silent line, a long black line of people, all of them walking silently, like machines, Bolton described. All day people poured into Zaire, as though the whole country were emptying. We had known for 2 weeks that these people were coming, Bolton said. She had called the BBC and CNN and told them that the floodgates of Rwanda have opened. In 2 days, about 1 million people crossed into Zaire, dwarfing the previous refugee record set in April when Rwandans fled to Tanzania. It was the fastest and largest flight of people ever recorded. If they stay here, Bolton wrote in her diary, thousands among them will die. No one could cope. Oxfam and MSF began to distribute water, but people were dying of dehydration and exhaustion. Bolton accurately predicted a cholera outbreak. 50 Some people claimed that the buses and the cars and the cattle carried what remained of President Juvenal Habyarimana. The military moved with artillery, mortars, and at least 4 anti-aircraft guns and anti-tank weapons. The Chief of Staff, Augustin Bizimungu, denied that his men were abandoning the battlefield. The Prime Minister, Jean Kambanda, said, "We have lost the military battle, but the war is by no means over because we have the people behind us." He was right. 2 million people had left the country. In Tanzania there were an estimated 500,000 at a camp called Banako, and 200,000 refugees had fled to Burundi. An estimated 1 million people had passed into Zaire at Goma and 200,000 more into Bukavu. 51 In Rwanda there were 600,000 refugees in Gikongoro, a further 800,000 in Cyangugu and 300,000 in Kibai, and in these prefectures aid agencies were commencing relief distribution, hoping to avoid a similar exodus to the northwest. 60% of Rwanda's population was now either dead or displaced. 52. Now, in a remote rural corner of Zaire, the horizon was black with people, with huge camps established in Goma and Bukavu. Hundreds of thousands of people settled on a barren plain surrounded by volcanoes, without food, water, or shelter. Thousands died in appalling suffering in filthy overcrowded camps, walking in a mud of choleric vomit and diarrhea, for the volcanic rock was as hard as concrete. People died from exhaustion, others from starvation, cholera, or dysentery. 53 There were an estimated 4,000 orphaned children. In one camp, boys were paid by French troops to collect the dead, ready to be tipped into vast graves. In other places the corpses stayed among the living. The exodus would now push Rwanda to the top of the international agenda. By the end of July there were some 500 journalists and technicians in the Goma area, and scores of satellite transmission dishes at the airport. In stark contrast to the reporting of the genocide, within 3 days of the exodus into Goma there was a media frenzy of graphic reports. The slaughter in Rwanda may have been an expression of the bestiality of man, wrote one journalist. But what is happening in Zaire today is surely the wrath of God. Epidemics of biblical proportions sweep the land. Water is poison. The dead are everywhere. It is as if Mother Earth herself did not want to accept the remains of the Hutu refugees from Rwanda, ran one story, which was accompanied by graphic photographs. 54 The catastrophe made for extraordinary television pictures, and from now on there was a blurring in the perception of events. The plight of the refugees became confused with the war and the genocide. The impression now was that this was yet more suffering in what appeared to be a long and complicated story. For Anne McIntosh, who was the Oxfam regional representative for Rwanda, Burundi, and Kivu, Zaire, from 1991 to 1994, the genocide was overshadowed by the refugee crisis. The refugees were not, as some journalists and aid agencies claimed, fleeing the genocide. Instead, among those fleeing were thousands of those who had perpetrated it. A year earlier, Oxfam had even had to pay journalists to visit Rwanda and Kivu, and to help them place their stories, simply to ensure some serious coverage in the British media of the region and its latent conflicts. Mackintosh wrote that suddenly everyone was there writing stories. 55 In his book, the French expert Gérard Prunier noted how convenient for French policymakers was the confusion that existed between the genocide and the refugees. By now Operation Turquoise soldiers were on every television screen, shown as trying to alleviate the terrible suffering in Goma. 56. With an uproar of public outrage at the agony in these camps, the administration of President Bill Clinton decided now on a massive response. A U.S. operation would be mounted. It would cost $300–400 million, and some 4,000 troops would be provided to help the by now hundreds of U.S. civilian, and mostly independent, relief workers. A massive airlift began. It took just 3 days, once the orders had been issued by the White House to the Pentagon, for the first American troops to be on the ground and distributing fresh water to the refugees. The U.S. military was under strict orders not to become involved in operations that could evolve into or be seen as peacekeeping, to limit its action to narrow technical humanitarian tasks and to leave as soon as possible. The U.S. soldiers moved about in convoys of vehicles with heavy machine guns and wore helmets and flak jackets at all times. All U.S. military personnel had to be back at the secure military compound by nightfall. On July 22, President Clinton said with some emotion how this was the worst humanitarian crisis in a generation. He described how one refugee was dying every minute, and the administration laid on special briefings for the press with J. Brian Atwood, appointed Clinton's special representative to Rwanda. It was announced that 1,200 tons of food a day was needed, on top of 3.8 million liters of clean water. This was more than twice the food that was needed in Somalia at the height of the famine. People had known what was going on earlier, but had done nothing, said Tony Marley, a political military advisor in the State Department. The help provided to the refugees was a result of the CNN factor, whereby a certain level of media coverage prompts action by governments. Marley also perceived a sense of guilt on the part of those who had obstructed any U.S. action, or any U.S. response, during the genocide. In 5 months, from mid-July to the end of December, the UNRWA estimated that $1 million a day was spent on relief efforts for Rwandan refugees. $57 said that in the refugee camps in Goma, precious resources were wasted in fueling a charade of political conscience cleansing by the developed states in deference to the media and their constituencies. 58. He relinquished his command of UNAMIR on August 18. A parade was held at the entrance to the headquarters, and there was a Ghanaian brass band. $59 left the following day, after strongly recommending that Eniadoho be appointed force commander, for there was no one in the world more qualified. Despite the deprivation, Eniadoho had not been worn down. This last request was rejected out of hand by the Office of the Secretary General. 60. The mission that the ICRC operated during 3 months of genocide must rank as one of the world's most extraordinary humanitarian operations. It was thanks to Philippe Gaillard, chief delegate, that the ICRC remained operational. For 3 months, there was emergency medical help in Kigali, and within weeks of the start of genocide the ICRC was present elsewhere in the country. When the RPF took Kigali on July 4, there were 2,500 people living in the ICRC compound. Gaillard estimated that between April 10 and July 4 the ICRC had looked after 9,000 injured in Kigali, and that a further 100,000 people had been saved because of the work of ICRC delegates elsewhere in the country. During this period there had been 1,200 surgical operations and hundreds of people had been treated from the back of ambulances. Some 25,000 tons of food had been distributed. Water engineers repaired the Kigali hydraulic stations and those in Ruhengeri, Gisenyi, and Butari. 61 Gaillard said it was no more than a drop of humanity in an ocean of blood. There were no deaths among the expats, and that was a miracle, neither were there casualties among our Rwandan collaborators, he summed up. No armed militia ever entered our compound to threaten anyone, although the Interahamwe often came to my office to talk to me. He later gave a lecture in Geneva in which he paid tribute to the people in Rwanda who were moderate, who had been open to persuasion, and who had been desperate about the assassins among them. Gaillard described how people had been prepared to save lives, particularly the lives of children, at great personal risk. There had been officials in the prefecture at Cyangugu, said Gaillard, who with patience and persuasion, and in spite of all the pressure they were under, tried to save the 8,000 people at the camp at Nyarushishi. The courage and exceptional vision of these people had put a flower of humanity in what they had all known was a veritable national charnel house. 62 Gaillard said that Rwanda now stood among the 20th century's worst memories, including 2 world wars and Pol Pot, who killed between 2 and 3 million in Cambodia. In a country of 7 million people, 1 million people had died. There was a degrading of the values in our society, he said. It is terrible to see that in Europe we give power to the dishonest, and to cynics, people who put their own personal interests before the common good. 63. 18 Starting from 0, July 18, 1994. The last Hutu power stronghold in Rwanda fell on July 18, and Kagame declared the civil war to be over. The next day in Kigali a broad-based government of national unity was sworn in, comprising the representatives of all major political parties, apart from the MRND. 12 of the 18 ministers were Hutu. The president was Pastor Bizimungu, who had fled to Uganda in August 1990, telling the RPF leadership that the rotten regime in Kigali was ready to collapse. The prime minister was Faustin Twagiramungu, who had escaped the elimination of the political opposition on April 7, his appointment in accordance with provisions in the Arusha Accords. A new position of vice president was created for Major General Paul Kagame. There was no triumphant victory. The country had been ransacked. There was not a penny in the public coffers. There were no offices intact, no chairs, no desks, no paper, no telephones, nothing at all. The streets of Kigali were almost empty. From a previous population of 300,000, there were 50,000 people left, and half of these were displaced. 1 Their condition was disastrous, and they lacked adequate food and clean water. Outside the capital, whole families and communities had been destroyed. Livestock had been killed and crops laid to waste. 2 A once manicured landscape was overgrown and neglected. Everywhere there were ditches filled with rotting bodies. The people had been terrorized and traumatized. The hospitals and schools were destroyed or ransacked. Rwanda's health centers, 1 in each commune, were ruined. The stocks of basic drugs and health supplies had been looted. Water supply lines were non-operational. Qualified staff had been killed or had fled the country, including most of the teachers. An estimated 250,000 women had been widowed. In the whole country there were 6 judges and 10 lawyers. There were no gendarmes. 3. At least 100,000 children had been separated from their families, orphaned, lost, abducted or abandoned. 4 Most of Rwanda's children had witnessed extreme forms of brutality and 90% of them had at some point thought they would die. 5 Most children felt they had no future. They did not believe that they would live to become adults. 6 More than 300 children, some less than 10 years old, were accused of genocide or murder. An estimated 300,000 children were thought to have been killed. 7 Rwanda was divided, this time into victims, survivors, returnees, and perpetrators. It was as though in 1945 the Jews and the Germans were to live together in Germany after the Holocaust, under a Jewish-dominated army, and with roughly a third of all Germans outside the country. We will never know the exact number of victims in the genocide. A death toll of 1 million people is agreed by Gaillard, based on information gathered while the genocide unfolded. This was also the figure provided by Charles Petrie, the vice coordinator of the UN Rwandan Emergency Office, UNRWA, who said on August 24, 1994 that he did not think that 1 million dead was an exaggeration. 8 In a report for the Commission on Human Rights, Special Rapporteur René Denisegui estimated that between 200,000 and 500,000 people had died. He reached this conclusion at the end of 2 months, saying he thought this far lower than the actual figure, adding that some observers thought the figure nearer 1 million. 9 A commission of experts, established by the Security Council to investigate the genocide, reported on December 9, 1994 that 500,000 unarmed civilians had been murdered. 10. In December 2001 the Rwandan Ministry of Local Government produced a census carried out 6 years after the genocide, during which the names of 951,018 victims were established. The ministry had determined that the genocide began in October 1990, in the prefectures of Gisenyi, Byumba, and Ruhengeri, with the outbreak of civil war. The majority of victims were under 24 years old. For reasons that remain obscure, the figure generally used by news organizations is 800,000. Hutu power remained a threat, its adherents determined to continue their genocidal policies. From Zaire, and with the active support of the Zaire government, it did not take long for a plan to be devised to invade Rwanda, with a long-term strategy to destabilize the new government in Kigali. 11 There was a plan to continue to kill Tutsi, those people they termed rescapes, those who had survived, so that they could provoke the government in Kigali to retaliate against Hutu in Rwanda, thereby driving a wedge between the new government and the people and shifting attention away from the genocide. There are documents to show that an initial guerrilla phase was going to cost an estimated $6.3 million in arms and ammunition. The second phase, that of open classic warfare, would be decided when the guerrilla phase came to an end. 12 The total cost of an invasion was estimated at $50 million. 13 The militias were integrated into the regular army forces and young recruits poured in from the refugee camps. Soon, the total number of soldiers under Hutu power command had reached an estimated 50,000. 14 Among the flood of refugees were 30,000 soldiers and militia. The state structure had been left virtually intact, with local officials as well as national leaders. Military camps were established beside Lake Kivu at Mananga. Anything that could be carried had been removed from Rwanda: corrugated iron sheets, window frames, door handles. Whole factories were dismantled and taken into exile along with every working vehicle. 15 In the refugee camps, aid workers saw at first hand how local officials and the militia established their authority and control. There were gangs with guns, grenades, and machetes. Some 4,000 murders took place in Goma in the first month of the exodus. Killings, threats, extortions, rape and brutality were common. The Hutu power ideology was as entrenched as ever, with people openly expressing the view that it was correct to kill Tutsi. The refugees spread over a network of 100 kilometers of roads, probably the largest group of fugitive murderers ever assembled, all fed and sheltered by the aid agencies. Hutu power made a profit from refugee commerce, monopolizing the distribution of international aid, and creating a growing trade in purloined humanitarian provisions. There was even tax collection, the money quickly diverted into arms purchases. Richard McCall, Chief of Staff of the U.S. Agency for International Development, described the camps as an unfettered corridor for arms shipment. Goma settled down into a state within a state, a new Hutu land carved out in Zaire. In September 1994, a joint mission from the UNRWA and the government of Zaire considered separating the militia from the rest of the refugees. The UNRWA worked out that some 100,000 people would have to be moved, members of the militia and their families. The problems of identifying and relocating these people were immense. In November, some of the aid agencies threatened to withdraw from the camps, for the people in them were no more than hostages, denied the right to return to their homes, denied equal access to aid and a guarantee of basic human rights. Some aid agency staff did walk out. MSF France stated that the diversion of humanitarian aid by the same people who orchestrated the genocide, the lack of effective international action regarding impunity, and the fact that the refugees were held hostage presented a situation that was contradictory to the principles of humanitarian assistance. A plea was made by the agencies to the UN Secretary-General to deploy a UN security force in the camps. But the Security Council dismissed a secretariat plan that provided for 10,000 to 12,000 soldiers to separate the former political leaders, military, and militia. 16 In any event, only one troop contributor, Bangladesh, came forward. 17 While aid poured into the refugee camps in Zaire, and while Hutu power rearmed and retrained, in Kigali there was nothing but dead. France was lobbying against the new regime in all international institutions, and would continue to do so for a long time to come. France tried to block aid from the European Union. France wanted money paid only when the refugees outside Rwanda had returned to their country. The main financial donors, however, insisted on negotiation as a prerequisite to aid. The World Bank had earmarked $140 million for Rwanda but wanted $4.5 million to be paid for the arrears. Under the rules, new loans are not allowed unless other debts are paid, and the new government owed the World Bank $6 million. 18 The new regime would have to repay money borrowed from international financial institutions, money that had been spent on the genocide. Having provided substantial assistance for the refugees, donors now held back, waiting until the new regime had established its credibility. 19 The new government in Kigali could not find $4.5 million it owed, the debt that had accrued since the genocide began. What the donors were worrying about was RPF breaches of the Arusha Accords, and they wanted elections to be held. The new government argued that most moderate Hutu were dead. It was a mockery to insist that they negotiate with killers so as to form a broader-based government. There was nothing to negotiate, no one to negotiate with, apart from mass murderers. 19 The Genocide Convention. The Convention on the Punishment and Prevention of the Crime of Genocide of December 9, 1948 was the world's first human rights treaty, and it stood for a fundamental and important principle: whenever genocide threatened any group or nation or people, it was a matter of concern not just for that group, but for the whole of humanity. The convention, which preceded the Universal Declaration of Human Rights by 24 hours, was the first truly universal, comprehensive, and codified protection of human rights. While the Universal Declaration was an affirmation, the Genocide Convention was a treaty, which meant that compliance was not a choice but an obligation. The Security Council of the UN is entrusted with the application of the Genocide Convention. Article 8 states that any contracting party may call upon the competent organs of the UN to take such actions under the UN Charter as they consider appropriate for the prevention and suppression of the crime. Following the Second World War, it was intended that an international order should be created aimed at avoiding the recurrence of state-sanctioned racist policies directed against specific groups. On December 11, 1946, at its first session, the UN General Assembly adopted a resolution formally recognizing genocide as a crime under international law. Resolution 96-I affirmed that genocide is a crime under international law which the civilized world condemns, and for the commission of which principals and accomplices, whether private individuals, public officials, or statesmen, and whether the crime is committed on religious, racial, political, or any other grounds, are punishable. 1. In the 1948 Genocide Convention was enshrined the Never Again promise, the world's response to the Nazi Holocaust in Europe and the revulsion at the systematic policy to exterminate the Jews. 2. The Genocide Convention was approved by the Assembly, in a unanimous vote, and it entered into force on January 12, 1951. 3. Raphael Lemkin, a Polish lawyer, who coined the word genocide, and who is known as the father of the Genocide Convention, believed that the crime implied the existence of a coordinated plan of action, a conspiracy to be put into effect against people chosen as victims, purely, simply and exclusively because they were members of the target group. In his landmark book Axis Rule in Occupied Europe, published in 1944, Lemkin described the documentary evidence of genocide that he had accumulated, the copies of the laws and decrees that were part of the German technique to subjugate the peoples of Europe. Lemkin's book explained that genocide was not a sudden and an abominable aberration. It was a deliberate attempt to reconstruct the world. Genocide is a part of history, Lemkin wrote. It follows humanity like a dark shadow from early antiquity to the present time. Genocide could be predicted and, with an international early warning system, it could be prevented. The key elements in genocide were effective propaganda to spread a racist ideology that defined the victim outside human existence, as vermin and subhuman, a dependence on military security and a certainty that outside interference would be at a minimum. There were no sealed trains or secluded camps in Rwanda. A planned and political campaign, it began on April 6, 1994 and it lasted until July 17, during which time up to 1 million people were murdered. 4 The methods of killing had been tried in the past and were documented in human rights reports. 5 Within a few days information was available that the killing was planned and coordinated. At the end of the first week the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, which maintained a presence in the country throughout, estimated a death toll of 10,000 civilians murdered every day. After 3 weeks the ICRC, in an unprecedented statement, pleaded for the UN Security Council to act to protect civilians. Throughout May reports continued to arrive at UN headquarters from the peacekeepers in Kigali that massacres continued and that there were preparations for more. At the end of May there was a 2-day special session of the Human Rights Commission in Geneva with detailed testimony to the effect that the Rwandan government and military authorities were involved in the slaughter. The names of the perpetrators were known. It was possible to determine their identity from the highest to the lowest level. 6 Roni Zakaria, a doctor from Médecins Sans Frontières, MSF, described how Tutsi had been taken from the wards in his hospital in Butare and hacked and shot to death. Genocide was happening, he said. Alison Deforges from Human Rights Watch agreed that this was genocide and that the massacres had been prepared months in advance, with the aim of eliminating Tutsi. A first official acknowledgement of genocide came at the end of May in a report to the Security Council from UN officials Iqbal Riza, Assistant Secretary General for Peacekeeping, and Major General J. Maurice Baril, military advisor to the Secretary General. After a visit to Rwanda they blamed the huge civilian death toll on the government army, and in particular the Presidential Guard and youth militia. 7 More evidence arrived from the Commission on Human Rights, which reported that the massacres were planned and systematic. The victims are pursued to their very last refuge and killed there. In possession of overwhelming proof of genocide, the UN Security Council thought of one action. On July 1, 1994, in Resolution 935, it established an independent commission of experts, to evaluate the evidence. 9 The Council mandated all organizations and agencies to provide to the Commission of Experts any evidence in their possession of breaches of the 1948 Genocide Convention. The Commission was to work with human rights monitors who were already establishing a special investigation unit in Rwanda. They belonged to a newly created human rights field operation in Rwanda, HEREFOR, launched in May by the Commission on Human Rights in Geneva. The Security Council wanted close coordination with them and with the Special Rapporteur on Rwanda, the Ivorian law professor Denis Segui. The Commission of Experts was mandated by the Council to conduct its own investigations and reach its own conclusions. Almost at once the Commission was given an archive of evidence, from Rwanda's National Archives and from other offices. This was provided by among others the staff of Amnesty International and Oxfam. Another team of investigators, including agents from the FBI, set up in the reopened U.S. Embassy and began to collect documentary evidence, which was shipped back to the U.S. State Department. Once back in Washington some 27,000 pages of evidence were put on microfiche. 10. The Commission of Experts would conclude that the documentary evidence collected proved the existence of a plan for genocide against Tutsi and the murder of moderate Hutu. Some documents reveal actual preparations for such actions, while others refer to lists of figures to be killed. 11 The Special Rapporteur, Denis Segui, gave the Commission of Experts a list of 55 people, those he considered chiefly responsible for the massacres, people against whom he said there was sufficient evidence to prosecute for genocide. Within 3 months there was a preliminary report showing that while both sides of the armed conflict had perpetrated serious breaches of international humanitarian law and crimes against humanity, there had been genocide of the Tutsi minority. There was overwhelming evidence indicating that the extermination of the Tutsi had been premeditated, planned months in advance, and it had been concerted, systematic, and methodical. It was motivated out of ethnic hatred, and racist propaganda had been disseminated on a widespread basis. Posters, leaflets, and radio broadcasts had dehumanized the Tutsi as snakes, cockroaches, and animals. A training camp existed where men had been indoctrinated in hatred against the Tutsi minority and given information about the methods of mass murder. The commission of experts on site investigation comprised specialized forensic and police teams, with prosecutors provided by member states. They located the sites of mass graves and photographs were taken. There was video recording of witnesses. In their final report they listed the dates of killings, the estimated number of victims, and the sites where many people were buried or simply discarded. They found ample evidence to prove that the 1948 Genocide Convention had been massively violated between April 6 and 15 July. 12. A part of the documentary evidence was transferred by the Commission of Experts to the office of a South African judge, Richard Goldstone. Goldstone had been appointed the first chief prosecutor of a newly created international tribunal, established by the Security Council on November 8, 1994, only the second such tribunal to be created. 13 Its mandate was to put on trial those responsible for genocide and other serious crimes against international humanitarian law in Rwanda in 1994. Its scope was limited. It was at French insistence in the Security Council that the court's temporal jurisdiction should run between January 1 and December 31, 1994. France also exerted pressure for the tribunal to investigate the violations of humanitarian law committed by the RPF during the genocide and afterwards. The investigation into the genocide was continued under Judge Goldstone's direction. At the beginning, he said, he was visited by serious historians and professors from universities, particularly from Belgium and France, who wanted to tell him that stories of genocide were untrue. He was hampered by a lack of funding and had to argue with UN officials in New York for an adequate budget. He gradually assembled evidence, and today he believes that the tribunal's work has established the historical truth. 14 His strategy was to target those in command positions at national and local level, including those who had fled Rwanda. Teams of investigators were established for each region, and with one team to concentrate solely on government and military leaders. 15 The office of the prosecutor would eventually evolve an agreed and unified case theory regarding the planning and implementation of the genocide, with particular reference to the role of the military, the civilian interim government, and the Interahamwe. 16 The first trial at the ICTR began in January 1997. It resulted in a conviction in the case of a Burgmestre who was also a teacher and schools inspector, Jean-Paul Akayesu, from Taba Commune, Gitarama. His life sentence, confirmed on appeal in September 1998, was for 9 counts of genocide, direct and public incitement to commit genocide and crimes against humanity, extermination, murder, torture, rape, and other inhumane acts. In a landmark ruling, the judges had concluded that the crime of rape was a physical invasion of a sexual nature, committed on a person under circumstances which are coercive, and underscored that sexual assault constituted genocide in the same way as any other act as long as it was committed with the specific intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a particular group, targeted as such. A milestone on May 1, 1997 saw Jean Kambanda, the Prime Minister in the interim government, become the first person to plead guilty to the crime of genocide in an international court. 17 In an initial interview with Kambanda by ICTR investigators, he acknowledged that the progress of genocide had been discussed in cabinet meetings. 18 There were guilty verdicts in December 2003 in the cases of Ferdinand Nahimana, Jean Bosco Barayagwiza, and Hassan Ngeze, who were held accountable for the racist campaign waged in Kangura and on RTLM. 19 By January 2009, as the 15th anniversary of the court approached, the ICTR had achieved 36 judgments, 3 defendants awaiting a verdict, and 19 defendants with cases ongoing. 20. There were formidable challenges for the office of the prosecution, which was to investigate all crimes, prepare indictments, and prosecute offenders. The greatest problem, according to Justice Hassan B. Jallow, who was appointed the prosecutor in 2003, was the lack of international cooperation, which he believed to be indispensable for the administration of international criminal justice. 21 Jallow thought there would be no successful outcome for the tribunal while several high-level fugitives remained at liberty. A continuing reluctance by governments to apprehend and put on trial in national courts those genocidaires who fled, he wrote, had not helped the course of international justice. 22. Jallow said the French judiciary had been slow to proceed with Rwandan cases. A Catholic priest, Wenceslas Munieshiaka, who had been at the Saint Famille Church in Kigali, and Laurent Busia-Baruta, the prefect of Gikongoro, who is alleged to be responsible for the deaths of thousands of people, both live and work in France, and are the subject of ICTR arrest warrants, with their indictments under seal since 2005. The ICTR requested the French authorities to put them on trial in France, but the French legal process showed little progress. The genocide financier, the Rwandan businessman Félicien Kabuga, remains a fugitive and is believed to be in Kenya. 23 Kabuga is named on the U.S. State Department Rewards for Justice website, where there is a $5 million reward offered for his capture. 24 There are 13 fugitives named by the ICTR, a number of them who held command positions in 1994 and who are located in the neighboring Democratic Republic of the Congo, DRC, by the ICTR tracking team, but there was thought to have been little cooperation from the authorities there in effecting their arrest. 25 The forces of the former Rwandan army and the Interahamwe, which fled in July 1994, had undergone several mutations. A new army called Force Démocratique pour la Libération du Rwanda, FDLR, included fugitives from justice, some of whom were involved in attempts to create a revitalized political opposition, coordinated from Europe and the USA. There remain thousands of suspects at large, including in the UK, where 4 Rwanda defendants won an appeal in the British courts to avoid extradition to stand trial for genocide in Rwanda on the grounds they would not get a fair trial in the current judicial system in Rwanda. They were released. 26. While international support has fallen short of what was required, the ICTR is now under pressure to finish its work as the Security Council has imposed a completion strategy and the court is due to finish all trials at the end of 2009 and all appeals are to be concluded by 2010. 27 The tribunal has begun to reduce activities and staff, starting with the abolition of a number of posts at the Investigations Division in Kigali. The office of the prosecutor has been obliged to select targets, a difficult task given the number of people implicated and the fact that no country, other than Rwanda, had indicated a desire to receive any of the outstanding cases. The pressure to close the ICTR with a number of fugitives at large and the reluctance or perceived inability of many states, including Rwanda, to receive cases from the ICTR for prosecution has created an impunity gap through which many suspects will evade international justice. 28 Amnesty International has urged all countries which until now have declared that they do not have jurisdictions to take care of these kinds of cases, to re-examine their legislation and, if necessary, to modify it so that their national courts can try crimes falling within the jurisdiction of the ICTR. The ICTR came under the most severe criticism for bureaucratic inefficiency and for nepotistic and corrupt practices, and the government in Kigali was accused of controlling the use of witnesses who had to travel from Rwanda to the court. 29 But Arusha does represent the first time in Africa that an international court has called high-ranking officials to account for mass violation of human rights. The court has also achieved the largest electronic database of evidence of genocide and other international crimes. An invaluable resource, as Jallow explained in his report to the Security Council in June 2008, it would be used for years to come by national investigating and prosecuting authorities of UN member states, even after the closure of the ICTR, and for as long as the Rwandan fugitives remained at large. Long after the trials at the ICTR reached their conclusion, there would be more investigators and researchers wanting to examine the existing evidence. The Rwandan prisoners in the UN detention facility, built inside a top-security prison just outside Arusha, Tanzania, strenuously deny the accusations against them. 30 They maintain that the idea of genocide was a propaganda thesis. Their lawyers argue there never was a conspiracy, and not one scintilla of evidence has ever been published anywhere in the world indicating that there was. 31 International opinion had been tricked into thinking that genocide took place by an effective and educated pro-Tutsi lobby. Colonel Theonest Bagosora testified in his own defense and spent 15 days in the box, beginning on October 24, 2005. I don't believe that genocide took place. Most reasonable people think there were excessive massacres, he said. He blamed the people of Rwanda for the killing. It had been the result of their spontaneous reaction to the death of the president. Lieutenant General Dallaire was responsible for the deaths of the UN peacekeepers by failing to rescue them, and the murder of the Prime Minister was because the Belgian troops had abandoned her. The deaths of the opposition politicians were the fault of the UN peacekeepers through their lack of adequate protection. Bagosora was facing victor's justice, he said, and he was in the hands of the United States. 32. A fugitive for nearly 2 years, Bagosora had been arrested in Yaoundé, Cameroon, on March 10, 1996. He was transferred to the ICTR in January 1997. The trial took more than 6.5 years, beginning on April 2, 2002 and lasting until 1 June 2007. 33 His defense counsel, Raphael Constant of French Martinique, maintained that his client, as the Director of Cabinet in the Ministry of Defense, had exercised no operational command. 34 Bagosora was joined in the dock by Colonel Anatole Nsengiyumva, who had been head of G2 intelligence and who was, on April 7, 1994, Army Commander in Genocide, Major Aloys Ntabakos, the commander of the Para Commando Unit, and Brigadier General Gratian Kabilagi. Their trial was known as Military 1. More than 13 different teams of investigators worked on the case over the years, based in the Investigations Division in Kigali. 3 judges took 18 months to evaluate the prosecution evidence, and on December 18, 2008 a verdict was given to a packed courtroom. Norwegian Judge Erik Mose, presiding, reading from a prepared summary judgment, found 3 defendants, Bagosora, Nsengiyumva, and Ntabakos, guilty of genocide, crimes against humanity and war crimes. 35 They were sentenced to life imprisonment. Kabilagi was cleared of all the charges. Judge Mose slowly read the details of the crimes for which Bagosora had been found guilty: the murders of the Prime Minister, Agathia Uwilingiyimana, the head of Rwanda's Constitutional Court, Joseph Kabaruganda, the opposition politicians Frederick Nzamurambaho, Lando Ald Ndasingwe, and Faustin Rakagaza, and a bank director, Augustin Maharangari. Bagosora was guilty of the murders of 10 UN peacekeepers. He was guilty of extensive military involvement in the killing of civilians in Kigali, of the organized murders at roadblocks, of the massacres at the Centre Christus, at Gikondo, Nyundo, and Kabaza, and other places of sanctuary where people had gathered. Ntabakos was found guilty of the crimes committed by the Paracommando Battalion, including the massacre at the Edo. 36 Nsengiyumva was found guilty of targeted killings in Genocide on April 7, at Mudende University, and for sending militia to Bisiro, in Kibai. A central and crucial accusation against the military officers, that they had conspired to commit genocide, was not proven. The judges determined that the evidence submitted for the charge of conspiracy to commit genocide was circumstantial and not sufficiently reliable. 37 Mose told the court that the defendants had not been found guilty of a considerable number of allegations with which they were charged. There was, however, no doubt about the key findings, which formed the basis of their judgment: these men were guilty of genocide. 38 Bagosora had remained impassive throughout the hearing. 39 That same day Proteus Zijaranyarazo, the brother of Agath Kanziga, the president's widow, was found guilty of genocide and extermination as a crime against humanity and sentenced to 20 years imprisonment. 40 other trials are ongoing, one of them, in which 6 defendants are charged with crimes in Butari, a case that began in 2001, is likely to be the longest in the history of international justice. A network of ICTR lawyers, academics, and journalists, in France, Belgium and Canada, continues to support the defense case in whole or in part. 41 There are expert witnesses called by the defense and their information spreads far beyond the courtrooms and is widely circulated on internet sites. There are claims that the entire history of the genocide needs to be rewritten. There had been no planning, it had been a question of collective madness, there was no coup d'état on April 6, rather the Rwandan military had been obliged to take charge to avoid a state of anarchy. The massacres that followed were but one episode in a long and bloody civil war. The only conspiracy concerned Anglo-Saxons plotting against the Hutu by using the RFP to undermine French interests in Africa. There were claims of a double genocide with Hutu as victims. 42. The failure of the ICTR to put on trial RPF commanders for the crimes committed during the genocide, as described in the UN Commission of Experts report, continues to be used by the defense to challenge the legitimacy of the tribunal. The advocacy group Human Rights Watch believes that the tribunal has failed in its duty and continually reminds the court that the Commission of Experts had stipulated that there must be justice for all the victims. Although the crimes are not of the same nature or scale as the genocide, they are serious crimes that fall under the ICTR jurisdiction, the director, Kenneth Roth, wrote to the court in December 2008. 43 In Spain in 2007, Judge Fernando Andrew Mireles issued 40 arrest warrants for Rwandan officials for murders committed by the RPF in Kabgayi on June 2, 1994, including 64 Hutu priests. This judge claimed evidence that, among other crimes, in the Diocese of Byumba, a sector completely controlled by the RPA/RPF, several thousand people were killed. 44 Mireles had relied on exiles from Rwanda and had not visited the country. He was using a law which holds that some crimes are so heinous that people accused of committing them can be tried anywhere, even in countries where the crimes did not take place. Spain has the broadest universal jurisdiction law in the world. This is the kind of thing that can and should happen when you have massive crimes that have essentially gone unpunished, said Reed Brody, Special Counsel for Human Rights Watch when the Spanish report was released. 45. In July 1994, the overwhelming need for justice in Rwanda had seemed an impossible task. No justice system or police force existed that could apply Rwandan law. The Kigali prosecutor, François-Xavier Nzanzura, was back in his office, and even the door frames had been looted. Thousands of people were being thrown into prison, more than 120,000 suspected perpetrators of genocide were detained in a system built for 15,000. Their conditions were appalling, and the ICRC made strenuous efforts to check the death rate, but this far exceeded the meager volume of cases dealt with. In March 2001 the Rwandan government established the Gacaca courts, a system of justice based at community level using traditional methods and where suspects who confessed would have an automatic reduction in sentence. The regular Rwandan courts were used for those suspects deemed to have wielded power and influence. There were an estimated 3,000 cases. Few events have been the subject of as many rumors as the assassination, on April 6, 1994 of Rwanda's president, Juvenal Habyarimana. No international inquiry has even been held in spite of repeated calls at the time, including from the UN Security Council. The identity of those responsible for firing at the plane remains a mystery and we may never know who plotted to kill the president. A cornerstone of the defense case in Arusha is a denial that ICTR defendants had any role at all. Their lawyers have argued that the RPF was responsible in a cynical grab at power by Major General Paul Kagame, who had ordered the attack knowing full well that he would be sacrificing the Tutsi living in the country. In this case, Kagame was morally responsible for genocide. For the ICTR prosecution, a prime suspect was Lieutenant Colonel Theonest Bagosara, who was accused of orchestrating a coup on April 6, 1994 and taking military command. Bagosora was a former commander of the anti-aircraft battalion in Camp Kanambe, and was well aware, as the prosecution lawyer Drew White reminded the court, that the flight path for the one runway went directly over the Kanambe military camp. A prosecutor in his trial, U.S. Attorney Barbara Mulvaney, said after the verdict that Habyarimana was flying back to Kigali to implement the peace deal. If the plane had landed, Bagosora would have lost his house, his job, and his position. He would have had to demobilize the Rwandan army and integrate with the RPF. Bagosora needed a big event to mobilize people, to spark the bloodlust, she said. 46. Bagosora told the court that it was common knowledge that Kagame, the current president of Rwanda, had ordered the president's assassination. The continuing failure of the ICTR to investigate the assassination, said Bagosora, was a way to stifle the truth. The USA was preventing an inquiry as a way to protect its new ally, the RPF leadership in Kigali. Bagosora had relied in court on a French judicial report which had first surfaced in March 2004 in Le Monde just weeks before the 10th commemoration of the genocide. 47. A celebrated French judge, Jean-Louis Bruguière, had, for 6 years, been investigating the missile attack on behalf of the families of 3 French crew members who had died on board the jet. 48. Bruguière had obtained testimony from a series of witnesses who claimed to have been RPF soldiers, and one of them, Lieutenant Abdul Joshua Ruzibiza, had provided the names of 2 men who fired the missiles. Ruzibiza claimed to be a member of a secret RPF death squad called Network Zero, a group of killers that was responsible for the murder of the MDR politician Félicien Gatabazi. 49. In Bruguière's final report, published 2 years later in November 2006, there was a claim that Gatabazi was killed because he had refused to take part in an RPF coup d'état that was being prepared. No mention was made of the UN CIPOL investigation into the assassination of Gatabazi, which had implicated the Presidential Guard, nor the arrest made in that case. Belgian intelligence experts were quick to point to the lack of information about how RPF operatives managed to gain access to Masaka, from where, they claim, the missiles were fired. One of the most fortified areas in Kigali, it was where the families of presidential guards had their homes, and the farm, said to have been the location for the assassins, and where there is a cattle dip, belonged to Agathe Habyarimana, the president's wife. There was criticism of Bruguière's failure to visit the crash site, where the wreckage was visible in the garden of Habyarimana's abandoned villa. 50. Nor had Bruguière provided any ballistic evidence. There were no interviews with any of the Belgian army officers who had seen the missiles in the night sky, although Bruguière had been to Arusha to interview several defendants, including Bagosora. And although Bruguière claimed that the cockpit voice recorder and the relevant recording from Kigali International Airport Control Tower were available, his report was silent about what these tapes might contain. 51. No one seemed sure what to believe. The advocacy group Human Rights Watch, which had initially welcomed both the French and the Spanish judicial reports, a year later was not so certain. It determined only that parts of the French and Spanish inquiries were based on serious investigations and had merit, but that other parts were not fully substantiated. 52. Other stories emerged, one of them from an ICTR prosecution witness known as XXQ, who said that the plot involved a French mercenary. 53. According to XXQ, who had been a gendarmerie officer and is currently serving a life sentence for genocide in a Rwandan military prison, the assassins had tried to implicate UNAMIR. This involved painting army trucks white with UN markings. Proteus Mpirania, the commander of the Presidential Guard, and a senior French officer embedded in the Rwandan army living in Camp Kanambe, were also involved. 54. The same French officer, so other sources claimed, had supervised the installation of a 14.5 mm anti-aircraft gun less than 100 meters from the airport on April 5, 1994. More than 12 years after the event, on November 27, 2006, the first international arrest warrants were issued for the terrorist attack on the plane, at the request of Judge Bruguière. They named 9 senior officials who were currently serving in the Rwandan government as responsible. Only the immunity accorded by French law to serving heads of state prevented the authorities from issuing a warrant for Kagame. These officials would now face restrictions on travel, especially within the European Union. They included Major General James Kabarebe, Chief of Staff of the Rwandan Army. 55 The Rwandan government immediately severed diplomatic relations, the French ambassador was expelled and the Rwandan ambassador in Paris was recalled. There was no basis to these allegations, an official statement noted. Rwanda was being subjected to a superpower, diplomatic, and political war. The first arrest came on November 9, 2008 when Rwanda's head of state protocol, Rose Kabaye, was detained at Frankfurt Airport under a European arrest warrant issued by France for her alleged part in the assassination. She was extradited to France and her case is pending. Any discreet warnings there may have been beforehand were ignored, and speculation grew that the Rwandan government wanted to test the Bruguiere thesis in open court. 56. Only a matter of days later the Bruguiere case was seriously weakened when Abdul Ruzibiza, the investigation's key witness, retracted his testimony. In an interview broadcast on November 15, 2008 on a Rwandan radio station, Ruzibiza said he had fabricated the whole story. The RPF Network Commando Death Squad was a fiction and he had never mentioned the name Rose Kabaye to anyone. 57 He was the third witness to retract. 58 An investigation is now underway in Rwanda which seeks to establish, using ballistic research and witness testimony, exactly how many missiles were fired at the plane, and the precise location of the assassins. 59 A true reckoning of French involvement in Rwanda may never be possible. The French policy was largely determined within the confines of a special office in the President's Élysée Palace. It was known as the Africa Unit 60. It operated through a network of military officers, politicians, diplomats, businessmen and senior intelligence operatives, and at its center was President François Mitterrand. 61 Mitterrand had operated through senior army officers, General Christian Quesnot, Admiral Jacques Lancade and General Jean-Pierre Huchon. There was some input from the French Ministries of Defense, Finance, Cooperation, and Foreign Affairs, and from the Intelligence Service, DGSE. There have been a number of investigations to try to unravel the extent of French influence. French journalist Patrick de Saint-Exupéry, in June 1994 in Le Figaro, blamed President Mitterrand and his Africa unit for a total policy failure. He had reported from the hills of Bisiro, from the Operation Turquoise Zone, where he had described how Rwandan survivors were abandoned by the French army. In a series for Le Figaro 4 years later, in January 1998, and in a book published in 2004, the journalist showed that France had provided weapons before, during and after the genocide. He concluded, "We poured petrol on an immense fire." 62 Saint-Exupéry showed how a secret army had been created for Rwanda by French officers who worked directly with what he called a Légion Présidentielle. 63 These elite operatives, answerable only to Mitterrand, had created a secret command for the Rwandan army, and built within it a psychological warfare capability with operatives trained in the manipulation of public opinion based on fear and terror. Rwanda was like a military laboratory. 64 This unit of elite troops, the Commandement de Operations Spéciales, COS, which was created in 1992, was not subject to usual military controls. It was in response to mounting evidence of French influence in Rwanda that, in March 1998, the Senate established a mission of information, Mission d'information parlementaire, a parliamentary investigation into the military operations of France and other countries in Rwanda from 1990 to 1994. This inquiry was unprecedented but, as its title suggested, it was intended to gather information only, and there were no judicial procedures, nor did it have the legal authority of a commission of inquiry. A series of public and private hearings took place and the Senate report, published in December 1998, concluded that French policy had been intended to encourage political reform, and ensure a respect for human rights, as well as to avoid a military victory by the RPF, and it was based on the assumption that the Arusha Accords could work. France in no way incited, encouraged, helped, or supported those who orchestrated the genocide. There had been some actions that were regrettable, and the threat of genocide had been underestimated at a time when openly racist extremist branches multiplied in most of the political parties. 65 The policy had been guided by Mitterrand, and the Senate recommended that there would have to be better control by Parliament over military operations. The Senate did confirm that the Rwandan army had been a military protégé of the French army, and this had involved certain officers who were determined to prevent an RPF victory at no matter what cost. The policy had been unaccountable to either Parliament or the press. No part of French political life was untouched. When the genocide happened, the French government was a left-right cohabitation between a socialist head of state, François Mitterrand, and a Gaullist prime minister, Edouard Balladur. 4 former ministers testified to the Senate inquiry: Edouard Balladur, Gaullist prime minister between 1993 and 1995, and 3 of his ministers, François Léotard, who was Minister of Defense, Alain Juppé, who was Minister for Foreign Affairs, later Prime Minister, and Michel Roussan, Minister of Cooperation. Balladur, who assumed office in March 1993, was indignant at suggestions that France was as deeply involved as suggested. Only limited quantities of arms had been shipped to the Hutu regime. There was an attempt to discredit the only country that had tried to stop the genocide. Hubert Védrine, who was Secretary General at the presidency and Mitterrand's diplomatic advisor, said the French had put pressure on President Habyarimana to accept the Arusha Accords, the only possible solution. 66. The Rwandan government's own investigation into the role of France was established during the 10th commemoration on April 14, 2004, when the cabinet adopted a draft law establishing an independent national commission. This was required to collect and examine documents, hear testimonies, and any other evidence showing the involvement of the French state in the 1994 genocide, as well as its role in the period after the genocide in all areas, in politics, diplomacy, media, judiciary, and the military. 67 The commission was chaired by a former Minister of Justice, Jean de Dieumussia, a lawyer and genocide survivor. A detailed and lengthy report, published in August 2008, contained a damning indictment of French policy and cited 13 senior French politicians and 20 members of the armed forces with cases to answer for their role in events. The report included witness testimony of the training of Interahamwe by French officers and alleged human rights abuses by French troops from 1990, and during Operation Turquoise, including murder and rape. This report confirmed evidence from a 2004 Citizens' Commission of Inquiry that took place in France, a collaborative effort of French human rights groups. 68 A body of evidence about French involvement continues to grow with ongoing investigations by researchers and journalists. 69. One of the more contentious issues is likely to remain the extent of influence of senior French officers who, on April 6, 1994, were embedded in the elite units of the Rwandan army. 74 of them have testified at the ICTR, but this was anonymously and in camera. Their evidence, given for the defense, is publicly unavailable. 71. The first significant release of material from French government archives came in 2007, and the documents from the presidency confirmed what officials had been privately claiming, that François Mitterrand had been obsessed with Rwanda to the point of interrupting cabinet meetings to talk about it. 72 Mitterrand had truly believed that the rebel RPF was part of an Anglophone plot, involving the president of Uganda, Yoweri Museveni, whose ultimate aim was the creation of a regional and English-speaking Tutsi land. Mitterrand feared that this would be helped by the complicity of false French intellectuals and a pro-Tutsi lobby. Rwanda was a key ally, a regional and strategic base. The RPF were not freedom fighters but battle-scarred soldiers from the Ugandan army. In October 1990, Rwanda had been invaded by a foreign power, a clear case of external aggression by an Anglophone neighbor attempting to seize power by stealth and military prowess. No one had ever threatened the sizable Western aid allocation to Uganda from its US and UK allies when it failed to use its leverage to compel the RPF to withdraw its troops. In July 1994, when a conquering RPF army had taken the whole country, the worst fears must have been realized. Mitterrand did not live to see how 15 years later Rwanda's closest allies had become the USA and the UK, providing the bulk of foreign aid. In 2003 Rwanda had applied to join the British Commonwealth, and English is now the language of commerce, education, and the media. A formal apology to Rwanda came from Belgium in April 2000 at a ceremony in Kigali, when the Prime Minister, Guy Verhofstadt, on behalf of his government, asked forgiveness from the Rwandan people. 73 I accept the responsibility of my country. Belgium was at the heart of the UN mission. We should have done more, he said. Verhofstadt had served on an earlier Senate inquiry into Belgium's role in Rwanda, and he said that what he had learned had changed him forever. 74 The Senate Commission report, published in December 1997, had shown how soon this government was really well informed, given the intelligence available, about the possibility of genocide. 75 There was a cable written in 1992, sent by Yuan Swinan, the Belgian ambassador, stating that a secret command exists which is planning the total extermination of the Tutsis in order to resolve, once and for all, the ethnic problem and to destroy the Hutu opposition. 76 The Senate Commission was given access to cables, letters and reports, both confidential and secret, from the archives of the Foreign and Defense Ministries. There were 19 documents in which a Machiavellian plot was described, intended to terminate the peace process and destabilize the country. 2 documents made specific references to the possibility of genocide. From January 15, 1994 there were 29 intelligence reports from Kigali containing warnings of arms caches, the distribution of weapons to civilians, and huge quantities of weapons in houses owned by the president and in Kanambe army camp. There were warnings about the risks to Belgian troops. A note by Belgian intelligence dated December 28, 1993 claimed that French advisors who had remained in Rwanda that month after the withdrawal of the French troops had organized a campaign of denigrating the Belgian Blue Helmets, and that 2 French experts had put taps on the Kigali telephone exchange, more particularly telephones in embassies. 77 Another inquiry took place within the Belgian military, but this was held in secret and the eventual report was classified. It is understood to have concluded that UN peacekeeping had been completely inappropriate for Rwanda. The senior officers of UNAMIR, Lieutenant General Dallaire and Colonel Luc Marchal, were blamed for being too optimistic and putting too much faith in the Rwandans. 78 In later journalistic descriptions of the part played by UNAMIR officers they would be described as cowards. 79 A UN inquiry was established in March 1999, nearly 5 years after the genocide began, by Kofi Annan, the former head of the Department of Peacekeeping Operations, DPKO, who had become UN Secretary General in January 1997. Annan chose a former Prime Minister of Sweden, Ingvar Carlsson, to head a 3-person team. The inquiry was limited in scope from October 1993, when UNAMIR was created, to the military conquest of the RPF in July 1994. 80 The eventual report was critical of the Security Council, describing a preoccupation, led by the USA, with minimizing costs and commitments. A deliberately weakened UNAMIR, a feeble UN effort, had proved to the Hutu power faction that it had nothing to fear from the outside world. A force capable of dealing with the growing violence and eventual genocide had been required. When the genocide began, the rapid dismantling of UNAMIR ruled out any chance of re-equipping it with a mandate and the capacity to protect sites where people had sought refuge. A grave error was to have insisted on negotiations to restore a ceasefire, when what had been needed was a plan to protect civilians. 81 The Secretary-General, Boutros Boutros-Ghali, the UN report concluded, should have done more to argue for reinforcements. The sole power given to the Secretary-General under the UN Charter is to bring to the attention of the Council any matter that threatens international peace and security. He could have had a decisive influence. Yet Boutros-Ghali was absent from New York during the first weeks and had missed what may have been the optimum time to intervene. The report concluded, the Secretary General cannot be present at every meeting, and although Boutros Ghali was kept informed of key developments, the role of the Secretary General is limited if performed by proxy. 82. Boutros Ghali would angrily blame the USA and describe how he had argued for action in individual private meetings with the ambassador, Madeleine Albright, and the UK's David Haney. 83. Boutros Ghali mimicked their reaction: "Come on, Boutros, relax. Don't put us in a difficult position, the mood is not for intervention, you will obtain nothing, we will not move." Boutros Ghali denies that the Security Council was inadequately informed. Everybody knew that the people coming from Uganda were Tutsi and the people in power were Hutu, and that it was a war between Hutu and Tutsi. We did not need to tell them that, it was evident. What was not evident was that there was a plan of genocide. He said the entire council meekly followed the US lead. 84. Had the council created the UN standby force which he had asked for 2 years earlier, then the genocide might never have taken place. His own failure was to convince governments to act. "But believe me," he said, "I tried." 85. Colin Keating, the permanent representative for New Zealand, and the president of the council in April 1994, did not think the council was ready to cope at ambassadorial level with professional military issues. The situation had cried out for military and technical advisors to sit together to discuss the options. No one was listening to Lieutenant General Dallaire. 86. Kofi Annan said that he believed the time had come for the member states to take stock, and to determine that sufficient resources were made available for all UN operations. Large-scale field operations needed advanced planning, clear mandates, trained peacekeepers, and assured financing, an effective and integrated UN command and logistical support. At the time UNAMIR was in the field, there had been 71,543 peacekeepers in 17 different trouble spots around the globe, with 300 officials coping with logistics for them. There was no genuine peacekeeping headquarters, there were too few planning staff, no timely intelligence, no adequate command and control operations room. The UN had been in crisis management for as long as anyone could remember, with years of cutbacks and job losses. 87. Scores of officials spent entire months juggling funds simply to keep the doors open. There were institutional weaknesses, no infrastructure for emergency operations, and no contingency planning. The Organization of African Unity, OAU, which had played a central role in the negotiations in Arusha, launched its own report in Addis Ababa in July 2000. 88. Its title, Rwanda, the Preventable Genocide, reflected the main conclusion, that the genocide could have been entirely prevented and, once allowed to start, could have been significantly reduced. The Security Council, led unremittingly by the USA, simply did not care enough about Rwanda. All that had been required was a reasonably sized international military force with a strong mandate to enforce the peace agreement. Nothing of the kind had ever been authorized by the Security Council either before or during the genocide. Many aspects of the story defied understanding, notably how the victims had been betrayed repeatedly by the international community. 89. The OAU itself did not escape criticism for its silence, and a large majority of African heads of state were also found to be guilty of a shocking moral failure. A large part of the responsibility rested with France for giving unconditional public support to President Juvenal Habyarimana, this accusation also being leveled at the Anglican and Catholic churches. The OAU report described how in an overwhelmingly Christian population, the religious leaders had failed to use their unique moral positions to denounce ethnic hatred and human rights abuses. With some heroic exceptions, church leaders played a conspicuously scandalous role, at best remaining silent or neutral. This had been interpreted as an implicit endorsement of the killing. There were priests and nuns who delivered people to the killers. 90. For the OAU panel, the great mystery of the genocide was the way in which Hutu power had managed to make so many people accomplices to their crime. This was how people had been killed so swiftly. 91. The OAU inquiry, with a broader remit than others, addressed the catastrophic economic influences on events. In the late 80s, Rwanda's individual and productive farmers had been pushed to breaking point because of drought. 92 There had been the collapse of the coffee price, and a structural adjustment regime which had thrown people into poverty. There were an increasing number of landless and unemployed youths. 93 The soaring population, the soil erosion, the land scarcity, all were relevant factors. A key part of the role of the West had been the provision of aid. Rwanda was one of the poorest but best aided countries in the world. 94 When the genocide began, there had been thousands of Western technical assistants and expert expatriates training staff and advising in government ministries, or taking part in developmental cooperation. 95 While the political violence worsened and as society became militarized, the practice of aid development had continued business as usual. 96 All but one of the foreign donors increased its bilateral aid. 97 The racist policies against Tutsi seem to have been viewed by some with a quiet acceptance. A Swiss official wrote to his capital, "While the Tutsi are excluded from political life, they more than make up for it with their role in commerce." Switzerland, an important donor to Rwanda for 30 years, held its own inquiry into the circumstances of the genocide. 98 It laid the blame on those governments that had tried to impose a democratic system of government on a country with no organized middle class and where there was the bare minimum of economic and political control. The result was a multitude of polarized political parties, none of them with any real democratic support, and all of them either regionally or ethnically based. Some donors, such as the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, the European Union and the German government, did withhold all development aid in early 1994, just a few months before the genocide began. Each cited constraints such as a lack of Rwandan administrative capacity as a reason for suspension. 99. Rwanda had been an issue requiring leadership as Senator Paul Simon, Democrat, Illinois, and Senator Jim Jeffords, Republican, Vermont, had reminded President Bill Clinton in their letter to him on May 13, 1994. 100 The senators had pleaded for help for UNAMIR, to get troops to Lieutenant General Dallaire to stop the slaughter. 1013 3 days afterwards, a delegation from the State Department and the Pentagon arrived at the UN in New York. While the USA was willing to help, this was on the condition that UNAMIR was bypassed and safe havens were created on Rwanda's borders, an idea that had been enthusiastically suggested by Ambassador Madeleine Albright at an informal meeting of the Security Council on 11 May. 102 The UN's Assistant Secretary General for Peacekeeping, Iqbal Riza, told the U.S. delegation that the problem was not on the borders. 103 He said the UN was morally obligated to stop the killing of civilians where it was taking place and urgently needed troops, transport, and equipment for Lieutenant General Dallaire. Richard Clarke, as the head of international and global issues at the National Security Council, NSC, whose remit covered UN peacekeeping, would later defend the U.S. record. Clarke had largely been responsible for the post-Somalia policy directive towards multilateral operations, a policy that was widely interpreted as a manifesto for inaction. 104 He believes that if the UN had adopted the U.S. idea to create safe havens, lives may have been saved. 105 In the NSC, in the heart of the U.S. government, neither Don Steinberg, Senior Director for Africa, nor the National Security Advisor, Anthony Lake, formulated any policy other than to do nothing. Not one top-level meeting was held to discuss Rwanda. The Secretary of Defense, William Perry, theorized later that had Rwanda happened before Somalia there was a probability that a symbolic force would have been sent, but post-Somalia most senior officials did not even want to discuss intervention. 106 The Secretary of State, Warren Christopher, apparently never once sent for contingency plans or even analysis concerning a response to Rwanda. 107 He continued to distort the reality of Rwanda as late as July 24, 1994, when he told a television program that there had been a tremendous civil war in Rwanda and that the USA had done all it could to try to support the UN, but that this had not been a time for the USA to try to intervene. 108 Only a fraction of the government documents concerning Rwanda have been declassified under the U.S. Freedom of Information Act, but these clearly show how from the beginning, and at all levels of government, there was significant intelligence about a huge number of civilian deaths nowhere near the Civil War. 1091 of them. Dated April 28, 1994, a top-secret national intelligence daily, routinely sent to President Clinton and other top officials, gave an estimate of probably 500,000 people killed and projected that thousands more were going to die. A US-trained Marine, Alan Campbell, with over 30 years of flying experience in Africa, in the first week of June was reporting back directly to the U.S. Embassy in Kampala, Uganda, that genocide was taking place. During the third week of June he was in Kibai, negotiating to save the lives of nuns and orphans under his protection, attempting to evaluate battle conditions, do a body count and rescue different families. At the request of the U.S. Embassy in Kampala, he evaluated reports that numerous bodies were in Lake Victoria and circulating around the lake towards the inlet source of fresh water for the capital city. Campbell was able to borrow a Ugandan police helicopter at Entebbe Airport and, with 2 USAID staff members on board, started to count the bodies along the shoreline of the lake, where they were stacked 6 deep with heads and legs missing. Some women still had their children strapped to their backs with their heads gone. The skids of the helicopter were sometimes used to separate the bodies to get an accurate count. The aircraft was used to chase away the dogs and pigs that were eating the bodies. They were entering the lake from the Kagera River in Rwanda. The body count was over 10,000.110. There were detailed briefings given by the ICRC directly to U.S. government officials in New York and in Geneva. The ICRC Director of Operations, Jean de Courton, in regular contact with Philippe Gaillard in Kigali, made it clear to Under-Secretary General for Global Affairs in the Department of State Tim Wirth that the killing would not stop without military action. But there was reluctance even to jam the hate radio station, RTLM. The question was raised several times in Washington during daily video conferences held in May 1994. The Defense Department's official response was that jamming the broadcasts was technically and legally impossible, but there were objections that the cost, at $8,500 per flight, was too high. In any event, this was the decision of the State Department or the NSC. According to James Woods, Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense, the fact of genocide was known as early as the second week. 111 Recalling the misery of that time, Woods said, "I think it was sort of a formal spectacle of the U.S. in disarray and retreat, leading the international community away from doing the right thing, and I think that everybody was perfectly happy to follow our lead, in retreat. Everyone knew about the genocide. No official in the U.S. administration could claim not to have known." Yet in 1998 that is precisely what President Bill Clinton did during a first visit to Kigali. In an apology to Rwanda, used to skillfully minimize his own shameful role, and attempting to rewrite history, Clinton declared, "All over the world there were people like me sitting in offices, day after day after day, who did not fully appreciate the depth and speed with which you were being engulfed by this unimaginable terror. The international community, together with nations in Africa, must bear its share of responsibility for this tragedy, as well. We did not act quickly enough after the killing began, we did not immediately call these crimes by their rightful name, genocide. Never again must we be shy in the face of the evidence." As permanent members of the Security Council, the UK and the USA could have taken action in accordance with the 1948 Genocide Convention. But both states, from the beginning to the end, had recognized as legitimate the interim government of Rwanda, a government perpetrating genocide, hastily sworn into office to replace Rwanda's pro-democracy movement, whose members had been murdered. No attempt was made to remove this government's ambassador from the Security Council. In the council they argued that without a ceasefire in the civil war it was militarily impossible to do anything. Both governments seemed to have wanted to undermine all attempts at strengthening UNAMIR, opposing any expansion of the mandate to allow the peacekeepers to protect Rwandans. They even failed to resupply their own volunteer garrison of UN peacekeepers, and little discussion took place about what UNAMIR was achieving. 112 There is no magic keeping troops there, said the UK ambassador, David Haney, if there is nothing useful that they can do. Even after the U.S. government had determined that genocide was happening, the Clinton administration sought to play down what was occurring. 113 The relevant memorandum from the U.S. Office of the Legal Advisor shows that by May 20, 1994 it had been determined that acts of genocide had taken place. 114 Some acts had been committed with the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, the Tutsi group. The State Department's Bureau of Intelligence had concluded that Rwandan government and military authorities were implicated in widespread, systematic killing of ethnic Tutsi, those who had Tutsi physical characteristics and those who supported Tutsi. National and local officials had exhorted civilians to take part in massacres, and the campaign appeared well planned and systematic. We may never know whether the obligations of the British government, as a signatory to the 1948 Genocide Convention, were raised in government in 1994. When the UK government determined that genocide was taking place is unclear. The principal function of the legal advisor at the Foreign and Commonwealth Office is to provide legal advice to ministers and officials, including on international human rights law. This department was represented at the UK mission to the UN in Geneva. What advice the legal advisor, Sir Franklin Berman, may have offered ministers about their responsibilities is apparently, according to him, protected by client privilege, irrespective of any official secrets considerations. 115 This reveals a secret process whereby officials work without any kind of scrutiny or accountability. After weeks of genocide, on May 9, 1994 the House of Commons was informed only that 200,000 people may have perished in the recent fighting in Rwanda and that a horrific and tragic civil war was happening. 116 There was little interest in the Commons. A debate did not take place until May 24, 1994, when Tony Worthington, MP, Labour, Clydebank, and Milengavie, who had spoken to Oxfam, expressed shock at how little attention had been given to Rwanda. It is inconceivable that an atrocity in which 500,000 white people had died would not have been extensively debated in the House, Worthington told an almost empty chamber, and he added that the press had a terrible tendency to dismiss the events as tribalism. But this was genocide, and Britain was a signatory to the Genocide Convention. Had there ever been a clearer example, he asked. In the case of the Prime Minister, John Major, the Rwandan genocide has completely vanished from the public version of his period in office, and there is, for instance, no reference to the Rwandan genocide in the index, chronology, or the chapter on the wider world in his autobiography. 117 Of course we didn't do anything, said a senior diplomat, now retired, when asked about Rwanda. Neither the press nor the public was interested. Rwanda was not in the British sphere in Africa. The UK was extremely unsighted, there was no British embassy in Kigali, and there were no British interests. The telegrams about Rwanda, received from British embassies in Brussels, Paris, and Washington, were not treated as of high importance. We tended to believe what the French were telling us, said another. The time and resources were being channeled into the problems of Bosnia, and the UK was trying to disarm Iraq. The UK mission in New York was overwhelmed with other issues. Ambassador David Haney complained later that the UN Secretariat had failed to provide an independent, objective flow of information. Events proved we were looking in the wrong direction and that the Secretariat was telling us to look in that direction, he said. The Council was not involved in the day-to-day running of peacekeeping missions, and so he never saw the UN force commanders' cables. 118 The entire focus had been on how to implement the Arusha Accords. We really were groping around in the dark, he said. A lack of information, however, did not prevent the UK playing a leading role in the Security Council in the shaping of UN policy towards the crisis. It was the UK which had first suggested a small interim presence in Rwanda and a British compromise resolution which mandated the removal of most of UNAMIR. British diplomats had argued that anything other than massive military intervention was impossible. 119. A similar lack of information was apparently the case in Whitehall, where, according to the British journalist and executive director of the Royal African Society, Richard Dowden, as the crisis developed, the Foreign Secretary, Douglas Hurd, was being briefed by officials whose only source of information was CNN. 120 It is hard to judge whether leaders such as John Major, François Mitterrand, and Bill Clinton would have taken a different stand had they known what was going on, Dowden wrote. But there was reliable and relevant information available and, as in the USA, this was collated at many different levels of government. At the UK mission to the UN in New York there were briefings at senior level from Belgian diplomats trying to convince the UK, a permanent member of the Council, why UNAMIR urgently needed more troops and a robust mandate. The RPF representative in New York, Claude Dossetti, briefed UK officials about militia training, political murders, hate propaganda, and death lists. The situation was discussed during meetings of the Security Council, even before the establishment of UNAMIR. In the offices of the Department of Peacekeeping Operations, DPKO, there were 8 British military officers on secondment. There was UK representation in Washington, D.C., at the World Bank, which had sent successive missions to Rwanda as the situation deteriorated. There were briefings from Oxfam, including with Foreign Secretary Douglas Hurd. There were reports sent to London from the UK High Commissioner in Kampala, Edward Clay. He was given information by regional Oxfam experts, one of whom accurately predicted in April 1994 that neighbouring states would be inundated with refugees. Clay visited Rwanda only weeks before genocide began. He sent cables to Whitehall before and during the genocide. Clay obtained information from UNAMIR situation reports and he met with RPF representatives. Between 21 and April 23, 1994 the UK government, involved in a ceasefire initiative for Rwanda headed by President Yoweri Museveni, was preparing briefing documents. 121 Information came from the President of the ICRC, Cornelio Samaruga, directly to the UK government's Overseas Development Administration. This office also received intelligence from the European Community Humanitarian Office, ECHO. The UK Embassy in Brussels was actively collecting information about Rwanda, from both open and more secret sources. By late April, along with Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International, Oxfam repeatedly and publicly called on the British government for immediate action to protect civilians. 122 On May 3 the director of Oxfam, David Breyer, delivered a petition to 10 Downing Street with the British actor Helen Mirren. An accompanying letter told the Prime Minister that the genocide was potentially on a scale not seen since Cambodia. The UN could not stand idly by. A relatively small UN force could offer protection. 123 Breyer later recalled being fobbed off with all sorts of platitudes. Ed Cairns, who was an Oxfam policy advisor, said that anyone other than a fool knew that military intervention was what was needed. 124 There were regrets later at the lack of time to devise a strategy, and they believed they should have tried to shame the politicians and officials responsible for the decision-making. The Foreign Secretary, Douglas Hurd, admitted that in 1994 Bosnia had been the priority, it was in our continent. In the House of Commons Hurd said, "They are close to us. It is right that we should be devoting such effort to them." 125 Some years later he wrote, "It never occurred to us, the Americans or anyone to send combatant troops to Rwanda to stop the killing. I record this as a bleak fact." 126 In 2004 Hurd explained that the UK government had been slow to realise the enormity of what had happened. 127 The UN inquiry, however, found that states should have been ready to identify genocide and assume the responsibility to act. 128 The UK had depicted events as an ethnic civil war between morally equivalent factions, reflecting Britain's preferred solution, to seek a ceasefire. Were there departments in the Foreign Office with information, not passing that information to ministers? Perhaps the information in Whitehall was not sent to New York. But even if all the information had reached him, Hannay remains convinced that there was nothing the UN could have done to prevent the genocide in Rwanda, not with the Hutu-led government intent upon it. He was not a lawyer and was therefore not in a position to decide whether or not what was happening was genocide. "We knew a lot of Tutsi were being killed by a lot of Hutu," he said. The council could not conjure up troops, and although he believes that Dallaire did a fantastic job, Hannay remains deeply skeptical of Dollar's belief that 5,500 troops could have prevented much of the slaughter. In any case, to have mounted an enforcement mission with so few troops was totally against U.S. military doctrine. 129 This is not an isolated view. 130 There were analysts at the Pentagon who believed that military intervention would not have been able to stop it. Only early reinforcements of UNAMIR would have stood any chance of averting the killing. 131 In the USA, a report published in 2008, Preventing Genocide, a blueprint for U.S. policymakers, claimed that leaders within the U.S. and elsewhere still debate whether robust military action could have thwarted the massacres. This genocide prevention initiative was co-chaired by Madeleine Albright, who in 1994 was the U.S. ambassador to the UN. 132 The 2008 report maintains that it had been difficult to get critical information about the grave risks of genocide or mass atrocities to key decision-makers before they were full-blown, and that they were distracted by other crises. There was a lack of understanding of the range of military options that could help prevent or stop genocide. Hannay later spoke specifically about the Genocide Convention in relation to Rwanda. In December 1998, in a BBC Radio 4 interview, he said, "Nobody ever started to say and who will actually do the intervening and how will it be done." 133. The Labour Party waited until May 1994 before pressuring the government, and then only after Oxfam telephoned the office of David Clark, the Shadow Defence Minister. Clark responded by calling for the UN and the OAU to organize an immediate deployment of forces to try to end the mass killing of civilians, and appealed to the Minister of Defense, Malcolm Rifkind, for advice and expertise to be made available to the UN. Rifkind wrote back to say troops for Rwanda would probably come from regional forces in Africa. The UK had not been asked to provide any personnel for the operation. 134 It was an extraordinary claim. A few days earlier, on May 17, the UK had voted in the Security Council to authorize troops for UNAMIR, knowing that UN officials were pleading for soldiers from member states. Annan sent a list of urgently needed troops and equipment to every member government known to have spare military capacity. At that time the UK had 3,800 troops serving in peace operations. The British Army had two main units that could have been rapidly mobilised for deployment overseas, each occupying a very different niche in low to mid-intensity combat capabilities. 135. Some years afterwards the then Labour Prime Minister, Tony Blair, said that in retrospect, if nearly 1 million people were being murdered in Rwanda, as they had been in 1994, then the British government would have a political and moral duty to prevent or suppress the killing. 136 And yet there seemed no apparent understanding of his predecessor's failure, or how it might help to formulate government policy for the future, or any active promotion of international practices and procedures that could build up a prevention capability in the UN. In July 1994 Britain's Overseas Development Minister, Baroness Linda Chalker, had visited Kigali. She asked Dollar what he needed. Dollar had shown Chalker his list of basic requirements, which by then had been faxed around the world. "I gave her my shopping list," he remembered. "I was up to my knees in bodies by then." The 50 trucks the UK had promised had not materialised. 137 Speaking later on a BBC TV Newsnight programme, Chalker would blame Dollar's lack of resources on the UN, which, she said, must get its procurement right. 138 Only after the genocide was over did Britain become more generous, and on July 28 offered military assistance to Rwanda in the form of 600 personnel from the Royal Electrical and Mechanical Engineers, REM, to repair the large number of unroadworthy vehicles that belonged to the mission, as well as a field ambulance and a field squadron of Royal Engineers to repair roads and drill wells. 139 As a matter of record, the offers to UNAMIR during the genocide were 50 trucks from the UK, a promise from Italy of 1 C-130 aircraft plus crew, and 6 water trucks, a signals squadron plus aircraft from Canada, from the USA 50 armored personnel carriers, leasehold, and from Japan. $3 million towards the cost of equipment. 140 Those who were critical did not offer, said Kofi Annan in July 1994. The skeptical did not offer, and the silent did not offer. What choice did we have? Annan had clearly believed that, whatever had happened, UNAMIR would never have overcome the fundamental problem, that the extremists did not want reconciliation with the RPF. 141 Once the genocide started, had Kigali been reinforced, then the militia would have been intimidated. In this event the Belgian UN peacekeepers would never have withdrawn from the Edo and would have stayed to protect the families in their care. But there had never been hope of reinforcements. If we had gone to the council at the beginning to ask for reinforcements for UNAMIR, one official said, we would have been laughed out of the chamber. 142 Annan concluded in July 1994, nobody should feel he has a clear conscience in this business. If the pictures of tens of thousands of human bodies rotting and gnawed on by dogs, do not wake us up out of our apathy, I don't know what will. He found it difficult to accept that member states with more intelligence-gathering capabilities than the UN did not know what was happening. Was it really a lack of understanding of something so totally unbelievable? No. In this case no one could credibly claim ignorance. Everyone involved would be harshly judged by history. Of the part played by the USA and the UK, two powerful states with abundant means to have made a difference, Lieutenant General Dallaire would conclude that they had done everything possible to sabotage the fulfillment of the UNAMIR mission. 143 Their selfish and racist policies had aided and abetted genocide. 144 Since 1994 there has been an almost continuous series of debates, studies and resolutions on the role of the West in Rwanda's genocide. These have shown how little true humanitarianism there is at the heart of even states that both possess abundant resources and profess a commitment to human rights. 145 Neither the US nor the UK government has answered the accusations leveled at them, including a failure to abide by their obligations under the 1948 Genocide Convention. There has been no official inquiry into this failure by either state, and today the blame has simply slid away from the officials and politicians responsible for the decision-making. The 1994 genocide in Rwanda is one of the most horrible crimes of our age. 146 It contributed to the destabilization of an entire region and it was followed by years of war, human deprivation, rape and misery, with untold and unimaginable brutality, and an incalculable number of victims. The story has not ended. Chronology 1500. It is believed that from 1506 there was increasing unification of the Kingdom of Rwanda. A society was created which would be compared with those in European feudal states. 1885. The Berlin Conference agrees that Rwanda-Urundi should become a German protectorate. 1894. The first European, a German, Count Gustav Adolf von Gotzen, arrives in Rwanda. 1900. The missionaries of Africa, White Fathers, found their first mission in Rwanda. 1907. The Germans establish a post in Kigali and a prominent explorer, Richard Kant, is appointed the first resident. 1910. The frontiers of the Belgian Congo, British Uganda, and German East Africa, including Rwanda-Urundi, are fixed at a conference in Brussels. 1911. A popular uprising in northern Rwanda is crushed by the German Schutztruppe and Tutsi chiefs, leaving bitterness among northern Hutu. 1913. Coffee introduced as a cash crop. 1914. German control strengthens with the introduction of a head tax. 1916. Belgian troops chase out the Germans and occupy both Rwanda and Urundi. 1923. Rwanda-Urundi becomes a mandated territory of the League of Nations under the supervision of Belgium. 1931. November King Muzinga is deposed by the Belgian administration and replaced with one of his sons. 1933. The Belgian administrators organize a census and everyone is issued with an identity card classifying them as Hutu, Tutsi, or TWA. 1945. Transfer of the Belgian mandate to a UN trust territory. 1946. Dedication of Rwanda to Christ the King. 1948. The Convention on the Punishment and Prevention of the Crime of Genocide, 1948, voted by the General Assembly on December 9. First UN Trusteeship Council visiting mission goes to Rwanda, Urundi and Tanganyika. 1957. Publication of the Hutu Manifesto. 1959. July, King Mutararudda Igwe dies in suspicious circumstances. August, September, political parties are created. November, the Hutu rebel, supported by Belgium, and thousands of Tutsi flee for their lives to Burundi. Belgium places Rwanda under military rule. Hutu now favored by Belgian administrators. 1960. Rwanda's first municipal elections give Hutu a large majority. 1961. January, the monarchy is formally abolished by a referendum and a republic is proclaimed. A new wave of violence against Tutsi. More people flee the country. 1962. Armed attacks by Tutsi exiles from Burundi. There are internal reprisals and 2,000 Tutsi are killed. Proclamation of the independence of Rwanda. Gregoire Kayibanda is declared president. 1963. Further armed attacks from Tutsi. Violence against Tutsi escalates and there are further massacres. A new wave of refugees. 1964. British philosopher Lord Bertrand Russell calls the killing of Tutsi in Rwanda the most horrible extermination of a people since the killing of the Jews. UN report by Max Dorsenville estimates a few hundred killed and repeats government claims that the culprits will be punished. 1967. Renewed massacres of Tutsi. 1972. Massacres of Hutu in Burundi. Tutsi are purged from the administration in Rwanda. 1973. A purge of Tutsi from schools and the National University of Rwanda, Butare. More killings of Tutsi. Coup d'état by Major Juvenal Habyarimana. 1975. Creation of the one-party MRND. France and Rwanda sign a military assistance agreement. 1978. Habyarimana promulgates a new constitution and becomes president of Rwanda after an election in which he is the sole candidate. Northern Hutu are favored in government. 1979. The Rwandan Alliance for National Unity, RANU, is created in Kenya. 1980. An attempted coup by Colonel Theonest Litsinda, ex-security chief, and 30 conspirators. 1982. The Rwandan refugee communities in Uganda are attacked. Those who flee to the border are trapped. 1983. Re-election of President Juvenal Habyarimana with 99.98% of the vote. 1986. The government in Kigali announces that Rwandan refugees will not be allowed home because the country is not big enough. 1987. July 1 celebrations of 25 years of independence. 1988. International conference held by Rwandan refugees in Washington, D.C. The RPF is created in Uganda. Re-election of Habyarimana with more than 99% of the vote. 1989. First meeting of a Rwanda-Uganda Ministerial Committee to discuss the refugee problem. The price of coffee collapses. 1990. July, Habyarimana concedes the principle of multi-party democracy. September 33, intellectuals publish a letter to denounce the one-party system. Pope John Paul II visits Rwanda. October, the RPF invades Rwanda, starting a civil war. France, Belgium, and Zaire send troops. Rwanda's ambassador to Egypt requests Boutros Boutros-Ghali, a minister of state, to help Rwanda obtain arms. First Egyptian weapons sold to Rwanda. South Africa starts to sell arms to Rwanda. Thousands of people, most of them Tutsi, are arrested in Rwanda. More than 300 Tutsi are killed in Genocide. Structural Adjustment Program, SAP, for Rwanda is agreed. 1991. January, RPF attack Ruhengeri prison. Massacres of Tutsi take place in the prefectures of Genocide, Ruhengeri, Kibai, and Byumba. A further arms deal is concluded with Egypt. February guerrilla attack by RPF in response to massacres. Summit in Dar es Salaam to discuss Rwanda crisis. March. A ceasefire agreement is signed in Anseal, Zaire, under OAU supervision, between the Rwandan government and the RPF, but it soon breaks down. April. A further arms deal is concluded between Egypt and the Rwandan government. June. A new constitution adopted bringing in multipartyism. A French intelligence report warns that an extremist group surrounding Agath Habyarimana is encouraging ethnic hatred and is determined to resist democracy. August. Creation of political parties, the MDR, PSD, PL. September. The OAU creates a neutral military observer group, NMOG, to monitor the border between Rwanda and Uganda. November. A demonstration organized by government opposition brings thousands onto the streets of Kigali. Habyarimana sets up commission to look into possible democratic system. December. Pro-democracy demonstrations take place. 1992. January. Boutros Boutros-Ghali takes office as the sixth Secretary General of the UN. The UN Security Council meets at summit level for the first time and Western leaders promise to equip the UN to deal with crisis prevention. On and off talks continue between the Rwandan government and the RPF at various locations for over a year and another ceasefire is signed, this one is largely observed. Assistant Secretary of State for Africa Herman Cohen convenes an interagency forum in Washington to discuss Rwanda. February. Massacres of Tutsi take place in the Bugesera. Radio Rwanda is blamed for incitement by human rights groups. CDR and MRND militias are built up by Hutu power supporters. March. Rwandan human rights group links deaths in the Bugesera to local officials. A further arms deal is concluded between Egypt and the Rwandan government. April. A new government with increased representation of the opposition. MDR given Foreign Affairs Ministry. The President of the World Bank, Louis Preston, writes to Habyarimana to ask him to stop military spending. May. Violent demonstrations by militia. Agathia Wilingiamana, Minister of Education, attacked in her home. Pitched battles between supporters of the MRND and the PL. The RPF meets with the OAU in Kampala. June. A further arms deal is concluded between Egypt and the Rwandan government. RPF and political opposition agree formula for power sharing. August. A defector, Christophe Mfize, reveals that Rwanda is run by a ruthless and greedy oligarchy from the north. Formal opening of the peace conference in Arusha, Tanzania. October. Professor Philip Rentgens gives a press conference in Brussels to warn of death squads in Rwanda. November. The planning for a new radio station begins. Political violence. Hutu extremist militia activity escalates. Government opponents continue to demonstrate. A prominent Hutu, Dr. Leon Mugisra, appeals to Hutu to send Tutsi back to Ethiopia via the rivers. A further arms deal is concluded between Egypt and the Rwandan government. December. Fringe elements unite. U.S. troops storm Somali beaches, a groundbreaking humanitarian intervention. 1993. January. The composition of a broad-based transitional government is agreed at the negotiations at Arusha. More than 300 Tutsi killed in the northwest. International human rights experts visit Rwanda. Weapons are distributed to communal police in certain communes. 20 to 22 January. MRND organizes pro-government demonstrations. February. RPF launches a fresh offensive and their soldiers reach the outskirts of Kigali. French forces again called in to help. More than 1 million people displaced because of the fighting. March. A new ceasefire is agreed. At the UN Security Council in New York, France suggests the creation of a UN peacekeeping mission for Rwanda. A human rights report is published revealing that 2,000 Tutsi have been killed since 1990. A further arms deal is concluded between Egypt and the Rwandan government. The Security Council passes Resolution 814 to restore law and order in Somalia. April. The ICRC warns that because of the displaced people in Rwanda there is the risk of a major humanitarian catastrophe. Famine is imminent. Bakar Wali Ndiaye, UN Human Rights Commission Special Rapporteur on Extrajudicial, Summary or Arbitrary Executions, visits Rwanda. May. The Habyarimana regime enters into an arms deal for $12 million with a French arms dealer. The Secretary General, in a report to the Security Council, recommends the creation of a UN observer mission for the Rwanda-Uganda border. June. The Security Council adopts Resolution 846 creating the United Nations Observer Mission Uganda, Rwanda, UNAMIR. Brigadier General Romeo A. Dallaire appointed commander of UNAMIR. In Mogadishu, Somalia, 23 Pakistani UN peacekeepers are killed. July. A new government is formed with Agathia Uwilingiyimana as Prime Minister. This results in divisions within the MDR. August. The Arusha Accords are signed between the Rwandan government and the RPF. Multi-party elections, which are to include the RPF, are scheduled to be held within 22 months. Dallaire arrives in Kigali with a reconnaissance mission to evaluate the possible role of international peacekeepers. Bakar Wali Ndiaye publishes a report for the UN Human Rights Commission which reveals that in Rwanda the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, 1948, is applicable. September. The Secretary General recommends to the Security Council that a peacekeeping force be provided for Rwanda without delay. October. 18 elite U.S. troops are killed in Somalia. The UN Security Council passes Resolution 872 creating the Union Assistance Mission for Rwanda, UNAMIR, which is to help implement the Arusha Accords. UNAMIR is integrated into UNAMIR. Dallaire is appointed force commander of UNAMIR. President Melchior Ndadaye of Burundi is assassinated. Thousands of people flee from Burundi to Rwanda. Political violence in Rwanda escalates. November. The Organization of African Unity, OAU, Neutral Military Observer Group, NMOG, is integrated into UNAMIR. The Belgian battalion arrives in Kigali. The Secretary General's Special Representative, Jacques-Roger Bobo, arrives. A series of killings takes place in northern communes. December. UNAMIR peacekeepers are in place in Rwanda. As part of the Arusha Accords, a contingent of RPF troops is deployed in Kigali. French troops withdraw. A few remained with the Détachement d'Assistance Militaire d'Instruction. Dallaire and diplomats in Kigali receive an anonymous letter from within the Rwandan army warning of a plan to kill Tutsi in order to prevent the implementation of the Arusha Accords. 1994. January. Rwanda takes its seat as a non-permanent member of the Security Council. The Security Council adopts Resolution 893 approving deployment of a 2nd Infantry Battalion to the demilitarized zone. Investiture of Habyarimana as president. The broad-based transitional government fails to take off, with each side blaming the other for blocking its formation. Human Rights Watch Arms Project publishes a report on the continuing arming of Rwanda. The Belgian ambassador in Kigali, Yuan Swinen, warns Brussels that the new hate radio station is destabilizing Rwanda. Violent demonstration takes place in Kigali by the Interahamwe. Dallaire informs UN headquarters there is an informer from the heart of Hutu power who warns that a genocide against Tutsi is planned. Dallaire tries to persuade UN headquarters that he be allowed to conduct arms seizures. February 21. Felician Gatabazi of the PSD is assassinated. February 22. Martin Busaina, the president of the CDR, is lynched. February 3, February 24 to April 5. Dallaire warns New York of the deteriorating situation, the weapons distribution, death squad target lists, and pleads for reinforcements. USA issues a travel advisory for Rwanda. The ICRC and MSF stockpile medicines and prepare for large numbers of casualties. Belgian Foreign Minister Willy Claes visits Rwanda. He warns Boutros Ghali that Dallaire needs a stronger mandate. Claes warns the USA that Habyarimana could be playing a double game. March. A joint communiqué is issued by the Kigali diplomatic community asking for acceptance of the CDR. The manager of the Las Vegas bar, a local leader of the Interahamwe, is taken into custody for the killing of Gaitabeza. March 15, U.S. troops withdraw from Somalia. Boutros Ghali's report to the Security Council states that the security situation is deteriorating and requests an extension of the mandate of UNAMIR for 6 months. March 31, Alphonse Ingabire, CDR, assassinated in Kigali. 1–5 April, Boutros Ghali visit to Moscow. April 2. Boubou threatens that the UN will pull out unless the peace agreement is implemented. 5–7 April, Boutros Ghali visit to Minsk. April 5. The Security Council, with Resolution 909, renews the mandate for UNAMIR with a threat to pull out in 6 weeks unless the Arusha Accords are applied. April 6. President Habyarimana and President Entariamira of Burundi and a number of government officials returning from negotiations in Tanzania are killed when the plane in which they are traveling is shot out of the sky on its approach to Kigali Airport. 7–12 April, Boutros Ghali visit to Geneva. April 7. Systematic killing of opposition politicians, pro-democracy Hutu and Tutsi, begins. 10 peacekeepers guarding the Prime Minister are killed in a Rwandan army barracks in Kigali. RPF troops in Kigali engage Presidential Guard. Armed militias begin an organized roundup and slaughter of Tutsi and political moderates in Kigali. The violence escalates and spreads. RTLM broadcasts that the RPF and the Belgian peacekeepers are responsible for the death of the president. April 8. Telephone lines are progressively cut. Increasing numbers of people are killed. Former Parliament Speaker Theodore Sindikubwabo announces the formation of an interim government and declares himself president. April 9. Interahamwe and Presidential Guard conduct massacre at Chikindu. Evacuation of foreign nationals starts. The RPF leaves its northern bases and attacks Byumba and Ruhengeri. Sindikubwabo meets Dallaire and asks him to negotiate a ceasefire with the RPF. 10–11 April, NATO launches airstrike against Serb positions after Bosnian Serb assault against UN safe area of Gorazda. April 10. Prisoners are put to work with dust carts picking up bodies. Ambassador David Rawson closes the U.S. Embassy in Kigali. April 11. Dallaire obtains a ceasefire to facilitate the evacuation of expatriates. The Belgian peacekeepers pull out of Kikukuro, abandoning 2,000 people. 12–13 April, Boutros Ghali visit to Bonn. April 12. French embassy closes its doors. The interim government flees to Gitarama as the RPF moves on the capital. Claes meets Boutros Ghali in Bonn to tell him that Belgium is withdrawing soldiers from UNAMIR. 13–15 April, Boutros Ghali visit to Madrid. April 13. ICRC, MSF convoy arrives in Kigali from Bujumbura with doctors and medicines. April 14. Belgium announces it is withdrawing its troops from UNAMIR. In Kigali, wounded people are dragged from a Red Cross ambulance and killed. An ICRC estimate is that 10,000 people are being killed every day. 15–16 April, Boutros Ghali visit to Barcelona. April 18. An attempt by the RPF to silence RTLM fails. The interim government dismisses the prefect of Butari. April 19. The last Belgian peacekeepers leave Kigali. April 21. The UN Security Council votes Resolution 912 to withdraw the bulk of UNAMIR peacekeepers from Rwanda, authorizing 270 to remain. The RPF takes Byumba. April 22. A second ICRC road convoy reaches Kigali from Burundi. 23–26 April, Boutros Ghali visit to Barbados. April 24. MSF pulls its medical team from Butari. Oxfam Emergencies Officer Maurice Herson telephones Oxfam headquarters to say that genocide is taking place in Rwanda. April 27. Worldwide news coverage as South Africa holds first fully multiracial elections, marking the end of apartheid. April 28. Oxfam issues a press release stating that the killing in Rwanda amounts to genocide. 28 to 29 April, an estimated 250,000 people crossed the Rwandan border into Tanzania. This is reportedly the largest mass exodus of people ever witnessed by the UNCR. April 29. A debate in the Security Council to discuss the use of the word genocide in a presidential statement takes 8 hours. The UK and the USA resist the use of the word. The Secretary-General asks the Security Council to re-examine its decision to reduce UNAMIR. April 30. The RPF takes the town of Rusumo close to the Tanzanian border. May 1. Rwanda is on top of news schedules owing to massive exodus of Rwandans into Tanzania. 1 to 3 May, Boutros-Ghali visit to Oslo. May 3. Oxfam deliver letter to Prime Minister John Major at 10 Downing Street urging military intervention in Rwanda. May 4. Boutros-Ghali appears on ABC Nightline and says that it is a question of genocide in Rwanda. May 5. The PDD-25 presidential directive on peacekeeping is launched. In Kampala, Museveni accuses the interim government of Rwanda of genocide. May 6. UN Commissioner for Human Rights José Ayala Lasso says he is going to Rwanda. 7 to 9 May, Boutros-Ghali visit to Pretoria. May 9. Inauguration of Nelson Mandela as President of South Africa. 11 to 13 May, Boutros-Ghali visit to Paris. May 13. Boutros-Ghali suggests to the Security Council $'s original plan to airlift 5,500 troops to Kigali. $' speaks to Senators Paul Simon and James Jeffords, who write to the White House. May 16. The RPF cuts the road between Kigali and Gitarama. May 17. The Security Council votes Resolution 918 approving the deployment of 5,500 troops to Rwanda. No troops are available. May 19. Lasso produces a report that calls Rwanda a human rights tragedy. May 21. An ICRC convoy with medical aid reaches Kigali. May 22. The RPF takes control of the airport and the Kanombe military camp and extends control over the north and eastern part of the country. The government forces continue to flee south in front of an RPF advance. 22 to 27 May, Assistant Secretary General Iqbal Riza and the Secretary General's military advisor, Major General J. Maurice Baril, visit Rwanda. May 23. The RPF overruns the presidential villa. May 24. The UN Commission on Human Rights holds its third special session to discuss human rights violations in Rwanda. May 25. The UN Commission on Human Rights appoints René Dinisegui as Special Human Rights Envoy to Rwanda. Ghana, Ethiopia, and Senegal make a firm commitment to provide 800 troops each to the UN effort. Zimbabwe and Nigeria make similar commitments soon after. 26 to 28 May, Boutros-Ghali visit to Washington. May 29. The RPF takes Nyanza. May 31. The Secretary-General reports to the Council on the special mission by Riza and Baril, recommending that the Council authorize an expanded mandate for UNAMIR. June 2. The RPF takes Kabgayi. June 5. The Canadian relief flight is forced to stop flying relief supplies into Kigali owing to heavy fighting around the airport. 6 to 10 June, Boutros-Ghali visit to Geneva. June 6. Normandy, France. International ceremony with the heads of state of the UK, France, the USA, Canada, Netherlands, Norway, Poland, and Luxembourg to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the D-Day landings and the defeat of fascism. Opening of the 30th OAU Summit in Carthage, Tunisia. June 8. The Security Council adopts Resolution 925, which extends the UNAMIR mandate until December 1994. 10 to 13 June, Boutros-Ghali visit to Tunis. June 10. Some members of the interim government leave Gitarama for Gisenyi. June 11. Special Rapporteur Denis Segui begins a week-long field mission to Rwanda to investigate violations of human rights. June 13. The RPF takes Gitarama. 14 to 15 June Boutros-Ghali visit to Geneva. June 17. France announces its plan to deploy troops to Rwanda as an interim peacekeeping force to the UN Security Council. The Secretary-General and the USA support the idea. June 21. First French troops arrive on the Zaire-Rwanda border. June 22. The UN Security Council, in Resolution 929, approves the French proposal to dispatch troops to Rwanda under a UN humanitarian mission. June 24. French military forces are deployed into western Rwanda through Goma and Bukavu in eastern Zaire. June 28. The report of the UN Commission on Human Rights Special Rapporteur is published in Geneva stating that the massacres that occurred throughout Rwanda were pre-planned and a systematic campaign of genocide. July 1. Security Council sets up a commission of experts to investigate acts of genocide in Rwanda. Bobo is replaced by Mohammad Shahriyar Khan of Pakistan as special representative. July 2. Boutros-Ghali supports the French proposal for a designated safe zone in southwestern Rwanda to protect vulnerable populations in the region. July 3. The RPF takes Butare. July 4. The RPF wins control of Kigali. The RPF leadership states that it intends to establish a new government based on the framework of the Arusha Accords. July 5. The French establish a humanitarian zone in the southwest corner of the country. July 6. Canadian relief flights into Kigali are resumed. July 7. Kigali Airport reopens. July 13. Ruhengeri is captured by the RPF. 13 to 14 July an estimated 1 million people begin to flee towards Zaire. July 14. An estimated 6,000 people per hour file into the French safe zone, including members of the militia and interim government officials. July 15. The Clinton administration publicly declares that it no longer recognizes the interim government of Rwanda. July 16. 13 ministers of the interim government take refuge in the French safe zone. July 17. The RPF takes Genocide, the last Rwandan stronghold of Hutu power. July 18. The war comes to an end with the RPF defeat of the remnants of Rwandan government troops still in Rwanda. July 19. A new government of national unity is created and announces the end of compulsory identity cards. July 22. Clinton announces that U.S. troops will be deployed to help the refugees who have fled the country. August 16. Dallaire leaves Rwanda. Canadian General Guy Tausignan takes command of UNAMIR, which has 1,624 soldiers. October. An interim report is produced by the Commission of Experts which concludes that a genocide had been perpetrated against Tutsi. 8. November Union Security Council adopts Resolution 955 on the establishment of an international criminal court for the criminals of Rwanda. 1996. March 10 Bagosara arrested in Yaoundé, Cameroon. 1997. January Bagosara transferred to the ICTR. 2001. Zijaranyirazo arrested in Belgium. 2002. April 2 Bagosara trial begins at ICTR, lasting until June 1, 2007. Bagosara is joined in the dock by Colonel Anatole Nsenji Yumba, head of G2 intelligence, who in April 1994 was Army Commander in Genocide, Major Aloys Ntabakos, Commander of the Paracommando Unit, and Brigadier General Gratian Kabilagi. 2008. December 18 Bagosara, Nsenji Yumba, and Ntabakos are found guilty of genocide, crimes against humanity and war crimes. They are sentenced to life imprisonment. Kabilagi is cleared of all charges. Proteus Zijaranyirazo is found guilty of genocide and extermination as a crime against humanity and sentenced to 20 years. Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, 1948. The contracting parties. Having considered the declaration made by the General Assembly of the United Nations in its resolution of 96, dated December 11, 1946, that genocide is a crime under international law, contrary to the spirit and aims of the United Nations and condemned by the civilized world. Recognizing that at all periods of history genocide has inflicted great losses on humanity, and being convinced that, in order to liberate mankind from such an odious scourge, international cooperation is required, hereby agree as hereinafter provided. Article I. The contracting parties confirm that genocide, whether committed in time of peace or in time of war, is a crime under international law which they undertake to prevent and to punish. Article 2. In the present convention, genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial or religious group, as such. A. Killing members of the group. B. Causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. C. Deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. D. Imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. E. Forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Article 3. The following acts shall be punishable. A. Genocide. B. Conspiracy to commit genocide. C. Direct and public incitement to commit genocide. D. Attempt to commit genocide. E. Complicity in genocide. Article 4. Persons committing genocide or any of the other acts enumerated in Article 3 shall be punished, whether they are constitutional responsible rulers, public officials, or private individuals. Article V. The contracting parties undertake to enact, in accordance with their respective constitutions, the necessary legislation to give effect to the provisions of the present convention and, in particular, to provide effective penalties for persons guilty of genocide or of any of the other acts enumerated in Article 3. Article 6. Persons charged with genocide or any of the other acts enumerated in Article 3 shall be tried by a competent tribunal of the state in the territory of which the act was committed, or by such international penal tribunal as may have jurisdiction with respect to those contracting parties which shall have accepted its jurisdictions. Article 7. Genocide and the other acts enumerated in Article 3 shall not be considered as political crimes for the purpose of extradition. The contracting parties pledge themselves in such cases to grant extradition in accordance with their laws and treaties in force. Article 8. Any contracting party may call upon the competent organs of the United Nations to take such action under the Charter of the United Nations as they consider appropriate for the prevention and suppression of acts of genocide or any of the other acts enumerated in Article 3. Article 9. Disputes between the contracting parties relating to the interpretation, application, or fulfillment of the present convention, including those relating to the responsibility of a state for genocide or for any of the other acts enumerated in Article 3, shall be submitted to the International Court of Justice at the request of any of the parties to the dispute. Article X. The present convention, of which the Chinese, English, French, Russian and Spanish texts are equally authentic, shall bear the date of December 9, 1948. Article 11. The present convention shall be open until December 31, 1949 for signature on behalf of any member of the United Nations and of any non-member state to which an invitation to sign has been addressed by the General Assembly. The present convention shall be ratified, and the instruments of ratification shall be deposited with the Secretary-General of the United Nations. After January 1, 1950 the present convention may be acceded to on behalf of any member of the United Nations and of any non-member state which has received an invitation as aforesaid. Instruments of accession shall be deposited with the Secretary-General of the United Nations. Article 12. Any contracting party may at any time, by notification addressed to the Secretary-General of the United Nations, extend the application of the present convention to all or any of the territories for the conduct of whose foreign relations that contracting party is responsible. Article 13. On the day when the first 20 instruments of ratification or accession have been deposited, the Secretary-General shall draw up a procès-verbal and transmit a copy thereof to each member of the United Nations and to each of the non-member states contemplated in Article 11. The present convention shall come into force on the 20th day following the date of deposit of the 20th instrument of ratification or accession. Any ratification or accession effected subsequent to the latter date shall become effective on the 90th day following the deposit of the instrument of ratification or access. Article 14. The present convention shall remain in effect for a period of 10 years as from the date of its coming into force. It shall thereafter remain in force for successive periods of 5 years for such contracting parties as have not denounced it at least 6 months before the expiration of the current period. Denunciation shall be effected by a written notification addressed to the Secretary-General of the United Nations. Article 15. If, as a result of denunciations, the number of parties to the present convention should become less than 16, the convention shall cease to be in force as from the date on which the last of these denunciations shall become effective. Article 16. A request for the revision of the present convention may be made at any time by a contracting party by means of a notification in writing addressed to the Secretary-General. The General Assembly shall decide upon the steps, if any, to be taken in respect of such request. Article 17. The Secretary-General of the United Nations shall notify all members of the United Nations and the non-member states contemplated in Article 11 of the following. A. Signatures, ratification, and accessions received in accordance with Article 11. B. Notifications received in accordance with Article 12. C. The date upon which the present convention comes into force in accordance with Article 13. D. Denunciations received in accordance with Article 14. E. The abrogation of the convention in accordance with Article 15. F. Notification received in accordance with Article 16. Article 18. The original of the present convention shall be deposited in the archives of the United Nations. A certified copy of the convention shall be transmitted to each member of the United Nations and to each of the non-member states contemplated in Article 11. Article 19. The present convention shall be registered by the Secretary-General of the United Nations on the date of its coming into force.